Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Friday. The weekend is almost upon us. It's good to see everybody. Y'all, your girl, whew, exhausted. Let me say good morning to you guys. Good morning. Get me a snack. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Good morning, Lane. Good morning, MK Lynn. Good morning, Neat Noodle. Good morning, Brandy. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Hey, if you haven't done so, do me a favor. Give your girl a thumbs up before we get started. The cameras are up in the courtroom, but there's nothing happening, but I'll just show you. We get to look at this lovely crest, the state seal of Michigan. And we're back with the beaten and burned murder trial, Michigan versus Linda Stermer. It's a retrial. Case happened in 2007, the crime, as they allege. She wasn't tried until 2010. And then in 2018, her conviction was overturned. She was released on a $10,000 bond. And now, in 2025, here's her retrial. So there we have it. That's what's been going on. We still have no answers about why the victim's pants were pulled down. We don't know anything about that. Hey, Tosh, good to see you, babe. We don't have any answers to that. But what we did learn yesterday from Mike, who was the last person to testify yesterday, was that when he arrived, he and his girlfriend, they're neighbors of Todd and Linda Stermer. And when they arrived on the scene, they were headed to a date for bowling, and they saw the smoke. And then when they passed the property, they realized the house was on fire. And so they stopped. And when they arrived, and they were the first people to arrive, they arrived before any of the other neighbors.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you...
I forgot to switch the account. I have premium. Just give me a sec. We don't need this commercials. But anyway, she's talking about something, but the sound isn't on, so I don't know what's going on. There we go. Hold on. Let me share the screen again, because they did turn the audio on. So we'll just rewind a little bit, and then it'll be fine. All right. Anyway, he was the first person to arrive, and he said that when he arrived, the victim's pants were like that. So that leads me to believe that perhaps something happened when he was hit by the van. That is possible. But let's see what's going on in the courtroom right now. All right, here we go. Also, yes, MK, I noticed that too. That vent needs cleaned. Ugh. All right, here we go.
Witnesses that are coming on, and just leave it at that.
Yeah, and then I think then what we said is then maybe after all the proofs have come in, to then just let them know that some of the items on the list are, you've made a ruling that are not, we can't give. Because I do believe on that list they asked for a police report.
Yeah.
Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, copies of police reports, copy of fire report.
Right.
Okay.
So maybe Jen, we just make then a more general ruling now, and then later, you rule that some of these are not admissible.
Or I could just say that. I could just say now some of the things you're asking for are not admissible. But lawyers have been advised of your questions, and you may get answers to some of them later. Something.
That's perfect.
Is that suitable to defense?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Violet. That's right.
Jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's Friday. You ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. They're bringing in the jury. Maybe we'll get an answer to the MK. maybe we'll get an answer to the pants question today. Let's hope so. Okay, so I'm going to stream all day, every objection, every witness, all the testimony, every ruling, all the things, every jury question. So last night after I ended the second live, I decided that I needed to eat something. So I did. I ate a little sandwich. And then because I streamed so long, right? Hey, Chicken Shy, good morning. Hold on.
We'll have the prosecutor call our next witness, but I did receive a series of questions from the jury at the end of the day yesterday. Some of the things that are being requested are simply not admissible under the law, so I've determined under the law not to provide. I have provided the questions to the attorneys, and I think they're indicating that some questions may be answered with upcoming witnesses. Counsel, is that a satisfactory response?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zyderbean, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Kim Thompson to the stand.
Okay, just some housekeeping really quick before Kim Thompson takes the stand. So I did not have an opportunity last night to make I'll be away from the stream for a second because I need a human moment, or I got to make lunch video yet, but I will this weekend. So that's on the agenda. So just one more day of the generic video that's provided by Streamlabs. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. Also, good morning, Sprinkled Donut, and good morning, No Madness. It's good to see you. Yes, clearly Linda shops at the Walmarts where they have the Garanimals outfits.
You solemnly swear or affirm
So
that
you
the
can mix and
testimony
match.
about given this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. And you can move the microphone close to your mouth so the jury can hear you. And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling your last, please.
Okay, my name is Kim Jean Thompson, Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Zyderbean.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes,
How did you know him?
as a friend and a neighbor. He was also my daughter's softball coach.
How close was your home to his home?
Oh, approximately 2 miles, 2.5 miles.
And did you know Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
Through our children, we also shared a love of chocolate labs and horses.
And when did you know the Stermers in 2007?
Yes,
And did you become aware of a fire that happened at their home?
yes.
How did you become aware of that?
My cousin heard it on the scanner, and she knew that we were friends with Todd and Linda, and she got a hold of us and said that there was a fire, and so we immediately ran over to provide comfort to both of them, thinking that it was their fire of their home.
So when you got there, do you recall if there was anyone else there at the time?
There was the fire chief, Stephen Leach. I believe the assistant chief at the time was Doug Harrington, and he was there. And one of the fire department vehicles was there. And the only other ones that we saw were Mathany's, Mike. But I was focused on Linda.
So were you able to drive down the driveway, or how did you get to the house?
We didn't want to impede any of the rescue vehicles, so we parked our truck along the road on the opposite, or near the driveway, but not in the driveway. We didn't want to impede rescue vehicles.
Because at the time, were there any fire trucks there?
There was just one at that point in time, and after we got there, then they came rolling in.
And were you able to then make contact with anybody to approach the house?
The only ones we saw at that point in time were Doug Harrington, and then I saw Linda, and I just immediately went to her.
So you just ran down the driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so where did you first see Linda at?
On the hill to the north side of the house, near where Todd was laying. And they were, at that point, they were still trying to administer first aid. And so I just ran to her and wrapped her in my arms.
And were you able to speak to her at that time?
Very little. We were all so emotional at that point. I was just trying to provide comfort at that point.
And who was with you? Who came with you to the house?
My husband was with me, and then also my cousin Annette, who was there as well.
And then what did your husband do?
I believe he went to where Todd was, and he came back immediately, and he said, "Do not go near there." The dogs were, like I said, we had a love of dogs, and one of their dogs was actually one of my dogs that I raised and train to breed, and so the dogs were trying to jump. One of the dogs was trying to jump back into the house, and so my husband was trying to corral the dogs. Coco came right to me because, like I said, she used to be mine. So
I do have a love of chocolate labs. That is my chocolate lab, Nestor. Rest in peace, buddy. Here we go.
she ran right to me, and so we were able to keep her safe. But then my husband was trying to get the other one.
So there were two dogs?
Yes.
Do you recall what Linda was wearing at that time?
No, I don't remember the specific clothes. I know that it was for a January day. It was actually very pleasant. It started out that way. And then it kind of started to get a little less pleasant. And one of the firefighters, and I don't remember if it was Chief Leach or who it was, brought a blanket. And so she had the blanket wrapped around her.
Did you notice if she had anything on her feet?
I did notice that she did not have anything on her feet. She was in her stocking feet.
And did you do anything to help with providing anything for her feet?
Yes, because especially when it started to get sleety and rainy, I was worried that her feet would get cold, and so I asked her what size shoes she wore, and she told me, and I knew that one of my aunts wore a 9 narrow, and so I let my cousin Annette know, who then contacted her mother and gathered up clothes and things for her and shoes so that she would have something on her feet.
Annette, that explains her cousin Annette, that explains the headband. Everybody knows Annette Funicello loved a headband. Here we go.
And did they ultimately bring those clothes and shoes to the scene?
Yes.
And were you there then when Linda was able to change into those clothes and
Yes.
shoes? Where were you when she was changing into those clothes?
I was, I believe she put the shoes on right away, but then when she changed clothes, one of the, I don't remember if it was a rescue or if it was a police officer, but they had her go into like a van and she changed clothes in that.
And did you see what they did with the clothes?
I just saw them put them in a bag.
I ain't changing in a van, for the record. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what's going on. It ain't
How long
happening.
did you stay on scene?
Quite a while. Like I said, I mean, she had no one else there with her from the family, and I knew that she needed somebody. I can imagine going through that alone.
Did you stay into the evening hours?
I believe I stayed until she did have someone come, one of her family members, I believe. I don't know for sure who it was. But then they did take her, and then we left the scene.
Did she talk to you at all about what had happened that day while you were on scene?
No, she was very emotional. And then I think about the only thing she did ask was when things were, I guess, wrapping up and she was getting ready to go, her concern was, would you take the dogs? Would you take care of the dogs for me? And we said, of course.
So you ended
So
up...
we took the dogs with us, and we took care of them until they went back to family.
I'm glad that somebody took care of the dogs. I worry about all animals in situations like this. But what happened to the cats? Alice and Mac have been asking me that question all morning. They want to know, and they want to know why there isn't more outrage about the fact that we still don't know what happened to the cats or the pants.
So did you have an opportunity to talk with Linda after the fire?
Yes. She came to the house a few times, and we sat at our kitchen table, and we were just trying to all make sense of what had happened. And so yes, she did come a few times, to check on the dogs, and then also, we were friends, and so came and we had been there, and so yeah, we did share a few times.
Did you ever ask her about what had happened?
Yes.
And do you remember what she told you when you first asked her?
I don't remember the order of what we were told, but it did change each time. And one time it was he had a cold, and she had given him some Benadryl, and she thought that maybe he was drowsy or sleeping from that, and that when whatever happened, he couldn't get out.
This is an important question. Jen Lou, would Alice testify against you in court? LOL. No. No, she would not. Alice is many, many things, but one of the things that she is not is a snitch. So no.
Did she say where he was?
In his chair in the living room.
Alice would avoid being subpoenaed the way Letitia Stout avoids the truth.
Did she say where she was?
She said she was in the basement.
Did she say what she was doing?
I believe she said she was doing laundry.
And then did she tell you how she, or why, or if she went upstairs?
She said she heard something and she ran up the stairs and saw that there was a fire and she couldn't get up. And so then she went out the walkout basement door and ran around to the van to try to get help.
Did she say she ever saw Todd before she ran out the basement door?
At that point, no. Later, she did say that she did see him, and that he ran out as she was trying to drive the van to go get help, and that was all. Just that she saw him when she was in the van trying to get help.
So that was at a later date?
Correct.
That she said she saw him outside?
Correct.
Yeah, Alice would avoid testifying against me. She would avoid getting a subpoena the way Letitia Stout avoids the truth, and soap, bathing, hygiene of any kind. Let's keep going.
And you said that as you talked to her then, the story changed a little bit?
Yes.
Do you recall then the next version, or what the next thing she told you?
One of the other things she had said was that he was smoking pot, and she thinks that he caught himself on fire.
Blaming the mota.
Did you ever know Todd to smoke pot?
I didn't know.
Did she ever talk to you about anything
Out here
about
blaming
heating
mota.
with kerosene?
Lord.
Yes, we knew that they heated with kerosene as they were building the home. They had a kerosene portable heater, in the living room, and that they would fill the kerosene heater there.
Did she say that the kerosene heater was being used that day?
I don't recall.
At one point when you were helping with the dogs, did you see the van?
Yes.
And tell me about when you saw the van.
We were trying, Coco was under control, the chocolate lab, and we were trying to get control of the other dog, and he kept trying to get back in the house, and so we were really worried that he would do that and get hurt or injured or killed. So my husband and I kind of tried to corral him, and he ran around to the walkout level, and when we ran down there after the dog, I saw the van door open. The van was running, and I observed what looked like blood on the front fender, and I believe bumper, but definitely on the fender. And I remember my husband and I looked at each other, and we both said the same thing: something's not right.
Could you tell if the van was running at that time?
Yes, it was running.
Did you ever ask her about the van?
No.
Did you ever tell her what you saw?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about the van?
No. Other than at the beginning, she said she was in the van to get help.
When you were there on scene, did you see any smoke or flames?
Yes. When we got there, there was smoke coming out of the lower windows.
Oh, hey, Ro,
it
good to
was
see you, babe. I missed you. Saying hi to you.
shocking
I'm
to
sorry.
me how quickly even with fire department there, how quickly the home was within. It seemed like within a minute and a half, there were flames coming out of the roof. It was so fast. It was shocking.
So when you got there, it was just more smoke?
Correct. We could see a little bit of flame in the front lower level windows, but we didn't see any smoke or flames coming out of the upper story until, like I said, it was a very, very short period of time, and then there's smoke and flames everywhere.
So I want to just be clear, there's the walkout level.
Correct.
There's the main level,
Right.
and then there's a second story, correct?
Correct.
So when you say when you first got there and you saw the smoke, you're talking about the main level?
The main level, as we were coming up the driveway, it's an inclined driveway, and as we got closer up on top of the hill, we observed the smoke coming out of those windows.
Hey, Rachel, good to see you, babe.
The main level front windows, roadside windows.
Oh my gosh, the way that these people.
Did you ever talk to Linda
Hold on a
about-
minute. The way that in this case, and this is something I have not heard before. Everybody has their own little way that they describe the levels of the home. But I will say one thing that's common in most of them has been referring to what would be the third story, because they had a basement. They refer to it as the upper level. So, I mean, I don't understand why the defense attorney had so much spice yesterday. All right, here we go.
Where the boys were.
Yes, that was our first concern. Where are the children?
Morning, Sarah.
And,
Good to see you, babe.
We asked that, immediately when we first saw her. Where are the children? And she said the children were safe. They were gone. I think she said they were in Kalamazoo. But she did say that the children were safe, because we were very, very concerned that they might still be in the home.
Did she say why they went to Kalamazoo?
No.
When you saw the van, how close was it to the back of the house?
I would say within 5-6 feet of the little walkout door.
Were you ever interviewed that day by police officers on scene?
No, we got there before the police officers were there, and then what we later found as we left, that there were police like stationed at the base of the driveway taking the names of everybody, but we didn't realize that was going on, or I didn't realize that was going on. So we never, as far as I know, we were never on that list because we were there before that took place.
Before, and then when you left, you just left.
Right.
Is it safe to say that that was a pretty chaotic scene that day?
Very, very, very traumatic and emotional, yes.
And do you see Linda Stermer in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yep. Could you point to her and describe her by something she's wearing?
Ms. Stermer is the person that she knows that was there on January 7th.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
I just need to point out for fair use commentary purposes, I'm really like slightly creeped out that whenever these witnesses are asked to identify Linda, how she smiles at them like they're still buds. Something tells me they are not still buds. Like something tells me the friendship door is closed. Here we go.
Good morning, Ms. Thompson. How long had you known the Stermers?
Oh, since before they built their home, the children were young and in Little League together, and Todd was a coach. And I think Linda and I bonded initially with her 2 chocolate labs. I was a chocolate lab lover as well. So we just kind of bonded, I think, over our children and our dogs. And we both are horse lovers and both had horses. And so we bonded over those things. And they were a neighbor. And in our area, you know, neighbors look out for each other.
Okay. And so, in reference to the home that was destroyed by the fire, was there another home that they lived in the area that you knew at that time as far as the relationship?
I knew they lived in the area because our children went to school together at that point in time before they were in Little League together, and Todd was our daughter's coach. I don't recall where exactly they lived prior to that home. I know where Linda lived after the fire, but I don't recall where they lived before that. I know at one point they lived in Lawrence, kind of across the road from Sills Bar Market, but I don't know if that predated the home or while they were building the home or if it was after.
So they lived in Lawrence.
Yes.
Before they built the house that was destroyed in Lawrence, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. But you never went to that home?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And so the relationship that initiated with you and Ms. Stermer was a result of the children and the love for your horses and your dogs, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all participate in any type of competition with the horses or the dogs?
No. She did assist us, me, in when I was establishing my breeding operation for the chocolate labs. She did help facilitate finding the stud dog that I used, and so, and like I say, it was a mutual love. They bought one of our puppies, and then later Coco, which was the second dog that they got from me. So it was, I guess, like all I could say is that we had a mutual love of dogs and horses and kids.
So that the horses that y'all used, did y'all raise horses for sale or were they for competition?
My horses were just for pleasure riding. At that point, Linda had rescued some horses too from out of state, I believe, and so they were caretakers for those horses, those rescue horses.
Okay, okay. So over the years, how many years would you say that you had known the Stermers?
Oh, that's difficult. I would say 3 years possibly before the fire.
Okay. And so this unfortunate incident occurred in 2007. Were you contacted by any law enforcement agency after the fire to give any type of report or interview?
No,
So in 2007, did you make any attempt to contact anyone in reference to any information you had about what you saw that day?
no,
Have you ever been contacted by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office?
just recently.
And when you say recently, how recent is that?
Possibly, I don't know the exact date. It was before we left for Florida for the winter.
In 2024, 2025?
24,
2024.
correct.
So from 2007 to 2024, you had never been contacted by anyone from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office or the State Police Department for the state of Michigan or the State Fire Department or any law enforcement officer. Is
No.
that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you a little surprised when you were contacted in 2024 for an incident that happened in 2007?
No,
You wasn't surprised?
no.
Ms. Thompson, had you ever seen a house fire before?
No,
Okay. You mentioned the fact that you were aware that kerosene was on the property as part of the household use of heat. Is that correct?
yes,
Did you ever visit the home to see the location of their heating system or how it was installed?
The only time I saw the kerosene heater was during construction when they were in the process of building the home. And it was in the lower level as you walked in. It was like kind of like right there in the open area when it was under construction.
Were you aware of how much kerosene was used on the, as far as the heating system in the house?
No.
Okay. Do you ever see any gasoline on the property?
It was a farm. We all have gasoline on our farms.
Okay. You ever see any of the machinery that they had on the property?
Tractors,
How many?
lawnmowers.
Okay. Now, you don't know what caused the fire.
No.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, your cousin is Annette Grandel. Is
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason why you came to the location, was it because you got a telephone call from Miss Grant, your cousin?
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you and her meet there together?
Yes.
You did? Okay. And where was Linda when you arrived at the house?
She was on the hill to the north of the house, a short distance away from where they were working on Todd.
Okay. And when you say the hill, are you referring to the elevation of the house, and there's an upper and a lower?
There's an incline, what I would call a small hill, going from the road level up to where the home was built, and it was built on a hill. It was a walkout, so it was at where the home was, and to the north or to the right of that. And Linda was a little, probably a short distance away from that while they were administering aid to Todd.
Okay. And you stated that there was Mr. Steve Leach was there, right?
Correct. He was the one, I believe, that was working on Todd.
Okay. And do you recall anyone else being present?
Doug Harrington, who I believe was the assistant chief at the time, and I believe Mike Matheny was standing off to the south side, but I didn't talk with Mr. Matheny.
And who was Mr. Harrington?
Doug Harrington was our township supervisor at the time, and also I think at that point in time he was also the assistant fire chief.
Did you observe Mr. Matheny providing any assistance and aid?
I didn't notice. Like I said, I was focused on Linda and went immediately to her.
Okay, and where was she? Was she inside one of the vehicles, or was she standing outside?
She was standing outside at that point in time.
Okay. Did you observe her at some point being placed in a vehicle?
Yes.
Hold on, before she says that, Becky says, you know who else I never see anymore? Nana Banana. I hope she's okay. I noticed that too. Yesterday, in fact, I was thinking about Nana Banana, and I was wondering where Nana Banana is, and I do hope that she's doing great. And I hope everything is okay. Like, I don't take attendance, but I definitely notice when people are MIA. And I do wonder if you guys are okay and stuff. I do think about you.
My cousin Annette's mother, my Aunt Gail Crandall, arrived on scene with the clothes and the shoes, and then she sat inside. I believe it was Chief Leach's personal vehicle, a red truck. My aunt and Linda went into the truck together.
Was there an ambulance there at the time that you were present?
Eventually, but not when I first arrived.
Okay. Well, did you see Ms. Stermer? Did she leave while you was present?
Yes.
Okay. How did she leave?
I believe it was a family member that came and got her. I don't recall exactly who it was.
Okay. Did you observe any law enforcement officers talking to Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Do you know who it was?
No.
Okay. Was it a male or a female? Do you recall?
Both.
Okay. How far was your house from the Stermer's house?
About 2.5 miles.
Okay. Could you see the smoke from your house?
No, our home is in the middle of the woods.
Okay. But as you approached the premises, you made a statement that you could see a lot of smoke?
Yes.
Okay. From the upper part of the house, right?
No, initially when I arrived, the smoke was coming out of the lower windows on the roadside on the main level. And we were there just a very short time, and smoke started coming out of the upper story windows and then out of the roof.
So when you first arrived, you saw smoke coming from the lower part of the house?
The windows on the main level on the roadside.
On the road side, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So not the walkout side, but the main level side.
Okay.
What I guess you would call the first story, not the basement.
Okay. Do you recall what the weather conditions was as far as the terrain there that day?
It started out as a sunny winter day. It was unseasonably warm initially. Then the weather did deteriorate, and it started spitting like a rain-sleet mix. And that's when I noticed that she was in her socks, and I was concerned about that.
So if it was an unseasonably warm day, that's how the day started out, and it didn't start deteriorating until after the fire, then why was it necessary to have oil lamps, a fireplace, and candles burning? It does make one wonder.
She was outside in her socks without a coat on, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you been shown any photos of the property or of the house?
No, I was not shown any photos.
Okay. And you retrieved the two dogs that was at the property, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there horses still on the premises at that time?
Yes, in the pasture.
Okay. Did you help care for those and rescue the horses?
Pardon?
Did you have anything to do with the relocation of the horses, or did they remain there?
I did not.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Eisen?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of her? I've got some hands going up. If you haven't already done so, we'll have you write them down and we'll retrieve them.
I wonder what questions the jury will have for her. Because I hope there are questions about things that she told, that Linda told her. And here's my issue with the stories that Linda told. See, over time, right, when you're in the middle of something really dramatic and traumatic, right, you remember the big details, right, but not the small details. Certainly, how you left the home would be a big detail, whether you went out the front door, the walkout basement, whatever that was, that would be something that shouldn't change over time. I am troubled by her saying that she gave him medication, Benadryl, and also that he was smoking mota, marijuana. So those details shouldn't change. You can remember those details later on, right? But they shouldn't change. You would know the difference between NyQuil and pot, for Pete's sake.
Okay, I'm asking
There
some
we
of the
go.
questions asked by the jury. I'm not asking others, determining under the law not to ask them. What time did you arrive on the Stermer scene?
I believe it was the early or mid-afternoon.
You observed blood on the fender, you testified. Where on the fender?
On the front bumper on the driver's side and on the fender of the front driver's side.
Okay. Okay, thank you, counsel. Any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Becky asks, I missed who is the lady with the gray hair with the headphones on. I know she testified, but didn't catch who she was. That is Todd Stermer's mom. And I think the woman sitting next to her is her sister because they look very, very similar.
Any questions in light of that question and answer? Okay.
Are we going to get these questions sometime in my lifetime?
When you say you saw blood on the fender, on the driver's side?
On the front of the vehicle. And I believe it was on the front quarter. I don't know the terminology, but like the front on the driver's side and on the side of the driver's side is where I observed blood. There might have been blood elsewhere, but I don't know. That was the only location that I saw, and then I backed right off when I saw that.
But you've never been shown any pictures for you to point out
No.
if that was correct as to what you saw, right?
That was just what I observed, and I saw that location, and my husband and I looked at each other, and we both said something's not right, and I backed right off. I did not want to be there, so we got the dog and we got out.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions of her? Nope. Is she excused from her subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that she please be excused.
Mr. Kelly, agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all done. Thank you, Thank you. Ms. Siderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Ken Thompson to the stand, please.
Can y'all imagine? Hold on. Can you all imagine if I was on a jury where they allowed questions? The trial would last 77 years. But mark my words, I would ask many questions, but they would be good questions.
Sir, before you have a seat, I'll have you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat, sir. You can move that microphone close to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And once you're settled, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Ken Thompson, Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Edvine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
Mr. Thompson, did you know Todd Stermer?
I did.
And how did you know Todd?
He coached my children, and he was a neighbor.
And how well did you know him?
Oh, I thought fairly well.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And then how do you know her?
The same. Yeah. And just a neighbor and someone in the neighborhood and the mother of children that my children grew up with.
And how close is your house to the Stermer residence?
Oh, as a crow flies, about 1.5 miles by road, maybe 2 miles.
So Roro asks, what was her motive to unalive him? Well, according to the state, allegedly, the motive was that Linda was having an affair and that Todd found out about that affair and said that he was leaving her, and she didn't want that. And so that was her motive, according to the state.
Do you remember January 7th of 2007?
I do.
And could you tell me what you were doing that day?
I was, we spent the day on the farm across the road from Stermer's cutting firewood.
What was the weather like?
It was a beautiful day. It was shirt sleeve weather until later in the afternoon. It got nasty.
And so when you say you were across the street from the Stermers, were you directly across the street from the Stermer residence?
Just on the farm across the street, but at the north end of that farm.
And do you recall when you saw the fire?
It was, I went by Stermer's, went home, and I was probably home 15, 20 minutes, and we got a call that Stermer's house was on fire.
So you had just driven by the Stermer residence 15
Yes.
or 20 minutes prior?
Yes.
And then how did you learn that there was a fire?
Kim's cousin Annette called, and she heard it on the scanner.
And so do you remember distinctly seeing the Stermer home as you were passing by it?
I can't say that. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
You didn't see any smoke?
No.
So what happened then once you got that phone call?
Oh, wait, hold on. Before you answer that, sir, I like Annette. Annette, I don't know if you're a witness in this trial. If you are not, and you are watching this trial and somebody somehow, some way stumble upon this stream, we would very much like you over in this community. I appreciate the fact that you listen to a scanner and you if you hear things about people that you might know, you call other people. We like that over here. We'd like to meet you, Annette.
I told Kim to jump in the truck, and we headed right over there.
And what was your thought? What were you going to do?
Anything we could.
When you got there, was there anyone else there?
I saw Chief Leach was there in his pickup truck, and I saw Mike Matheny in his pickup truck.
I would also like to just take a second to say good morning to Marjorie, who says, here's a pet peeve of mine. The judge refers to the witnesses as she or he instead of this witness. Irks me. To quote Jen Liu, that is all. Good morning, Marjorie. Good to see you. Also, oh, I have a hiccup. Good morning, Boho Hobo. Good to see you, babe. All right, let's keep going.
How long would you say it took you from the time you got that call on the scanner to get to the Stermer residence?
5 minutes maybe.
So you had just been by 15, 20 minutes prior, walked in the door, got the call, and then it took you another 5 minutes to get back over there.
Correct.
Did you go up the driveway, or where did you park your car?
We parked out toward the road so we wouldn't hinder any, because I knew fire vehicles would be coming. So we parked out by the road, and then I headed up the driveway to the house.
What did you do then once you got down the driveway?
I saw Linda, and I asked Linda, you know, where are the children? Is there anybody else in the house?
And what did she say?
At first she was kind of incoherent, and my first thought was for the children in the house, so I was headed for the front door when she stopped me and said, no, there's nobody in there. The children are somewhere.
So you were getting ready to go into the house?
I was.
And did she come up to you and stop you, or did she grab you, or how did that?
Well, no, she just, I went by her, headed for the house, and she stopped me, just called to me.
And then what did she say at that point?
She said that there was nobody there, the children were somewhere, and I don't remember where she said they were.
Did you see any smoke or fire at that time?
I did, just a very little bit coming out of the chimney chase, the very top of the house.
At the top of the house?
Yes.
And that was the only place you saw smoke at that time?
Yes.
There were no firefighters there at that time?
Just Chief Leach was there in his personal pickup truck.
So you didn't see any smoke coming out the windows at that time?
Not at that time.
And you were standing in front of the house?
Yes.
Having this conversation with Linda?
Yes.
Did you see Todd at all?
Not that I recognized this Todd.
So tell me what you saw.
Well, I saw Chief Leach on the ground working on something, and I didn't recognize as a person.
Did you go over there?
I went too close. I wish I never would have.
What'd you see?
Oh, I can't. Oh, my heart, this man.
It was unrecognizable as a person.
Couldn't recognize his face? Couldn't recognize his face?
No.
How close did you get to Todd?
Oh, I would say from me to you.
Can we get a reference for the record? I'm going to say 12 feet.
I think yesterday we said 16, but I'll go with 12 today.
Sharpen my eyes a little bit.
And I understand this is very difficult. Where was Linda at that time?
I think she was still in approximately the same spot in the driveway in front of the house.
In front of the house?
Yeah.
What was she doing?
Oh, I kind of lost track of her at that point.
What did you do then? You said you lost track. What were you
Then
focusing
the
on?
firefighters started to arrive, and I know all those guys, and I just went to them and see if I could assist them in any way, ladders, hoses, whatever.
And were you able to assist them?
Well, not with ladders or hoses. Yeah.
So how long were you on scene?
5 hours.
And you said when you got there, you just saw a little bit of smoke coming out of the top of the house?
Yes.
What did you observe then in the minutes that you were there?
Smoke started coming out windows, And, you know, eventually the whole house went into cold.
Good morning,
How long did
Danny.
that take, do you think?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but, it, you know, probably 20 minutes, half hour.
So it was minutes.
Yes.
After the fire, did you have conversations with Linda, or were you present when she was talking about the fire?
Yes.
And where did those conversations happen?
Our kitchen table.
And do you recall what Linda said happened that day when she was at your kitchen table?
No.
Did she tell you where she was when the fire started?
Well, she told me that, you know, I talked to her the evening of the fire.
Oh,
And she said she was in the basement doing laundry.
So this was actually the day of the fire?
Yes.
Not at your kitchen table?
Right.
So then, was this a few hours after you arrived, or was it close to the time you arrived?
Close to the time.
Okay. So what did she tell you when you were talking on scene about the fire?
She said that she was downstairs doing laundry, and Todd was sleeping in his chair, and Todd yelled, "Linda, get out, the house is on fire." And she went out the basement door.
And she went out the basement door?
She said she looked up the stairwell and could see she couldn't get up there.
Did she say why she couldn't get up there?
I think there was flames or whatever, the impression I got.
And then she went out the basement door?
Yes.
Did she say anything else about that day?
Yeah, we talked for, you know, several minutes, several times. And I don't remember every bit of the conversation.
Anything that you remember about the fire and conversations with her, or just that?
Pretty much that.
And you stayed on scene for several hours.
Yes.
Did you stay until Linda left?
What's that?
Did you stay until Linda left?
I'm not sure. I know Linda was with the girls and I was with the firefighters, and I kind of lost track of her.
And at some point, did you see the van on the property?
I did.
And tell me why you saw the van.
Well, the deputy had asked us to guard that van and make sure that nobody touched it, or especially nobody sprayed it with water.
And why was that?
I guess there was evidence on it. You could see blood on it.
So you saw the blood?
I sure did.
And where did you see the blood?
Oh, down the front of the van, and then on the bumper going underneath the van.
Have you talked to Linda? You said there were some conversations at your kitchen table after the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any conversations with her about the fire at your kitchen table?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
I think I can segue some of the information I previously received from your wife. You and your wife have known the Stermer family for about 3 years prior to the date of the fire. Is that correct?
Yeah, ever since they moved to Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go over and participate with Mr. Stermer in reference to any of the construction of the house?
Not the construction, no.
Okay. Did you ever go over to the house while the house was under construction?
Yeah, probably a time or two.
Time or two?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you describe what you knew as far as the layout of the house?
No. No, I didn't know the layout of the house.
Didn't?
I never went inside.
Never went inside? Okay, okay. What would have been your purpose for being over to just...
Todd had a business. He sold military surplus, and I purchased a lot of things from him.
Military surplus?
Yes.
Okay.
Clothing. Yeah.
Okay. So he had an office that he worked out of the house with. Is that right?
I'm not sure. No, he always had stuff in his truck, or he would just bring stuff out.
From the van? Or?
I don't remember the van.
Okay. Okay. Would it be fair to say that your knowledge of a fire was from a telephone call of your wife's cousin about the reason why y'all came to the house?
Yes, that's why we went over there.
Okay.
Yes. The call was Stermer's house is on fire, and I thought, I just went by there. Stermer's house isn't on fire, but so we hopped in the truck and headed right over there.
Okay. So now that brings me to a question that you stated that you had just been by the Stermer house.
Yes.
This was on a Sunday. Is that correct?
It was on a weekend. I know we were cutting firewood across the street. It might have been Sunday.
Okay. And about what time a day was it when you had been by the house?
Oh gosh, we'd cut firewood for quite a long time. I'm not sure. Maybe sometime in the early afternoon.
Okay. And when you say you was cutting firewood, are you cutting firewood across from the Stermer property?
Yes. Yes. On the neighboring farm, right across the road.
Okay. You and who else?
Me and my two cousins.
Okay. And what time did y'all start cutting firewood?
Well, probably 9 a.m.
Okay. Did you know the vehicles that was part of the family that was parked at the Stermer property?
No.
I mean, had you seen? Well, let me just clarify that. Did you know how many vehicles that the Stermers had?
No.
From the times that you had been over there, you only saw one vehicle?
You know, over the years, differing vehicles at differing times.
Okay. Well, let's say for, just during this period of time when you were cutting firewood, say for instance the last 2 weeks prior to that, had you seen the vehicles, any vehicles at that property?
No, not that I noticed, no.
Let me ask you this, had you ever seen the van?
I didn't remember that van until that day.
Okay. Could you say what type of vehicle you had a memory of that you had seen there on the property?
No.
You stated that Mr. Stermer sold you some products or
Yes.
From his truck?
Yes, it seemed like he had like a cube truck with a roll door on it at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, so you all complete your task of cutting wood about 12 o'clock that afternoon?
No. It was later in the afternoon. It was I would guess in the area of 4, maybe 5.
4 or 5 o'clock?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And so you had a direct view of the Stermer property from where you all were cutting wood, right?
No. No, we were at the north end of that farm, and there's trees and fence rows, and no, I couldn't see their house from where we were.
Okay, but when you finish cutting your wood, you're leaving, you have to come on the road.
Right.
And pass
We
the
went by
Stermer property.
Stermer's house, yes, on
Okay.
the way home, yes.
Okay.
And I didn't notice any smoke or anything out of the ordinary.
And didn't notice any vehicles there, is that right? Of course, you wasn't looking for anything suspect, right?
I was not.
Okay.
No, we were headed home.
But you definitely didn't see any smoke or any fire?
I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, okay. Did you notice anybody outside at all?
I didn't.
Okay, all right. What was the weather conditions that day that you recall?
It was earlier in the day. It was just beautiful. It was a perfect day to cut firewood. I mean, we were in flannel shirts, and it was the weather was good. But later in the afternoon, around dark, the weather got pretty bad. It was spitting snow and rain, and it got pretty rough.
Okay. And the road that is in front of the house, the Stermer property, is it paved or
It is.
gravel?
Yes, County Road 215, it's paved.
It's paved.
Yes.
Blacktop or paved?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, on the Stermer property, when you turn off the road, for what would be, or driveway, was it paved?
No, it's gravel.
Gravel?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever been to the backside of the Stermer property?
Well, before they
Before
built
the-
the house, I knew every step of that property.
I beg your pardon, you said before you...
Before they built the house, yeah, I was on that property quite a bit.
Okay, so you knew the property before they even purchased
Yes.
the property?
Yes.
Okay. What was do you know how many acres it was?
Well, it started out, it was the original farm, it was a big property, and I'm not sure how many acres that they purchased.
Okay.
Yes.
But you was very familiar with the geographical layout of
Yes.
the property, right? And the house itself, could you describe the sloping of the house? Was it flat or was it an incline?
No, on the sides of the house, it sloped down, with a walkout basement.
Okay.
I would say that it was about a one-story drop from, the sides of the house down to the basement entrance.
Okay. And so when you arrived on the property as a result of the telephone call from your wife's cousin, you stated that you immediately saw smoke from the chimney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any flames from the chimney?
No.
But you saw smoke?
Yes.
Was it a large ball of smoke?
No. I thought that initially that it was a chimney fire because it was the smoke was coming right out the chimney chase, and that's the only smoke that I saw. So I thought maybe they just had a chimney fire.
Were you familiar with chimney fires?
Yes.
Have you ever served on the fire department before?
No.
Okay. But you've seen a chimney fire before?
Many.
Okay. Were there... Could you give an estimate time frame as to, if you can recall, when you and your wife arrived? What would you say a guesstimation of your time when you arrived?
When we arrived.
On the property?
I'm not sure.
You left cutting the wood?
Yes.
About 3 or 4?
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you say it was after 5 o'clock then, right? when you would have arrived at the Stermer's property?
That I couldn't say. I didn't look at a watch.
Okay. And did you pull into the property off of the road?
Yes, we pulled just off the road, and then, like I say, we wanted to make sure that we weren't going to hinder any fire vehicles, so we kind of got out of the way. We made sure our vehicles were out of the way.
Okay. And by the time that you're parking your vehicle, you begin to see smoke coming from another part of the house?
Well, it didn't take very long, and then there was smoke coming out windows.
Okay. And you saw that after you
Yes.
got out of your vehicle, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And these windows, they face the frontage of the road, is that right?
And on the sides.
And on the sides?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I noticed the smoke coming out the windows on the side.
Okay. But you didn't see any fire trucks there at that time? Right?
No, just Chief Leach was there with the chief's truck.
Okay. So what did you do when you saw the smoke coming out of the windows, you see the smoke coming out of the chimney, you and your wife get out of your vehicle? What do you do then?
Well, I saw Linda in the driveway, and I quickly went to Linda. I was concerned for the children, and I said, Linda, where's the children? And at first she was kind of incoherent, and I thought that the children would be inside. So I was kind of headed for the door, and she said, no, there's nobody in there. The children, I forget where she said they were.
Okay, when you saw Miss Stermer, was she with somebody else? Or
No,
was she
was
just
by
standing
herself.
there by herself?
She was by herself.
And where were, you said Mr. Leach was there, where was he at?
He was just to the north of the driveway, and he was on the ground.
Okay.
And at first I thought maybe he was working on some equipment, a fire extinguisher or whatever. I didn't recognize that it was a body.
Okay. And did you see anyone else there?
No.
Just Mr. Leach and Miss
Right.
Stermer?
Right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, where was
And so
Mike?
after you were comfortable with the fact that there was no one else in the house, the children wasn't in the house, nobody else was in the house, what did you do then?
Oh, I just waited for the fire department to arrive. And it wasn't very long, and they arrived.
Okay. And you know which fire department it was that arrived?
Lawrence.
Lawrence? Okay. And
So, good morning, by the way, Nick Kadicka. Nick Kadicka asks, who is this guy? This is Mr. Thompson. He is a neighbor and friend of the Stermers. Todd Stermer coached his girls softball team, and so they were all kind of like neighbors and friends. And he lived not far.
did you ever go over to the location where Mr. Stermer was lying on the ground?
No, I avoided it.
Okay. From the position that you were at, did you detect any unusual odor?
No.
Okay. Now, where was the van parked at?
It was behind the house. It was down the hill and around behind the house. You couldn't see it from the front of the house.
Okay. And what was the ground like?
It was slippery. It was kind of muddy.
Nick Hadicka asks, were there any bombshell witnesses this morning that I missed? No, we're only on the second witness of the day. The first witness was Mr. Thompson's wife.
Kinda, or was it muddy?
Well, it was muddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And at that time, was it still raining?
It had started to rain after we were there a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall the clothing that Miss Stermer had on?
I do.
Okay. Could you describe what you saw?
She had a t-shirt, gym shorts, and white socks. Just socks, no shoes.
And shorts. Mm-hmm. And a t-shirt.
Yes.
What would you estimate, just based upon your feelings of the weather then, what would you estimate the temperature to have been at that time when you arrived?
At that time when I saw Linda, I don't know. I'm not sure. I couldn't say. But the temperature was dropping fast.
Dropping fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
It started out as a rain, and then it started to spit snow-rain mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you were there when some of the law enforcement officers arrived, or were you?
Before he answers that, I forgot to tell you, Nick Kadicka, you don't have to go back and listen to this. I'll tell you. What his wife testified to was that she saw blood on the front bumper. That's the word she used, and a side panel of the driver's side, both the driver's side bumper and a side panel on the driver's side. And she looked at her husband, and they both said to one another, something isn't right. That was probably the most maybe, I don't want to say bombshell, but that's the biggest revelation so far from the testimony, I guess is the best way to describe it. I don't know. Here we go.
I really didn't notice them. I was with the firefighters. I heard the sirens and everything coming. I did see one deputy's vehicle.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Good morning, Pointer Lover. I meant to say good morning to you, and I missed you, and I'm so sorry. So good morning. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
But you were familiar with some of the personnel of the fire department, is that right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Had you ever worked in the fire department?
I never did. No.
Okay.
They asked me to join, but I thought they'd be better served with spending their training money on a younger person. But several times I've, just been on scene just to assist in any way, carry a ladder, carry a hose, do whatever.
It's a volunteer?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
My wife was on the township board, and she was, it's a small town, and everybody kind of helps each other.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why the motto is we grow together, right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, you stated in direct that someone asked you to watch the van.
Yes.
Do you recall who?
The deputy asked the assistant chief, Doug Harrington, and Doug Harrington asked me to help in that.
So you saying the deputy
had asked Doug Harrington to make sure that no water got sprayed on there and nobody, touched the van. And he asked me to help him in that.
Okay. So in putting out the fire, they wanted to make sure that the van didn't get hit with the water, is that what they were talking about?
Right.
But you wasn't directed to move the van, though, right?
I don't think you could have, because it was that muddy. I don't know if you could have moved the van.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think you would have had to have it towed.
Okay. And So approximately how long did you remain on the scene?
Like I say, we didn't get home. It was pretty late. It was pretty late. I would say we were there 5 hours.
Okay. And you recall someone bringing Miss Stermer some clothes, right?
I know the girls, Linda wanted my wife's Aunt Gail to bring her some clothes and shoes, and she just wanted her there maybe for comfort or whatever.
Okay. Okay. And so, since 2007, you haven't had to speak of this case to anyone in law enforcement?
No. No one in law enforcement.
Okay. And on that date, did any of the law enforcements that arrived, did any of them take an interview statement from you?
No.
Okay. Just a second. Mr. Thompson, let me, you recall the fact that there was two dogs at the house?
I saw one dog.
You saw one dog?
Yes.
Were you part of rescuing the dogs?
Yes. While we were standing down there by the van, the basement window had been broken out, and the dog kept jumping through the window into the fire. I think the dog was just traumatized, and it kept jumping back and forth in and out of the window, and we were trying to catch it.
Did you have to go inside to get him?
No.
Okay.
No.
But you was able to ultimately rescue him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then we kept the dog for Linda and the children.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on the van in reference to any type of blood on the van?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see that at?
As I remember, it was down the front of the van, and then on the bumper, and then kind of, it seems like, to the best of my recollection, it was led underneath the van.
Underneath the van?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get down and look up underneath the van?
Well, I didn't get down on my knees or anything.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Was it just on the front, or?
That's all I saw was
Just on the front?
on the front. Yes.
Okay. But you don't know what caused the blood to be on the van?
I had no idea.
And you don't know what caused the fire?
No idea.
Okay. And my last question.
Even if he knew what had caused the fire, he wouldn't be allowed to testify to it. He's not part of the fire department. He's not a law enforcement, and he's just a lay witness. He wouldn't be allowed to render an opinion. And you know this, Mr. Defense Attorney Man.
When you said you first approached Linda Stermer, you stated that she was traumatized, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And she couldn't speak, or did she speak?
Well,
to you?
she could speak, but she wasn't making a lot of sense. You know, she was sobbing, and, you know, when I first asked her where the children were, I think her response was, I don't know. And that's what led me to, you know, I was going to go through the front door and see if I could do anything for the children. But then as I headed for the door, she told me, no, there's nobody in there. The children are somewhere.
While you were on the location, where was the great amount of flames and smoke that you identified while you were present there?
Well, you know, I was toward the back of the house with Doug Harrington, and so, you know, that's where I saw the most flames.
From the back of the house?
Right.
Okay.
But I don't know at that time what was going on with the front of the house. You know, I was, in the back.
Okay.
You good? Are you done? Okay. Ms. Seidel?
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to clarify, when you first got there, you saw the smoke on the top. There were no holes in the roof at that time?
No.
Fire hadn't broken through
Just
yet?
smoke, yeah.
Okay. And was Mr. Matheny, did I remember you saying he was there?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was him, but I recognized the truck, and it was off to the side. He was kind of off to the side.
Okay, so he was there when you and Steve Leach were there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you smell the fire?
Did I smell the fire?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I recall smelling anything.
Don't remember.
No.
Thank you, Nitka Ditka, for joining memberships. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. I think this is so interesting. Almost every single witness has been asked about smelling the fire, right? And all of them have testified that they don't remember smelling the fire. And I think that's so interesting, because I think that them not smelling the fire and also not smelling any like gasoline or any other substance on Todd, I think those two things sort of explain each other, right? If they're not smelling, they don't seem to be smelling anything. And I think that is because there was so much going on that they didn't even notice a smell, which is interesting to me. Hey, Shauna, good to see you. Good morning. All right, let's keep going.
And you arrived, were there law enforcement at the end of the driveway when you arrived?
I don't recall.
And you didn't put your name on a list or anything while you were on scene?
No, nobody asked me anything that night.
And you left then before you actually talked to the law enforcement?
Right.
I think that's also important testimony. And I think the reason it's important testimony is because one of the things that the defense is claiming is that, they were investigating this as a crime immediately. And if that were the case, then they would have gotten the names of the people that were on scene, especially the people that stayed for for a fairly lengthy time. We're talking about, this gentleman has testified that he thinks he was on the scene for about 5 hours. So if they were treating Linda as a suspect and this as a crime immediately, they would have taken her name. They would have gotten all of the names of all of the people who were on that scene. So I don't think they thought that this was anything other than an accident initially, as the testimony is shaping up now. That doesn't mean it won't change, but right now it seems to me like they treated it like it was an accident.
Yeah, when the fire department left, we left.
So you were actually kind of with the firemen and helping
Yes.
them out.
Yes,
So the dog was jumping in the basement window?
it was.
Was-
Probably 4 or 5 times.
So the dog get burnt?
No, the dog would jump through the window and then the flames would drive it back and jump out the window, and then we'd try to catch it and it would run around a circle and jump back in the window.
So there weren't any flames coming out the window?
No, but you could see flames inside.
And if I told you that the dispatch call came in around 3:30, would that surprise you?
No, it was,
It was late
it's
afternoon,
appropriate.
late
Seems about
afternoon,
right time,
you
in
know,
terms
early
of the
evening.
events of that day?
Yes,
Fits in with your cutting of the firewood.
right.
So I'm guessing, were you looking at a watch or a clock?
Not at all.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank
Every
you.
day is work from daylight to dark.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Jury, any questions of this witness? Anyone? I've got one hand going up.
Well, correct. And I did see in the chat earlier, although I cannot remember who wrote it, but there is some video or something from someone that says that allegedly, apparently, Todd had other properties. They were rental properties, and those were also one of them was also in a fire, or had a fire, I should say. And
Did you assist at all with covering Todd with any clothing?
No,
Okay, thank you.
no.
Any other questions? Any questions in light of the question asked and answered?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any questions of him? Any more? Nope. Thank you, sir. Can he be excused from subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused.
Any objection to that? To excusing him from his subpoena?
Yes.
Good? Okay, thank you. You're done.
okay, so if that was the case, right, then insurance companies, their best customers are the people who pay their premiums and never collect, right? They never use their insurance. So yeah, they're not really, all that excited about a payout, and that's why they conduct an investigation. But if this situation with the rental property or properties having had a fire or fires, whether, if it was multiple properties, then yeah, the insurance company would be giving a healthy side eye more than their just regular side eye, right? So I think that's probably where it was, just right here. Where was it? Chicken Shite said it. Chicken Shite said, yeah, I just heard that on a vid this morning. I don't know if it's true or not, of course. Well, it is something to think about. It is something that the defense is alleging. The defense is alleging that this really was an accident, okay? That the arson element of it is true, right? But that the arson was committed by Todd because they were in some sort of financial trouble. And this was done for purposes of collecting the insurance money. And the accident comes in that he set himself on fire. That's part of what the defense is saying. So if that is the case, I would imagine that they're going to have to, because they said that in the opening statement, even though the defense never actually has to put on a case, and the opening statements are not considered evidence, if they want that theory to be considered by the jury, if they're going to use that as a way to open up reasonable doubt, then they're going to have to put on some type of evidence of that. So I would imagine that we are going to find out at some point.
And you're excused from your obligation under subpoena, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Counsel, can you approach, please?
Why are we approaching? Are we taking a break? What's happening? What's going on here? I just feel like, you know, like I said, if the defense wants the jury to consider that it's an accident in that, you know, Todd accidentally caught himself on fire while trying to commit arson, they're going to have to put evidence of that on. They can't just say it in opening statements, because opening statements are, again, not evidence. So I'm kind of curious about this. And also, initially, when I saw that this case was going to be streamed, I noticed the thumbnail from Court TV, and it had the way that Linda looks today in the thumbnail. And I was, I incorrectly assumed that she was still awaiting, she was still being held in jail or in prison. And we know that she wasn't. And I have to say that I kind of question the hair choice. And here's why. Because if she colored her hair to hide the gray, right? I think that this is being done intentionally to have her appear older and, quite frankly, maybe demure. I think that this was done intentionally.
Break, and remember your admonition.
Yeah, they're going to take a break.
Any media reports?
Yeah. We're going to skip forward. All right. Because, you know, I think that was done intentionally. And that's, you know, that's all part of it. The jury is hearing evidence. They're seeing witnesses, and it's all part and parcel of creating a narrative on the part of the defense. Just like, you know, the state, they create their narrative. They have all of the burden of proof. So they have to go about it in a much different way. But I mean, it is, you know, exactly. Nitka says, yes, the hair. I was thinking that yesterday. She could do something with it, but that makes her look better. So the picture in my thumbnail is a picture from when she was actually in prison, when she had, you know, bangs and her hair was much longer. And of course it was, you know, silver white, because obviously maybe they do, and I just don't know. Some prisons do offer a salon-ish kind of thing, but I think it depends on the prison, and also I think it depends on your crime, whether you have access to it or not. I would imagine that, you know, if there is Miss Clairol provided in prison, that it's probably kind of expensive, and maybe, you know, you don't want to spend that money on it. But yeah. And Nitka says, has she been in jail so long she has never heard of frizzies? You know, I learned this from a hairdresser. I used to be a huge fan of frizzies, especially the serum. But I learned from a hairstylist that when you're buying product for your hair to control frizz, you want to turn it around and look at the back. And you know how ingredients are listed in order by the amount. So they have the highest used ingredient, right? Or the highest content of that ingredient is listed first, and then it goes down, right? Well, if you look at the back of a bottle of the frizzies, alcohol is like one of the first three ingredients. Alcohol is very drying. And typically your trying to control frizz because you have some level of curl to your hair. And curly hair is typically a little bit drier. So why would you want to add something that dries your hair even more when it's already dry? So there you go. I learned that. And I switched. I really like, it's called So You Want It All, but it's all one word. So it sort of looks like it says So You Want It All, but it's So You Want It All. Let me tell you where that's from. Hold on, just while we're chilling during the break. Hold on a second. Let me Google it right quick. It's from the Sexy Hair Care product line. I love it because, I do have curl to my hair, quite a bit actually. So if you use it, you can use it when you want to straighten your hair, and you can use it if you want to curl your hair. It's fantastic. It's my favorite stuff ever. So just, let me see. And let me see this. I'm curious because it's on Amazon now. Wow. Huh. Whew. Anyway, I'm already tired, you guys. Ugh. I last night I was when I was going to tell you guys, and then the trial started, so I didn't want to just like yammer on or whatever. But so after I got off the live last night, I ate dinner and whatnot, and I hung out with Livy Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire. And then it was time for her bath and, all that, and getting her ready for bed and everything. So about 8:00, after I'd given her bath, I looked in the bathtub, and, when you bathe, when you use a bath, when you give a child or anybody takes a bath, that you have to clean the tub. So I was like, oh, I got to clean this tub. So I started doing that. And then I was so tired last night, which is very, very typical of me, that I actually get so tired that then I have like too much energy. I don't know. I get like too Tina. And so then I decided, okay, let me do some chores. So I scrubbed the tub. I changed out the duvet cover on the bed. I cleaned the litter box. What else did I do? I just went around like straightening up and picking up for a while. And then I sat down at about, I don't know, 9 or 10 maybe. And I just could not go to sleep last night. I couldn't get comfortable. I was just on the struggle bus. And I definitely want to put like together a video, for, just during the lunchtime, when they're not the court's at recess, but they're on recess for like a long time, like it's an hour for lunch. And sometimes it's a little longer than an hour. And so, I definitely need like a human moment, right? To take care of human moments. And then I need to eat, like I can't do what I used to do. Sometimes I would, not eat all day, like at all. And I just didn't have an appetite, but that's not healthy. So I need to just, a little tiny something, so I'm going to work on that this weekend. And I'm also going to work on Todd Mullis's video, just recapping all of the everythings. And then I've got Allie and Alex Erickson, we need to go finish up the Stefan Stern calls. They're so, God, I will say this. Last night, Little Red came in and gave us some news, and it has been confirmed. The judge has ruled that cameras will be allowed during the preliminary hearings and during both trials for Stephen Stearns. So, and oh my goodness. Hey, call me Sadie. Hold on just a sec. Let me pause this right quick. Good morning, call me Sadie, Jennifer. It's good to see you, babe. Oh, what's wrong with the kitty cat? I'm sorry. I hope they get better. I hope they get better. I'm glad you're here, though. Yeah. Hey, Danny. Danny says, definitely understand the night eating all day struggle, something I've been working on. ADHD meds make it hard to do, though. Yeah, see, I am running around unmedicated for ADD. And I just, when I'm busy and I'm, I feel like I have a lot that I need to do. That's like the first thing that goes. Some people, and I'm not judging, because I think the way that people handle their feelings is the way that people handle their feelings. Some people stress eat. I stress starve. So I'm like my mom that way. But anyway, let's keep going. Enough about me.
We are back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any matters to address?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bring in the jury.
Also, and this is just another side note while they bring in the jury, I always like it when the female judges wear the string of pearls with their black robes. I don't know what it is about that look that I just think is so, I just like it. I think it's super classy. And so I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate the judge. I think she's quite fair. I think she seems to run her courtroom really efficiently. And I also think that she's, just, but at the same time, she's kind of chill, and I like that. I wonder how much spice we're going to get from the other attorney today. We haven't heard from him. Mr. Kelly has been doing all of the questioning today, or the cross-examination today. So I guess we'll see. Who? Could you call the witnesses on a mic, please? Thanks.
About to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Once you're settled and comfortable, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last. The microphone you can move close to your mouth so the jury can hear you. You are your name and last name, or spell your last name, please.
First is Verge, and last name Franks, Franks.
Thank you, Miss Ivy.
Hey, Emily, good to see you, babe.
What was your current occupation? Or, sorry, what is your current occupation?
Right now, I am retired.
And what did you do prior?
I worked for the Sheriff's Office in Van Buren County.
For how many years?
34 and a half.
And were you acting in your capacity as a sheriff deputy on January 7th of 2007?
I was.
And were you involved in the investigation of the Stermer home?
I was, yes.
Can you tell us what, when you first heard of this, or what, how you became aware of this, what was happening?
At the time, I was shift supervisor, rank of sergeant with the patrol division. One of my deputies, Deputy Evans, notified me and mentioned that he had a fatality and a structure fire, and asked that I come down to the scene, so I did.
And so you went down immediately then after receiving that call?
I did, yes.
And you arrived then at the Stermer home?
Yes, I did.
And did you drive down the driveway, or did you park in the street, or something else?
I parked along the main street. I did not pull into the driveway.
And then was that County Road 215?
Yes,
And did you walk down the driveway?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that driveway for the jury?
Non-paved driveway. My best guess, and only a guess, is around 150 to 200 yards. The actual surface at the time was muddy and wet. It was that time of year, in that particular year, where there was rain and snow that day.
And was the rain and snow occurring when you had arrived?
I remember a wet driveway and fire apparatus coming and going. I think water shuttling possibly, and didn't want to get in the way of the fire trucks. Is basically why I parked where I did.
So the fire trucks were going up and down the driveway?
Yes,
And do you recall how many trucks?
I do not.
Any issues with the fire trucks getting up and down the driveway?
I do not remember any issues.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Emergency personnel on scene, an ambulance, fire apparatus, firefighters in the fire turnout gear, and law enforcement.
And do you recall what you noticed or observed about the fire itself? What stage it was in or where it was at?
I don't remember it being still a working fire. I don't remember seeing flames. There was smoke. Whether that was smoke or steam due to suppression efforts, or if it was still actively burning, I do not know.
So the fire department was actively fighting the fire when you arrived?
Yes.
And so what was your role on scene?
I was shift supervisor at the time in the patrol division. Made contact with Deputy Evans, and after being briefed by him, made a decision, and that was to request our criminal investigation division to come out.
And would that have been Detective Maziowski and Detective Rout?
Yes.
And did you assist in any way with collection of Linda Stermer's clothing?
I did, yes.
And how did that come about?
The recollection that I have isn't crystal clear, but I was involved in retrieving clothing that Linda Stermer was wearing when I got to the scene.
And so it was handed to you and you collected it?
Yes, but I do not remember who handed it to me.
Do you remember where it was handed to you from?
My recollection is that Linda Stermer was inside an ambulance, and that the clothes were handed to me near the ambulance or from the ambulance.
I'm going to show you what can be marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3. Your Honor, may I approach? Do you recognize this package? These documents coming out.
I do.
And how do you know what that? How do you recognize it?
The labeling here, and also some of it's coming back to me now. After seeing this, there is a sweater, a pair of pants, and socks, and these were what Linda Stermer was wearing when I got to the scene.
And these are the items of clothing you collected?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I move for admission for People's Exhibit number 3 into evidence. Number 3. Thank you, Your Honor. And so you collected these items from personnel then on scene, and can you tell the court then what you did with those items?
Deputy Evans, who I referenced before, he was our evidence technician at the time, and I handed these articles of clothing to Deputy Evans. He was our professional evidence handler, and any packaging would have been done by Deputy Evans for chain of custody purposes.
And you didn't have any involvement then with that evidence after you collected it and handed it off to Tony Evans?
I did not.
Anything else that you collected on scene?
No.
Any other roles that you were involved in on scene other than just being in charge and pretty much being aware of what was happening?
General logistics, that type of thing, dealing with our victim services unit and other officers that came and went. Also, when the medical examiner's office arrived, I assisted with helping to roll the body so she could see all parts, all sides of the victim's body.
And so you actually physically assisted in rolling them over?
I did.
And could you describe the injuries that you saw?
All right, let me rewind this a little bit because apparently, I don't know, for whatever reason, it kicked me off stream. So let's start here.
Is that County Road 215?
Yes.
And did you walk down the driveway?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that driveway for the jury?
Non-paved driveway. My best guess, and only a guess, is around 150 to 200 yards. The actual surface at the time was muddy and wet. It was that time of year, that particular year, where there was rain and snow that day.
And was the rain and snow occurring when you had arrived?
I remember a wet driveway and fire apparatus coming and going. I think water shuttling possibly, and didn't want to get in the way of the fire trucks. It's basically why I parked where I did.
So the fire trucks were going up and down the driveway?
Yes.
And do you recall how many trucks?
I do not.
Any issues with the fire trucks getting up and down the driveway?
I don't remember any issues.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Emergency personnel on scene, an ambulance, fire apparatus, firefighters in their fire turnout gear, and law enforcement.
And do you recall what you noticed or observed about the fire itself? What stage it was in or where it was at?
I don't remember it being still a working fire. I don't remember seeing flames. There was smoke. Whether that was smoke or steam due to suppression efforts, or if it was still actively burning, I do not know.
So the fire department was actively fighting the fire when you arrived?
Yes.
And so what was your role on scene?
I was shift supervisor at the time in the patrol division. Made contact with Deputy Evans, and after being briefed by him, made a decision, and that was to request our criminal investigation division to come out.
And would that have been Detective Maziowski and Detective Rout?
Yes.
And did you assist in any way with collection of Linda Stermer's clothing?
I did, yes.
And how did that come about?
The recollection that I have isn't crystal clear, but I was involved in retrieving clothing that Linda Stermer was wearing when I got to the scene.
And so it was handed to you and you collected it?
Yes, but I do not remember who handed it to me.
Do you remember where it was handed to you from?
My recollection is that Linda Stermer was inside an ambulance and that the clothes were handed to me near the ambulance or from the ambulance.
I'm going to show you what can be marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3. Your Honor, may I approach? Do you recognize this package? Please go, please tell me how.
I do.
And how do you know what that? How do you recognize it?
The labeling here, and also some of it's coming back to me now. After seeing this, there is a sweater, a pair of pants, and socks. And these were what Linda Stermer was wearing when I got to the scene.
And these are the items of clothing you collected?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I move for admission for People's Exhibit Number 3 into evidence. Number 3. Thank you, Your Honor. And so you collected these items from personnel then on scene, and can you tell the court then what you did with those items?
Deputy Evans, who I referenced before, he was our evidence technician at the time, and I handed these articles of clothing to Deputy Evans. He was our professional evidence handler, and any packaging would have been done by Deputy Evans for chain of custody purposes.
And you didn't have any involvement then with that evidence after you collected it and handed it off to Tony Evans?
I did not.
Anything else that you collected on scene?
No.
Any other roles that you were involved in on scene other than just being in charge and pretty much being aware of what was happening?
General logistics, that type of thing, dealing with our victim services unit and other officers that came and went. Also, when the medical examiner's office arrived, I had a role in assisting her there at the scene.
What was your role there with her, with assisting her?
As I recall, her name was Amy Darling, and as I recall, there came a point in time when it was necessary for her and her duties just to examine the body of our deceased victim, and I assisted with helping to roll the body so she could see all parts, all sides of the victim's body.
And so you actually physically assisted in rolling them over?
I did.
And could you describe the injuries that you saw?
I saw what I think are extensive burns, hair from the head. If there was anything to begin with, it was burned away. Some loosening skin, like really loose, around the arms, hands, if I recall that. And I recall just some type of pants that the victim had on, and that's all that I recall. The torso was exposed, and it looked like some types of injuries along the back, and then the head, there was blood from the head.
So you saw blood from the head?
Yes.
And did you see any of the injuries on the head?
I didn't look at those. That's what the medical examiner's office was doing. I was just helping.
So this was just your basic observation?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish and to pass around the item number 3. And I have no further questions.
Mr. Kelly or Mr. Newell? Any questions?
Yes. So, Deputy Franks, how long have you served on the Van Buren Sheriff's Department?
34 and a half years.
34?
Yes, hired in 89, retired in 2021.
Retired in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that when you arrived at the Stermer property on January the 7th of 2007, who all was present when you arrived?
I recall Deputy Evans with the Van Buren Sheriff's Office. I recall Deputy Gary Druss with the Van Buren Sheriff's Office. I do not recall any other law enforcement when I first arrived.
So it was Deputy Evans and Deputy Russ?
Gruss, it's G-U-R-S-S, Deputy Gary Gruss.
Okay. And were there first responders there? The ambulance was the ambulance there when you arrived?
I do recall an ambulance there. I do recall fire apparatus and firefighters in their coats and helmets, but I don't know who they were.
Okay. And your position at that time was what rank did you have at the?
I was patrol sergeant. I was just a shift supervisor in the Uniformed Services Division.
Okay. So the call comes in and you just show up because it's in the area, right?
Yes, Deputy Evans specifically reached out to me as his first supervisor to respond to the scene.
Okay.
He was following chain of command.
Okay. Okay. And did you see the state of the fire when you arrived?
The best I can recall is that there was smoke, but I don't recall seeing flames when I arrived.
Okay.
But it was an active scene, and what I mean by an active fire scene is there were fire apparatus were there. You could see that the firefighters were doing different tasks. I didn't focus on that. I was basically being briefed by Deputy Evans, but I could see all this going in the peripheral.
Okay. And did you? So where did you and Deputy Evans station at when you arrived at the scene? Were y'all in the front of the house, or were you in the side of the house, or the back of the house?
I came in from County Road 215, which is east of the residence. So when I spoke with Deputy Evans, it would have been in the yard or the lawn area. Best recollection would be to the east, basically the east, maybe slightly northeast of the residence. So between the residence and County Road 215.
Okay. What was the weather conditions like, as you recall?
I recall the driveway being wet, muddy. I know at some point there was rain, and then later on into the evening, I know there was some snow. But I don't remember when I first got there what was going on with the atmosphere.
Do you recall where the ambulance was positioned when you arrived?
It was in the lawn, east of the residence.
Okay.
It could have been on a driveway. I don't recall the actual structure of the driveway, but it was in the driveway or lawn, that curtilage area around the house.
Okay. And you went to the ambulance, is that correct?
Sometime during the afternoon or evening I did. I don't recall when exactly that was. I was there for some time, probably a period of hours at the scene. I don't remember at what time I went to the ambulance itself.
Did you write it in a
Recall
report?
how long you were there?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall, based on your position, did you reduce your activities to a written report?
I did not. As a patrol sergeant, it's common for me just to have a subordinate deputy, so to speak, just include what I did in their report.
Okay. Okay. Do you have to review that report?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know, would that report have been prepared by Deputy Evans?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And how were you the assigned individual to collect the clothing of Miss Stermer?
That I do not recall. If that was something I was asked to do by the detectives, I don't remember if it was done pursuant to any of the actions they were taking.
Okay. I feel that at this time it is important and it would behoove us all for this little reminder. Remember, this took place back in 2007. Okay. It's now 2025. This was forever ago. So we got to give the witnesses a little grace here because it was so long ago. I would be more, what if it was more recently, right? But the fact that they can't remember because it was so long ago, I don't know. I'm not a big fan about the way that this department handles who writes reports, but that's neither here nor there. They don't ask me these things. Let's keep going.
Do you know who the detective was?
We had a detective, a sergeant named Thomas Maziowski, and a detective named Gabrielle Rott that were both on scene.
Okay, so I think there's a little miscommunication here, Nick Kadicka. Nick says, if you didn't make a report when it happened and then all of a sudden you're asked to make one later, that's BS. Sorry. So that's not what happened here, babe. What happened is there are reports that were written from that day in 2007. He is not the person who wrote the report. He said that usually what happens is a subordinate will write the report. He will and include what he was doing in that report, and then he will sign off on it. And I think the reason that is done is because remember when we were listening to Todd Mullis's PCR hearing, when there is a report that includes, it's a single report, but it includes multiple people are the authors of that report, it's considered hearsay within hearsay. So that might be the why they don't do that. So it's written by one officer. One officer authors the report, and he reads and reviews that report for his part of what that officer said he did for accuracy, and then signs it. Does that make sense? Did I explain that in a way that makes sense? I hope so. Here we go.
Okay.
So it could have been either of those two that asked for that to have happened.
Okay. And can you tell us how the exchange of the clothes occurred? Were you given a bag or just the loose clothes and asked to preserve those items?
That I do not recall. I do not recall if the clothing was handed to me directly from Linda Stermer, or if there was other staff, such as our victim services ladies that were there. My recollection is the clothing was that Linda Stermer changed her clothing inside the privacy of an ambulance. How I got to take first possession of those 3 articles of clothing, I don't remember. If Linda Stermer came out dressed in other clothing and gave them to me, or if someone else that was inside the ambulance with her would have given them to me.
So this is a good point. Hold on a second. Call me Sadie. Jennifer says, well, I wouldn't sign off on a report unless I actually read it thoroughly. So we don't know whether he actually read it thoroughly or not at this point, because see, the thing is, it's not his report. He didn't author it. And so I'm not exactly sure how, because I know that Evans testified yesterday. So I'm not exactly I mean, I think that Evans's report was admitted into evidence. And so I would imagine that now that it's been admitted into evidence, they might be able to say to this gentleman, hey, would reviewing Officer Evans' report refresh your recollection? And then he could look at that. But they didn't. So yeah, I don't know. All right, here we go.
Do you recall what the state of the clothing were when you received them?
I do not.
Don't recall whether or not they were wet?
I do not.
And if I remember correctly, Officer Evans also testified about these. Hold on a minute.
What is your...
Excuse me, sir. Also testified about the state of the clothes and that they were wet and that when they were collected, they were actually hung to dry first. You know, they were collected, and then when they were taken to the cop shop, they were hung to dry because they were wet.
Procedure for preserving the items that you have received. I assume that at that time you considered these items to be of some evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And that there would have been a chain of custody in reference to maintaining the items, right?
In this situation, at this particular scene, the exchange from my possession of the 3 articles of clothing to Deputy Evans would have been nearly immediate, as he was on the same scene with me. So I wouldn't have taken the clothing away and given them to him, say at the station or a different location. It would have been fairly fluid.
But they were already bagged when they were given to you?
That I do not recall.
Okay.
I did not package or bag the clothing. I don't remember doing that.
And do you recall whether or not you took any pictures of the items?
I know I did not.
Okay. And they were placed in your patrol car, or were you driving your personal car?
I don't have a recollection of that. I can speculate, but I don't have a recollection.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. But at some point in time, you transferred the items to the Sheriff's Department, is that right?
I would have given the items, the 3 articles of clothing, to Deputy Evans himself.
Okay. But Deputy Evans was at the scene, right?
Yes.
So when you received the items, they were placed in your patrol car or your vehicle, right?
He's actually placing words into the witness's mouth. I'd ask that he just ask questions.
She's right. She's right. Here's the thing, and that's not what he testified to. And that's also not what Deputy Evans testified to. This isn't my case. I'm not getting paid for this, counselor. Try to keep up, okay? He took the clothes, gave them to Deputy Evans. It is Deputy Evans who took possession of the clothes and took them back to, I don't even remember where, I guess to their evidence room or to their crime lab.
I don't think there's been testimony that's placed in the patrol car, so he's actually testifying and placing those words out there even before the witness has said them.
Your Honor, I was going to clarify, I just was saying vehicle.
It's also asked and answered.
It's getting, I agree with that.
But
Have you moved
thank
on?
you, Judge. I'll move on. You placed the items in a vehicle and transported them to the sheriff's office.
I do not recollect that.
He didn't.
And I'm leery.
I need you to stop right there because you know damn right well what Officer Evans testified to yesterday. Officer Evans put them in his vehicle and drove them. Stop playing with this witness, sir.
Of speculating or trying to give you what I believe I would have done.
My point is, I'm just trying to find out when did they get to Deputy Evans?
Could I answer what is likely?
But not what you really know.
Yes.
So you really don't know when they got to Deputy Evans?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky P. He doesn't, okay. And look, it's been 18 years from the time of the incident, okay? And at the end of the day, Deputy Evans testified yesterday that this gentleman, this officer, handed him the clothes. He put them in his vehicle and he drove them. Were you not paying attention yesterday afternoon, sir? Are you trying to confuse the witness and the jury? I don't appreciate that. This is dirty pool.
Was there any other involvement that you had, Deputy, while you were there on the scene the day of the fire?
Not to what I've already testified to. Nothing additional.
Nothing additional?
No, sir.
Okay. No interviews with any persons or anybody that was there on the scene?
None.
Okay.
So tell me again, defense
But you were there.
attorney, please explain, please tell me and the jury again how the law enforcement treated Linda as a suspect immediately.
There for approximately 3 hours?
I don't recall. I know it was a period of hours.
Okay.
Also, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it, babe. Thank you.
But during that time, were you just standing around?
There are different responsibilities, different scenes are dynamic sometimes. I don't recall exactly every minute what I did do there. I could give examples. I mean, at one point, I was using the telephone, you know, to have dispatch send our detective division out. Our victim services unit was there, which are volunteer civilians that we utilize in types of tragedies and that type of thing. I would have dealt with them. Other than that, I would have just been there, keep maintaining a presence, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Follow-up, Ms. Siderby?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have questions of this witness? No? Okay. May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel? Excused from subpoena?
I'd have to get people. Oh, should he?
Oh, I'm sorry, we've got a question.
Oh, we've got a question. Something tells me that the person who's raising their hand to ask the question might be our little spirit animal. I think probably asking the important questions, you know. Come on, counsel. Eye on the ball. Let's go, defense. We're waiting on you. Stop chit-chatting over there and get up to the bench. See about this question. We have no time for dilly-dallying today. It's Friday. The weekend's here. You need to keep it. There's the phrase I want to say, but it's not the right phrase to say. You need to keep everything running smoothly and efficiently. So let's go.
Questions from the jury, no objection from counsel. Did you notice a van on the premises?
I did, yes.
As an investigator, were you informed about the blood on the van?
I was, yes.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
Oh God, here comes
No,
the.
Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew it. Here he comes. Come on, Mr. Kelly, ask your question. Let's go.
Deputy Franks, who was it that informed you about the van?
That I do not remember. However, at the scene, during the course of the investigation and throughout the few hours that I was at the scene, I had occasion to brief with or be briefed by our detective division. Once the detective division got there, as far as hierarchy, chain of command, they would have been in charge. And I do not remember exactly which person told me that, but it was during one of our huddles or one of our briefings there at the scene that I was informed of that.
Okay. That was it? That was it?
That was it, yes.
So you didn't ever go and actually do a physical inspection of the van yourself?
Wait a minute.
Why I did not was
Listen, stop trying to make this cop look like a Barney Fife, okay? Stop it right now. You know what you're doing. Don't be playing these games. He just finished explaining to you the chain of command. When the detectives arrive, it then becomes their scene. It's their job. They're the ones that then direct crime scene investigation, all that things. You know how that goes. Stop it. Woo, chicken shite. We're going grocery shopping. I love grocery shopping. Not really. I mean, I like it, but I don't at the same time.
because I was a sergeant, basically a road sergeant, a patrol sergeant. Our criminal investigators, our detectives, that's their purview.
Thank you. Isn't that what I just said?
So I did not usurp their responsibility.
That's right. We don't have no room for no usurpers.
Ms. Zeiderman?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions of him? No? And you both agreed to excuse him from subpoena, correct?
Yes, please be excused.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you.
Ms. Zeiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Dr. Michael Marky.
Oh. Exactly, Nick Kadicka. This whole situation, because of the circumstances, is going to be investigated. Okay? It's not like they were out here picking on your client. What's all this lollygagging around? People going in and out. What's happening here?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No, I intend to lie
Thank you.
my whole
Please have a
face
seat.
off. Lord.
When you get settled in, if you could give us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Michael Allen Marky, M-A-R-K-E-Y.
Thank you.
Dr. Marky, what is your current occupation?
I'm a physician, more specifically, I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what does a forensic pathologist do?
Forensic pathologist is a physician that has specialized in the field of pathology, which is essentially a branch of medicine that utilizes examining body tissues, either the whole body tissue or tissues removed at biopsy or in surgery to make diagnoses.
All right, this is going to be the one and only warning, the live warning, a voice warning, a vocal warning, an oral warning, however you want to say it. We are about to hear testimony from the forensic pathologist, which means, you know, it could be gritty. It could be unsettling. So please use caution, use your own discretion. You're all adults. Let's continue. All right, here we go.
Forensic pathology is a further subspecialty of pathology in which the pathologist has additional training in performing autopsies, especially forensic autopsies, those that fall under a medical legal death investigation purview to determine generally cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been practicing as a forensic pathologist since 2002, so 23 years.
And how many autopsies have you performed?
Several thousand.
And as part of preparation for today, did you give me a current curriculum vitae?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Can you just look through his and see if you recognize that?
Just while he's looking at his CV, I would like to remind everybody that you see how the attorney approached the witness. Laura Bella won't be doing that because she'll be tethered.
This was actually from back in
Just want to point that out.
2009, but it would have been accurate as of that time.
Accurate at that time. And so that is a copy of your curriculum vitae?
It is. It's not the most recent one. I do have a recent one with me if you would prefer to have it.
And I think we're fine even just using this one. And I believe at this time, both counsel have stipulated to its admission as People's Exhibit number 4.
Any objection?
No, we still put it on.
Or receive People's Exhibit 4.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to just publish. And on that curriculum vitae, it lists out all your professional experience up to 2009 and pretty much your education and your role.
Yes.
And you've remained in that role from 2009 until current, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of your, and Your Honor, at this time, I would also move to admit him as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection, defense? No, Your Honor. Okay, we'll receive his testimony as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. On January 8th, on 2010, did you perform an autopsy on Todd Stermer?
I think it was in January of 2007.
I'm sorry, you were correct, 2007. Thank you for that correction.
Yep.
Was that the first time that you had ever seen Todd Stermer?
Yes.
And can you describe how a body comes to, actually let me ask you this first, where are you currently working?
I work at the University of Michigan Health, Sparrow Lansing in Lansing, Michigan.
Oh, I want to address this really quickly. So Jennifer says, did anyone watch Nate's interview with Colby? It was well done. I have not had an opportunity to view that because I needed to take a shower and I want to watch it, not just listen to it. So I have not, but I will. In fact, I intend to watch it after I'm done today because I always am so interested in what Colby has to say. And I think that Nate interviewing him is perfect. So I will absolutely be watching that. Absolutely. All right, let's keep going.
Is that where you were working in 2007 when you did this autopsy?
Yes, it was called Sparrow Hospital then, but it's the same place.
So can you explain to the jury how the body arrives when it arrives to your facility?
Right, so both then and now. In this specific instance, I wasn't the medical examiner for Van Buren County. I was serving as a consultant forensic pathologist. So when the medical examiner in Van Buren County needed an autopsy performed to fulfill their duties, the body would be sent to Sparrow Hospital by a transport service, logged into the morgue, and then one of the forensic pathologists there would subsequently perform the autopsy. On this date, I was assigned to autopsies in the morgue, and I performed the autopsy.
So does the body arrive in a body bag?
Yes. So.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting because Chicken Shite says, LOL, she messed up because the case wasn't even open till 2010. This is where we're going to find out exactly when the case was open, right? Because if at the end of the autopsy performed in 2007, if the manner of death was listed as homicide, then technically the homicide, they would have investigated this as a homicide. What I suspect happened in this case is that this was a painstaking, if you will, investigation. I think it took, I think they were quite cautious and wanted to make sure that all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed before they charged her. That's what I think happened. I don't think that something happened in between 2007 and 2010. Some miraculous thing or something big happened that caused them all of a sudden to decide, oh, we're going to charge her, because they, this I think was classified immediately after the autopsy as a homicide. And if that were the case, then it would have been investigated. I just think this was an incredibly long investigation, kind of like the Wagners. Okay. The crime itself occurred in 2016, and the Wagners were not charged until 2018 because it took that long to investigate all of it.
Typically, the body is within a zippered body bag. Many times there's actually a seal on the body bag to indicate that it was sealed at the scene and that it's still sealed when I open it, and it will typically also be labeled, usually with an identification tag indicating the individual's name.
Is that how Todd Stermer arrived in this case at Sparrow?
Yes, I believe he was in a body bag, and the tag on the body bag and on the body itself actually indicated his name.
So when you begin your autopsy, do you have to break that initial seal?
Yes, I oftentimes don't. I have assistants that assist me with the autopsy. They often actually do the breaking of the seal, but it's not broken until the autopsy is scheduled to begin.
And what is the purpose of that seal?
The seal is just for preservation of what we would consider the chain of custody. It gives me confidence that no one has entered the body bag and altered the body in any fashion prior to my examination.
And do you recall how long this autopsy lasted?
Boy, it's been a long time ago, so I don't. A typical autopsy that's would usually take me a couple of hours. So my guess would be at least a couple of hours. It may have been a little bit longer, given the type of case that this was.
And you said that this took place at Sparrow at that time?
It did, yes.
Was law enforcement present for the autopsy?
Yes, according to my report, which I've reviewed and have brought a copy of, there was I believe a detective with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department that was in attendance at the autopsy.
Did you release items to law enforcement at the conclusion of that autopsy?
Yes.
And do you recall what items?
There were some items of clothing that were released. I believe fingerprints that we took at the autopsy of the decedent's fingers. I believe a DNA card prepared from blood that we collected at autopsy. And typically we would have released a copy of the photographs of the autopsy that we took at the time.
Do you recall, or do you have it in your report, of if the body had any clothing on it when you first observed it?
Yes. The only clothing that was being worn on the body were 2 socks, one on each foot. There was additional clothing that was with the body. I believe there was a pair of underpants. They weren't on the body, but they were in the body bag with the body. And then there was some sort of long sleeve shirt that wasn't being worn, but that was sort of draped over the front of the body, covering sort of the torso and genitalia area.
Do you recall any sweatpants?
No.
And those items of clothing are then what you were talking about when you said clothing was released to law enforcement?
Yes, the clothing that was present when the body was received in the morgue.
Before starting an autopsy, is there a particular procedure that you follow?
Yes, so I have some idea as to the circumstances. Any history that's provided, I try to review ahead of the autopsy. Any investigative reports, either from the medical examiner's office or from investigating law enforcement, if there's any medical records that are present, anything that may give me an idea of, what the person's health history is and what the circumstances around their death were. Were they in a car crash? Were they apparently shot at? It somewhat alters a little bit the procedures that we perform during the specific autopsy.
So you were aware of some of the basic facts of this when you started your examination?
Yes.
Do you recall what basic facts you knew at that time?
Yeah, very basic. I knew that he had been in a house fire and had been found outside, and that he may have been struck by a vehicle after the fire.
Can you explain to the jury what your initial observations of the body were?
Yes, so the first observations of the body are, as it's received to me. So he had the clothing on and with him. There was some evidence that they had attempted to resuscitate him. I think he had a small catheter in his neck from, EMS attempting to establish an airway. I think he had some defibrillator pads and maybe an EKG pad on him. I think there might have been an IV in place. I'd have to look at my report specifically. But there was evidence that he had a resuscitation attempt. He also had obvious diffuse burns over the majority of his body.
And when you say the majority of his body, can you give me an idea of percentage?
Yeah, it was probably over 90%. The only place that the skin was still relatively intact and somewhat normal were on his feet, where they would have been protected by the socks that he was wearing, and I think a little bit more on one of the legs, like maybe up to around the knee, but it wasn't all intact. It was just partially intact there. I think for the most part, the skin was generally burned and the surface skin absent over the rest of the body.
Did you observe any sort of lacerations?
Yes, he did have some what we would call blunt force injuries, so injuries caused by impact with a non-sharp object or a blunt object. He had lacerations of his head. There were 4 specific lacerations. One was on the top of his head, one was on the back of his head, and there was one on each side of his head, generally above the level of the ears. There were also larger lacerations or skin tears. That's basically what a laceration is, a skin tear or skin split. One was on the inside of his left upper arm. One was on kind of the right upper back of the shoulder area. And then there was a smaller, more superficial one sort of on the lateral or left side of his chest and back.
What was the largest of the lacerations on the head?
There were 2 lacerations that were around 2 inches, maybe a little over 2 inches long. Those were the ones that were on the top of the head and the back of the head.
Once you complete then your first examination of the body, then what's your next step?
So essentially, the next step is removing the medical devices, removing the clothing, removing anything that may obscure the body examination. If the body has any blood or dirt or anything else on it that may be obscuring my ability to see what's on the surface of the body, that's removed. So generally, medical devices are removed, clothing is removed, the body's cleaned up, and then basically the same sort of examination is done on the external surfaces of the body, now with just those materials removed. In this case, there wasn't much to remove, so there wasn't much additional to see on the external surfaces of the body.
And then what would be the next step after you've done that initial?
Right, so the next general step is the performance of an internal examination. So after we've looked at the outside of the body, now we make incisions, just like surgeons do in the body, to expose the body cavities and the organs in the body. So incisions are made on the chest and abdomen to examine the internal structures of the torso. A reflection or an incision is made in the scalp to expose the skull. Portion of the skull is removed to examine the brain, and then the neck structures are exposed and examined.
So as part of your internal examination, do you document then your findings?
Yes. So I would document the general appearance of the organs, any evidence of natural disease involving those organs or tissues, and any injuries that I can appreciate.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 5. Can you tell me, after looking through those pages, if you recognize this?
Yes, this looks like a copy of the autopsy report that I authored following the conclusion of the autopsy. And there are actually 2 page 8s in here, but there's a total of nine pages. And attached to that is the toxicology report.
And is that toxicology report part of your medical documentation with the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for people's admission of People's Exhibit number 5 at this time.
Your Honor, if I can just see that, I just want to clarify something with counsel. good.
Yes, Your Honor. This is People's Exhibit number 5.
Thank you. We'll admit People's 5.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and put that permission to publish. I'm going to put it up on the screen so that we can discuss your findings. So what I'm showing is this, what you have is page 1.
Yes.
And can you go through what we're looking at here on page 1?
Yes, so at the top are just the demographic information, the patient's name, the case number that was assigned to it, date of birth, his gender, when the autopsy occurred, who was present, etc. And I already see that, unfortunately, I made a typographical error on the date of his death. It should be 2007 and not 2006. I must admit I'm pretty slow at my year changes when the year changes from one to the next. And then after that is an outline that lists the diagnostic findings of the examination. So it's essentially this page, and what spills onto the next page is a summary of the diagnoses that are described in more detail in the rest of the body of the report.
So it looks like on paragraph number 1 with the thermal injuries, we've already then discussed that. Is that correct?
Yes, I diagnosed thermal injuries, what are more traditionally known as burns, over most of the body. In addition, he had evidence that he had inhaled what we call products of combustion, which are the materials that are produced when something burns. So essentially the smoke or the soot, the gases.
And is that a significant finding in terms to maybe timing of death?
The inhalation of products of combustion are, at least in my field, when we're examining a burned body, one of the questions is whether the person was alive or not during the fire. And finding evidence that they inhaled the smoke and soot, the products of combustion, indicates that they were alive and breathing at the time that the fire was occurring. So the fact that there was evidence that he inhaled such products were indicative of him being alive at the time of the fire, and also may indicate that he may have had some inhalational injuries as well, or injuries related to inhaling the smoke and soot.
And if we move then to the section number 2 on the blunt force injuries, I believe you've talked a little bit about that, but can you go into a little more detail? It appears that there's a little bit more explanation and some additional findings.
Right, sure. So under Roman numeral number 2, capital A, are the lacerations or the skin tears that were on his scalp. Beneath 2 of those lacerations, the 2 that were on either side of the head, there were very small, about 1/4 to 1/2 inch length indentations. Some might call them depressed fractures of the skull. They were very superficial, and they just involved the exterior surface of the skull. So underneath 2 of those lacerations, the skull was, for lack of a better word, had small dents related to the impacts. But there were no internal injuries in the brain otherwise. The brain itself looked normal. There was no bleeding in the brain or around the brain to suggest a brain injury. Capital B lists superficial linear abrasions. So abrasions are essentially scrapes or scratches. So it's a blunt force injury generally caused by friction. So classic examples, if you fall onto like the sidewalk and scrape your knee, that's an abrasion. He had lots of linear, which means line-like abrasions scattered around on various surfaces of the body. There were the lacerations of the right shoulder or upper back, the left upper arm, and the lateral left back and chest, which I noted earlier. And then there were a couple of other internal injuries that I only saw when I examined the internal aspects of the body. There were fractures of 2 ribs on the left side, left rib number 3 and 4. They were fractured in what I describe as the anterolateral position. Antero means front, posterior means back. So they were on the front side of the back, but closer to the outside of the chest than the midline of the chest. Those types of fractures can be seen with chest compressions during CPR. It's where the ribs kind of bend when you're pressing on the chest. There was one right rib that was fractured, right rib number 3, and it was fractured posteriorly or on its back aspect. And then the only other internal injury that I appreciated was focal hemorrhage or bleeding in the tip of the tongue.
So I just want to ask a few questions about some of those. You had mentioned that the shallow depressions, those were shallow depressions in the actual skull bone?
Yes, in the bone itself.
And you said that some of the rib fractures may have been caused then by, or what you typically see in chest compressions. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, obviously I can't tell exactly what caused those rib fractures. There are multiple ways that ribs can be fractured, but in my line of work, we see many people that have had chest compressions before they die, and it's not uncommon to see fractures in those locations during those situations.
Were there any rib fractures that he sustained that would not have been something you commonly see with CPR?
Yeah, the right rib fracture, the fracture that was in the back, would be uncommon to be seen during CPR. Generally, you don't fracture ribs in the back when doing that.
And I believe we've covered all of those on the injuries. And I want to just clarify the blunt force trauma. Again, how is blunt force trauma? How does that happen to a patient?
So a blunt force injury is one in which something that's essentially blunt or not sharp impacts the body, or the body impacts such a surface. So being struck with something like a board or something that's not got a sharp edge will cause a blunt force injury. And classic blunt force injuries are either abrasions, scrapes, contusions, which are bruises, or lacerations, which are skin splits or skin tears.
Bye, Meat. Have a good day, babe.
Conversely, if part of the body strikes another object that's blunt, you can see the same thing. So if you fall to the ground and hit your head on the floor, you may end up with a bruise or a laceration. So it's either something blunt striking the body, or the body striking something with a blunt edge or a blunt surface as opposed to a sharp surface.
And you said there were no injuries to the brain or brain bleeding associated with the skull depressions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible to knock someone unconscious with a blunt object and not have bleeding or brain injury?
Yes, I mean, that's essentially what a concussion is, where you have an alteration in consciousness due to an injury that typically isn't necessarily caused by some obvious visible injury to the brain.
I want to, and I apologize, I forgot to ask you a question with the soot in the airways. You said that it indicates he was alive at the time of the fire, correct?
Yes.
And is there some sort of relationship to the proximity of the fire that you look at in terms of the amount of the soot in the lungs?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question exactly, but the more smoke and soot that's being produced by the fire, and the longer you're in that atmosphere breathing it, the more soot you're going to have. So, for example, many individuals that die in house fires don't really die from burns. House catches on fire, they get away from the actual flame fire itself, but they're in an environment where they're breathing in lots of the smoke and the soot, and they die essentially from inhaling the products of combustion. In those instances, usually there's a large amount of soot, black material, in the nose, in the mouth, in the airways, and when we measure at least one of the gases that's present during fires, specifically carbon monoxide, when we measure concentrations of carbon monoxide in those individuals who die under those circumstances, the carbon monoxide concentration is usually quite high. in individuals who are not in a smoke-filled environment very long would expect to have less soot and therefore not as much carbon monoxide and other gases present. It's also been my experience that when an individual is on fire, as opposed to just being in a fire, they tend to inhale less smoke soot. We give off less products of combustion when we are on fire than, let's say, this building with all of the wood in it would. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's what she was getting at.
As part of your report, did you determine the cause and manner of death?
I determined the cause of death were thermal injuries or burns and inhalation of products of combustion due to the fire. Manner of death is something that goes on the death certificate that the medical examiner in each county is responsible for filing. It's essentially for public health and data collection. It's not really supposed to be a determination of legal or judicial responsibility for the death. In this case, because I wasn't sure at the time of the autopsy and at the time of issuing my report the exact details of how the fire was started, how he came to be burned, I offered my opinion to the medical examiner here in Van Buren County that I would classify the manner of death as undetermined.
And that's on your report?
Yes.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Very interesting. So, undetermined, excuse me, hold on, I got a cough and I don't want to cough in your ears. Hold on. I mean, undetermined means just that. He didn't right away classify it as an accident, but he didn't right away classify it as a homicide either. So I'm curious about the events now, the timeline of how all of this came to be.
And so then that is on the page that you have, I'm sorry, what page number is that?
Yes, that opinion
page number 2?
Yes, is on page 2.
Okay. Pardon me?
I thought the jury might be passing it around.
Oh, no, I actually have it up on the screen too. Thank you. So I just want to give you a hypothetical. So if somebody is standing out in the middle of the road and is hit by a car and you do the autopsy, would it be a very similar sort of manner?
Yeah, again, it all depends on the circumstances as I know them at the time. So if someone is found dead in the roadway and I do the autopsy and they have lots of injuries that are consistent with being struck by a vehicle, the cause of death is fairly straightforward. He died of those injuries, blunt force injuries due to being struck by a vehicle. If I know no circumstances whatsoever, or the circumstances aren't very clear about how he ended up being struck, then I would typically give an opinion that the manner of death is undetermined. I don't know the circumstances around which they happened. If it happened to be witnessed, or it's on video, or there's good information provided that he had just walked out of the bar and stumbled into the road, and a passing motorist coming around a curve hit him and had no time to evade him, then classically that would be called an accidental death. There was really no intent for that person to harm him. If on the other hand, he had been in a fight and the person that he was in a fight with got in his vehicle and as he was running down the road, barreled over him in an attempt to intentionally harm him, then for purposes of death certification, that death would be classified as a homicide. But if all I know is he's found dead in the road and we don't know exactly the circumstances about how he came to be hit by a vehicle, then I would classify the manner of death as undetermined.
You said that they had the 4 different lacerations on the head. Do you have an opinion other than blunt force trauma of how those were inflicted?
I can't tell you exactly how those were inflicted. There's nothing very specific about a skin tear that allows me to say it was caused by being hit with this or being struck by that. They're relatively nonspecific. Some lacerations are patterned, and I can get some idea these were not patterned in any way, so I don't know exactly what his head struck or what struck him in the head.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you said you had reviewed the information and you were aware he had been run over by a car, correct?
Yeah, I think the information I had at the time was that there was a vehicle at the scene and that there was apparent blood or some body tissue on parts of the car that suggested to the investigators that he had been struck by the vehicle.
And with those injuries, could they be comparable then to what you would see with somebody being hit by a car?
Yeah, I mean, the typical injuries that we would see in someone that's struck by a car, depending again on how they're struck and at what speeds, are things like abrasions and contusions and lacerations. So the fact that he has some abrasions could be from being, either striking, parts of the vehicle. The types of abrasions he had were more kind of the scratches and scrapes that you might get from the ground or from being under a vehicle and being sort of, dragged or hitting things underneath there. The lacerations are non-specific. They could be from striking parts of the vehicle as well.
Could they also be from being struck by something else?
Yeah, I can't say with certainty what the impacting object was.
So if he was hit with an object before he was hit by the car, you wouldn't be able to differentiate that without a pattern?
Not in this case, no.
Are you able to determine if the injuries were inflicted before or after the thermal injuries, the burns?
I can't say with certainty whether they were or not. In some instances with burns, if there's an injury there prior to the thermal injury or the burn, it will also show burn injuries. In this case, since the burns were mostly just on the surface of the skin and there weren't burns down into the depth of the injuries, I can't definitively say that they were there beforehand and therefore that the exposed tissue also burned. But due to the degree of burning, I can't exclude that they were there before.
Typically, do burns of this severity bleed?
Burns in and of themselves don't typically bleed a lot. I mean, it tends to be more sort of, weeping and loss of fluid from, the skin, which kind of keeps us, what's in and what's out of us. Once that's broken down, the fluid starts to leak out, but they don't really bleed per se like a laceration or a gunshot or a stab wound would.
In your experience, if someone were on fire, would it be possible for them to run a short distance?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing about being on fire that would immediately incapacitate you. Never been on fire myself, so I don't know. I've never seen anyone on fire, but I'm pretty sure that you could and probably would want to try to get away from the source of fire or get someone. Isn't that what they sort of teach you in school? At least they did when I was in school,
Stop, drop, and roll.
Don't run around like crazy because you'll just fan the flames and burn more, but you're supposed to, stop what you're doing and roll around on the ground.
Any other significant findings in this report that I have neglected to discuss other than the toxicology?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we've discussed, the injuries that were sustained in my opinion as to why he died.
So I'm going to have you flip to the toxicology page. So the last page, I'm going to have you flip to that one of the toxicology report.
Yep.
You got it. So can you describe for the jury what we're looking at here on the top there of this toxicology page?
I just want to make sure there's 2 pages to the toxicology report, so I just want to make sure I can read which one is up there. Sorry, my vision is.
I believe
this the urine?
This is the analysis of the urine specimen.
Right.
Review.
So both a blood and a urine specimen were tested by the toxicology laboratory. In the urine, there were 2 substances that were detected, hydrocodone and hydromorphone. Those are both opioid pain medications.
And are they connected together or are they separate substances?
They're very similar substances. Hydrocodone is a prescription painkiller, opioid pain medication that goes by a lot of different brand names. The pill form is oftentimes marketed as the brand names Vicodin or Norco. Hydromorphone is the major metabolite of hydrocodone. So if you take hydrocodone, your body then breaks it down to some extent, and one of the products that it forms is hydromorphone, which is also a pain medication. Hydromorphone can also be prescribed on its own as a separate pain medication, oftentimes under the brand name Dilaudid. But when I see both of them together, it is most commonly in the setting of someone who has taken hydrocodone and it's been metabolized and hydromorphone is present.
And were you aware then that in this particular instance that Mr. Stermer had been prescribed some medication for an ear infection?
18 years ago when I authored this report, I don't know if I knew that or not. I don't recall knowing that at the time, but there's been a lot of time that's passed between when I did the report, when I did the autopsy, and now. So I know I have subsequently been informed that he was prescribed a medication that contains hydrocodone.
Are you familiar with N-Tex HC?
Yeah, I know it's I think a liquid medication that contains hydrocodone as one of its components.
So when you say a liquid medication,
I think it's something that you would take, like, it's liquid, you pour it out, and you take it as like with a teaspoon, as opposed to like a tablet solid form.
are you familiar with a drug, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, Meclizine?
Meclizine?
Meclizine. Are you familiar with Meclizine?
I know what it is.
And what is it?
Meclizine is often, I think, sold as under the brand name Antivert. I think it's an antihistamine medication.
So you said N-Tex could possibly show then as the hydrocodone.
I think N-Tex has actually got more than one constituent to it. I think it's a liquid that has, as one component, hydrocodone. And so taking N-Tex could certainly result in the toxicology findings that we see in this case.
How about the Meclizine? Would that show on a toxicology report?
With the testing that we currently do, yes, I do think it would. The testing that was done 18 years ago, I'm not sure.
So you would have had to test specifically for like an antihistamine?
Even if we would have tested for antihistamines, not all antihistamines are the same. I believe that the classes of drugs that were detected or that were screened for in the urine are listed on the report, and I don't think that antihistamines are listed. So I don't think it would have been detected on the toxicology screen of the urine that was.
So you had a standard panel that you tested for?
Yeah, at the time we submitted it to the lab. I don't know, what the name of the specimen or the panel would have been, but there were standard drug panels that were performed on blood and urine. Usually it was a little bit more comprehensive in the blood than it was in the urine. In the urine, based on the listing of drug classes here, antihistamines aren't listed, so I'm pretty certain it wouldn't have been detectable in the urine. Antihistamines were listed in the panel that was performed on the blood, but again, there are a large number of drugs that are listed as antihistamines, and I know some of the antihistamines that would have been detectable, things like diphenhydramine, which is Benadryl, are pretty commonly detected. I don't know if Meclizine was listed as one of those that would have been detectable.
And you brought up then blood and urine screens, just in those that you're testifying. Can you explain the difference or what was done here or why it wasn't done here? between the blood and the urine screens?
Why the testing was different?
Or can you explain the difference between urine testing and blood testing?
Like why a substance is in one but not in the other, or?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, the hydrocodone and hydromorphone were detectable in the urine, but they weren't detected in the blood, and that is likely due to one of two reasons. So after a medication is taken, whether you ingest it or you inject it or however you actually take it, it will eventually end up in the bloodstream and will go to the organs and will exert its effects on the various organs. While this is happening, the body is also metabolizing it and getting rid of it, for lack of a better word. One way in which the body gets rid of drugs is to excrete them into the urine. And so it's not uncommon for us to do testing and see a substance both in the blood and in the urine. It's still present in the blood, it's being metabolized and excreted in the urine. After a while, most of it has been removed from the blood, but it's still present, being excreted by the kidneys into the urine. So in a case like this, it may just have been that he took it long enough in advance of his death that it was no longer detectable in the blood, but was still present in his urine. The fact that a substance isn't detected in a toxicology screen doesn't mean that it's absolutely not there at all. It just means that it's not there at a high enough concentration that the test can actually detect it. So that would be the other possibility as to why it's negative in the blood, but it's positive in the urine. It may have just been at a very low concentration, below the threshold of the testing.
If someone were to take any sort of medications or substance just a few hours before their death, would that be something that would routinely show up then in a toxicology report?
With a lot of caveats, the answer is yes. Most drugs, if you take them orally, have to be absorbed through the stomach or the intestine, so it takes a little while before they show up. Like if you take an aspirin, it doesn't immediately show up in your bloodstream. It takes probably at least some minutes for it to be absorbed. I've lost my train of thought. What was the question again?
Just if somebody were to take something very short, like a small period before their death, would it show up in their blood?
Yeah, usually, as long as it wasn't just a minuscule amount of it. If you took something an hour before your blood was drawn, it would probably show up in the blood. If you took it 24 hours before, depending on the dosage, how much you took, and whether you were taking it daily up until that point, it may not show up in the blood, but probably should show up in the urine. In this case, hydrocodone and hydromorphone have what are called half-lives of a few hours, meaning that once it's in the blood, it takes a couple of hours for it to be halved, and then another couple of hours for that half to be halved. So it would be present in the blood probably for a few hours, at least after you took it, but it might be present in the urine for hours or maybe even a couple of days after you last took a dose.
And I've put up on the screen then the blood results, and were there any findings in the blood results?
Yeah, the only thing that was detected in the blood was some caffeine. All of the other classes of drugs that were included in the testing panel were not detected.
And at the time in 2007 when you did the autopsy, did you test for THC or marijuana?
It looks like in the blood, cannabinoids, which are what class of drugs marijuana is in, they were included in the blood drug screen, and there were no cannabinoids detected.
And in your experience, do cannabinoids stay into the system longer than a few hours?
Yes, generally. Especially if you use marijuana regularly. Again, depending on how much you use, it may be present for hours, days, sometimes even in the urine for many days, if not weeks after you've stopped using it.
At the time in 2007, would you have tested for sleeping medications such as Ambien?
Again, since I don't do the testing, I can't tell you other than I don't know if Ambien would have been included in this panel in 2007. My guess is it probably would have been. I know that I've been at Sparrow, I've been at my current employer for 20-some years, and I know that we have seen cases with zolpidem going back many, many years. So I think it probably would have been detected if it was there above the threshold, but I can't say with certainty.
And in this case, there was nothing detected if you would have tested?
Yes.
How about muscle relaxants?
Again, some of the specific muscle relaxants probably would have been detected, but probably not all of them.
I think I failed to ask you, you have as the cause of death the thermal injuries, but how does someone actually die from a thermal injury?
Well, there's lots of different ways. I mean, people that die sort of, contemporaneously with the burn, so they don't survive. Many people survive burns and then die of complications, oftentimes infection and that sort of stuff once you've exposed the skin or the underlying tissues to the external. Many people end up with infections. Acutely, it's thought to be due to shock, probably due to loss of all of that skin surface. There's loss of body fluid, and so it tends to be sort of a shock situation where you lose fluid, you can't keep your blood pressure up, you can't perfuse your tissues like your brain and your heart and all of the organs that you need, and that results in your death. It may also be related to inhalational injuries. If you actually have heat-related injuries to the airways, you may actually develop some respiratory complications of those thermal injuries as well.
Any other significant findings that I failed to address in your report?
I don't think anything of significance.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I'm going to go, I don't know.
Right. Okay. So Brandy says, sorry, you guys, I was trying to wait for my daughter to move away from the door because she's vacuuming and Okay. So Brandy says, well, I guess Linda was lying to the neighbor then. And then Nick Kadicka asked, Brandy was at the First Lady today. I missed it. Yes. So when Mr. Thompson's wife testified, she said that Linda told her that she thought that Todd was smoking pot. Those were her words. So there you have it. It's not, it's
We return at 1:30 due to some other matters, but remember the rules, do not discuss the case with anyone, no social media,
not
no
sausage.
research, no
Wow.
investigations.
closed
And then-
captions.
Okay, well, Ms. Siderman, would you mind? I think that was your exhibit. We'll return.
All right. So they're going to return at 1:30 their time. So like a little over an hour from now for lunch. So Violet asks, when do they ask the juror questions? So what happens is there's direct examination, cross-examination. Then they give the state an opportunity to redirect based on any testimony that was elicited from the cross-examination. Then they give the defense an opportunity at recross. And once both sides have said no further questions, then they say to the jury, do you have any questions. They raise their hand, they write the questions down, they hand it to the clerk takes it over to the judge, then they get up to the bench, and then they confer, both sides do, about which questions can be asked. See, you can't just ask anything. Not all the questions that the jurors want to, that all the jurors ask can actually be asked of the witness. So they still have to follow the rules of criminal procedure when it comes to asking questions. I really wish that they would stop focusing on this filthy, it looks like a return. It's filthy, whatever it is. Did I say that it was filthy? Because it is filthy. So, I mean, we haven't really learned anything. I will say that it's nothing that would be considered, I suppose, like bombshell revelations, but we did hear testimony from Mrs. Thompson, who was the first witness today, that Linda told multiple stories about the events. And one of the things that she is consistently inconsistent about is which door she exited the home. So she's changed her story from sometimes it's the front door, sometimes it's the walk out, the slider or the sliding glass door that's in the basement. So yeah, it's after each witness, but the state and the defense have to say no further questions first. And then after they're done, after both sides have finished questioning the witness, then the judge asks the jury if they have questions. It is after each and every witness. Well, Nitka, we haven't gotten to that testimony. It doesn't come. I don't think that testimony can come from this witness. Okay. The way that they're moving through this seems to be chronologically. Okay. From 2007, starting from, the first person, for the most part, the first few people that were on scene during the fire. Of course, prior to, they're a little out of order, and I think that has to do mainly with scheduling of the witnesses. Some witnesses may not be available in that sort of order. So hold on a second. But yes, so with the death certificate, I think that the death certificate is something that's filled out by the medical examiner. Okay. It's a paperwork issue. So when the forensic pathologist has finished their report, then they offer their opinion as to the manner of death, which is accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined, right? Is that the 4? Yes. Accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined. There are 4. Or 5, natural causes. There's 5. So what would happen is I think the medical examiner, who is the person who would actually change the death certificate, because rest assured, if they've charged her with first-degree murder in his death, the death certificate has been changed, but it's changed by the medical examiner. So what I would imagine is that they're going to, at some point during this trial, call the medical examiner up to the stand and have that explanation as to why it was changed. Nick asks also, Jen, will you go over the reason why the van and the condition of the driveway is always talked about? Okay, so the reason that the van is always talked about is because of where the van was actually parked when everybody, be it first responders or neighbors, arrived on scene. The van was behind the house, okay? And Linda's explanation for it being behind the house is that she was trying to leave to go get help. Well, why? And so they're always talking about the driveway. Was she not able to get out of the driveway? And is that why she drove to the back of the house? Because it doesn't actually make sense. The way that the driveway, it's a sloped driveway, so it's inclined. It's not a paved driveway, okay? But, I mean, I would think that it would be harder to go up a hill if the conditions of the driveway were such that it was muddy and, making it difficult. Maybe you get stuck, right? Because you're going against gravity. But if you're backing out of the driveway, right, you have gravity working with you. So I would think that it would be easier to back out of a driveway than it would be to drive all around the house. And if your intent is to get help because you don't have a phone, because you fled the house, right, because the house is on fire, then why are you driving to the back of the house? There's no help at the back of the house. You'd only be the neighbors, the access to the neighbors' homes are from the road, which you're actually driving in the opposite direction. And so I think the reason that they're talking about that is, does this make good logical sense given the circumstances of the situation? Does her story about why she did what make sense? Further, the other reason they're talking about the van and the condition of the driveway is because the other part of her story is she couldn't see him, that the smoke was so thick coming out of the house, right? Either it was the smoke or the weather conditions. I'm not 100% clear on exactly what she said because we haven't gotten there yet. And I don't think the first trial was streamed. Maybe it was, but I don't know. Anywho, something occurred that prevented her from being able to see him. And the thing is, she's not denying that she hit him with the vehicle. Okay. What she's denying is that she hit him with the vehicle on purpose, that the state is saying that he was fleeing the scene. He was trying to save himself and she did not want him to survive. And so she hit him with her vehicle to just make good and sure, that he was not going to survive his injuries. So that's why they keep talking about it, because, the jury is allowed to use common sense. And at this point, I've not heard anything that would explain her actions respective to driving to the back of the house, number one, and number two, a condition that would impair her vision and so she wouldn't see him. Because if he ran out of the front door, all right, out of the house, right, then if you're leaving to get help, you would be backing away from his body running out of the front of the house. But instead you drove forward. So it doesn't make sense. At this point, I haven't heard anything that reasonably explains why that happened. All right, let me see. Right. Brandy says she just hops in her vehicle and is like, peace out. What about your hubby? Well, that's, presumably she's trying to get help. They are in a rural area. So it's not like, there's the ambulance and the fire trucks are going to be, 2 minutes away. She left the home fleeing, right, because of the fire, and she didn't have a phone. And it's not like they live right next door to somebody. I mean, it's a little bit of a ways. It's like, a half, some people are a third of a mile, a quarter of a mile, right? So there's some distance between the houses. So even when the first person who arrived on the scene, Mr. Mike and his girlfriend, who were on their way to go bowling, when they arrived, they weren't even, they were the people who called 911. By that point, Linda had already moved the van to the back of the house. He saw her drive to the back of the house. So that's a problem. That's going to require some explanation. And Brandy said, and wouldn't you call 911 immediately? Well, I mean, the idea would be yes, ideally you would, except for if you were trying to leave the house, right, through conventional means, which for her, she would have been downstairs at the bottom level in the basement. So she would have to go upstairs, likely to the kitchen area, right? I think that's how the layout of the home has been described, where, you know, your phone would be. Now, to be fair, with respect to the phone, this was 2007. Okay. So it's not like most people had the smartphone, right, that we have today. Okay. So it isn't like you're carrying your phone around with you all the time, because I know for me personally, when I'm doing laundry, I keep my phone with me, not for any other reason than when I'm standing there sorting, usually I'm listening to something on YouTube. Then when I change the clothing from the washer to the dryer, I bring my phone because I want to listen to that, right? Because then I got to do another load. Then I got to pick up the laundry basket with the dry clothes and take them, you know, to get them folded. All of those things. Usually my phone is with me, but in this the date and age that it was in 2007, that's not as common. Okay. So the motive evidently is that she was having an affair, and Todd found out about it. There was some type of like confrontation. He said he was, you know, going to divorce her. He was going to leave her, and she didn't want that to happen. Let me see if Michigan is a no-fault divorce state. Let me Google right quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my microphone. Hold on. It only matters if it was in 2007. So let me make sure I add that. Okay. The answer, what I Googled was, is Michigan a no-fault state in 2007? The answer is yes, Michigan was a no-fault state in 2007, having adopted the no-fault auto insurance. That's auto insurance. Hold on. Because I clicked divorce. That's how the auto insurance. Cheese-a-loo. All right, here we go. All right, now. Here we go. Yes, Michigan has been a no-fault divorce state since 1972, meaning you don't have to prove fault or wrongdoing to get a divorce. And this law was in effect in 2007 as well. Michigan's no-fault divorce law enacted in 1972 allows couples to get a divorce without needing to prove that one spouse is at fault for the breakdown of the marriage. Grounds for divorce. To file divorce in Michigan, you only need to state that the marital relationship has broken down and there's no reasonable chance of preserving it. You don't need to prove fault. You don't need to prove cheating, abandonment, or any other form of wrongdoing. All right, let me see. Examples of fault that a judge might consider include if one spouse spends a significant amount of time in jail, intentionally abandons the other, has a proven record of abuse, or cheated on the other. Okay, so what happens if fault is proven in divorce in Michigan? Here we go. Okay. In Michigan, a no-fault divorce means fault is not a requirement for obtaining a divorce, but it can influence the division of property and spousal support, alimony decisions. So fault can impact property division and alimony. While fault isn't required for a divorce, it can be considered when dividing marital property or determining spousal support, alimony. Examples of fault. Examples of fault that could impact a judge's decision include cruelty, adultery, or desertion. Factors considered. Judges consider various factors, including fault, when deciding on property division and spousal support. Litigation costs. Litigating fault can be expensive and time-consuming. 10-year divorce rule. If you were married for at least 10 years, your ex-spouse could be eligible for a portion of your Social Security benefits, but there are other requirements. Statute of limitations. That's statute, Letitia. Michigan courts allow ex-spouses 10 years to execute the terms of a judgment of divorce. Another answer is, while Michigan is a no-fault divorce state, a spouse's actions that have caused the breakdown of the marriage can still be considered by the court when determining how the property should be divided, and is specifically considered as one of the statutory factors the court must consider when fashioning an alimony award. So at the end of the day, I found the fair trial explanation. I'll give it to you in just a second. Let me. So it appears that, she was concerned about what support or alimony she would get, if any. Maybe she was worried she wouldn't get any. All right, hold on a second. So let me, because I know that I clicked on it yesterday. Where's it at? Give me just a sec. By the way, yesterday, and I forgot to tell you guys, I did this while we were listening to the Slender Man sentencing. I was curious because originally, I think Billy Wagner's trial was scheduled for sometime in May of 2025. So I was curious if there'd been some type of update, and there has not been. So there you go. Boy, my history is crazy pants. Let me see. Here we go. All right, let me see this one. Let's see. Okay, in 2020, a federal appeals court, it's weird because it says 2018. Interesting. In 2020, a federal appeals court overturned the conviction and ordered a new trial. The court ruled that her trial attorney, Jeff Getting, now the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, did not consult an expert to rebut testimony that the fire was arson, not an accident. Let me see. Okay. Stermer has maintained her innocence, claiming her husband had an oil lamp and candles burning in the house, and she accidentally hit him with the van while trying to leave for help. Quote, "That's the only reason why we got the team that we have here now to do what we need to do to get the justice that we think she deserves," defense attorney Skip Kelly said. Her new defense team claims faulty fire science led to a wrongful murder conviction in 2010. The origin of the fire, quote, "The origin of the fire, we feel like it was not fully identified in reference to all the investigations that was done," Kelly said. "We have an expert that will explain what he believes to have been the actual issue as it was to the cause of the fire." On appeal, the defense argued Todd Stermer set a house fire himself to get the insurance money and killed himself accidentally. Stermer also alleged some of the prosecution's statements during his closing argument were out of line. The appeals court agreed. The retrial is expected to last 2 weeks. So that's why she was granted the retrial. So let me see. That's kind of like, why is the time not changing? Bruh. Okay. Turn this down. Okay. So there's that. Right. I mean, yeah, Nitka Ditka, I agree. Okay, so April 23rd will be 30 years. It'll be our 30-year anniversary for me and my husband. And I don't understand people who think that murder under these circumstances, murder because you are trying to get life insurance or some type of financial gain. I don't understand I don't understand the thinking. I do understand murder if, like, there was a case years and years and years ago in Russia where a woman came into court and shot the man who essayed her 8-year-old daughter. And that I understand. Okay. And she, even still, she still got 6 years for that. But those types of things, and it's happened in the United States too. It's just that one's one that I read, I think, while I was scrolling YouTube, actually. So yeah, like that, totes understand, but I don't understand why financial gain would be. I will never understand the thinking behind that ever. I mean, just watch ID, just watch, Oxygen, episodes of Snapped and stuff. You'll see statistically it doesn't work out. Like duh and or hello. The reason that they're on Snapped or the ID channel is because they got caught. That's, I totally forgot about this too. So when Victoria Goodwin, Aaron Goodwin's soon-to-be ex-wife, I'm not sure he has filed for divorce, but obviously it's not been granted yet. But she made her appearance the other day. Oh God, what is that called? Where you plead guilty or not guilty to the charges. I forget what that's called. Anywho, she made her first appearance yesterday or a couple of days ago, and it's available. So when Dr. B and I do our roast, of course, we're going to cover that portion of the footage. And apparently, oh my God, I can't talk. Aaron, because he is the victim in this situation, they are allowed to come either in person or, Zoom to hearings like this. And apparently Aaron spoke. I'm very, very interested in what he had to say. At least that's the way that the title of the video reads. So I have to put that caveat in there because I have been lured by crime channels that cover specifically only like law and crime. They have clickbaited me before. Okay. Maybe they didn't do it intentionally. I'm not saying that they did, but arraignment. Thank you, Violet. The arraignment. But I thought when I clicked the title, and it could just be me misreading. Okay. Don't come for me, law and crime. But that the title suggests that Aaron speaks. I'm going to leave it there. I haven't listened to it yet. I haven't had an opportunity because I just saw it this morning, and then I had to get in the shower because although you can't smell me, I can, and I didn't want to be stinky, so I needed a shower. It's like I got to get with Dr. B. I intended to call her or message her today after the after court has ended for the day, because I know she's at work, and I don't know what her schedule is like on Saturday. Ideally, we would like to do it on Saturday evening because it's not a school night. It's nobody has to be at work the next day, specifically Dr. B. And I don't want to do it a late night on Sunday either because I got to get up early for court on Monday. So, ideally we'll do it Saturday night. It's probably around, 8 Central. So, that's what I have planned. I just tentatively, I need to talk to Dr. B first, but, yeah. So I'm interested in hearing what, if anything, Aaron has to say. What else? I can't think of anything other housekeeping matters that I need to discuss, but I do need to take a human break. So, I've been streaming for like almost 4 hours now. So let me give you guys a little video to listen to. I'm sorry, it's generic. Just something that's already uploaded in Streamlabs. I promise by Monday, we will have something better. All right. So just give me a sec. Be right back. my gosh. I totally forgot that I muted my mic like on the other side. So you can't, just mostly so you guys wouldn't have to hear me like sitting in the chair and coming in the bedroom or whatever. Cause that's like hard on people on their earbuds. So what I was saying is, oh, we're back.
You're aware at some point in time, Barker and Herbert Laboratories, is that correct?
At one time I did. I retired in 2017, June of 2017.
And if you have knowledge of this, I don't know, does Barker and Herbert have a file retention policy in place?
They tell me they only had to hold the files 10 years.
And so that would have been from the date of your testing in 2007 until roughly around the time you retired in 2017?
Yes.
And they would have destroyed their in-house file, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what information was contained in that in-house file?
Would have had the chromatograms. There would have been a continuity from Mr. Shinsky. There would have been a return postal card showing the number and the address going to Mr. Shinsky when we returned the samples. There would have been any notes would have been on the chromatograms. Near as I can recall, that covers most of it.
Okay. So essentially, if I could boil it down, it'd be kind of like we have some information that's related to chain of custody of the evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have the chromatograms, which are essentially just the printouts from the machine, is that right?
Yes.
But those printouts actually require your interpretation, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had to review those in order then to memorialize them in your report.
Yes.
And the findings of those chromatograms are in fact memorialized in the report that you have been provided and you have reviewed. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Just a moment, Your Honor. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller?
Good morning, or afternoon, Mr. Balliet. How are you?
It goes fast when you're having fun. I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. You've been retired now for 8 years, roughly?
Yeah, almost 8 years.
Okay. Make sure that's good. All right, let's talk about, just real quick, your career. How many of these chemical tests, these analyses, this gas chromatograph, mass spectrometry, GCMS tests have you run in your career?
Well, I've been doing it for 35 years.
Clearly thousands.
I'm going to give a wild guess right now of in excess of 50,000, somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000. That will include also the standards, the system checks that we run with samples. Will also include clean. Got to think of the words. Clean vials with solvent in them, the carbon disulfide checks.
Even looking at this, do you remember this test specifically?
Do I remember this test specifically?
Yes.
All I can say is that I testified on it once, and
other than that, you have no recollection, do you?
I remember the red towels. I remember testifying.
Okay. Let's talk about how you go about finding your conclusions, okay? First of all, I want to show you what, and this is part of the supplemental brief and part of the objections, Your Honor. Exhibit number 1 was the test on the red towel.
Okay, so let me tell you what I think is going on right now. I think what's going on right now is what's called an in-camera hearing. This is out of the presence of the jury because she told the jury they would be back at 1:30. I think that this gentleman, wow, Allison Mack. I think that this gentleman is employed by the insurance company that carried the insurance on the Stermer residence. And I think that due to the length of time, between when the event occurred in 2007 and when it now today in 2025. It seems like some things were destroyed because they're only required to keep them for so many years. And so I believe that one of the objections is that this witness not be allowed to testify to some of the tests that were performed and their results, because they don't have the original results from the machines, and the argument, I think, from the state is we may not have the original results from those machines. However, the results in and of themselves have to be interpreted. And so they were included in the report. So there seems like that's what the issue is.
You have that in front of you? I can give it to you.
I do. I have a copy of it.
That's your test, right? And what happens in this test is you put down the results of testing, am I right?
That's correct.
The results of the testing was test on extractions from the samples revealed gasoline residue present on sample 2A and sample 2B. You see that?
I see it.
And then we know from the inventory of samples, we're talking about basically the red towel from the laundry, from the washer, right?
Yes.
And the red towel from the item number 2 bag of laundry, right?
Yes.
And when you do this, you run it through this GCMS machine, right?
Well, there's procedure done before we ever get to the GCM.
You got a lot of procedures you have to do.
That's correct.
And then you have to make sure you document those procedures.
That's correct.
Right? Just part of the scientific method, the documentation.
That's
fair?
correct.
Then you get the results on all these charts. Am I right?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to hand to you, Your Honor, just a report from Troy Ernst. You know who Troy Ernst is, by any chance?
I beg your pardon?
Troy Ernst.
I do not know Troy Ernst, no.
You tell me. This is a report from Troy Ernst. He did a GCMS test on some sweatpants, and he generated a report. And what I want to do is talk to you about the report he generated and what those charts are. First of all, we know, because I subpoenaed your office, exhibit number 2, that your office has no more records. Am I right?
That's what they have told me. I've been there and looked, and I have not found it either.
Okay. So, if we go to Mr. Ernst's report, are those the kind of charts we're seeing up on the screen that are typical of this GCMS machine, this
Yes.
testing?
Those are chromatograms. I don't know what instrument that is.
Okay, but that's what you were telling us about, right?
Yes.
That's what generated. You actually have to interpret those, don't you?
That's correct.
I mean, it doesn't come up with an emoji, thumbs up, positive, does it?
Don't have one.
Thumbs down, negative, does
Don't
it?
have one of those either.
Or red light, no substances, right?
No.
Green light, positive. You have to do that, right?
That's correct.
It takes your intelligence and training.
That's correct.
And you don't know what those charts said on this particular test, do you?
On which test?
On the test of the red towels. All you're doing is reading your conclusions. Am I right?
I don't know which test you're asking about.
Listen to me very carefully.
The test for the red towels.
The test that I had done or the test that Michigan did?
I'm going to take
I
the
think he's
Michigan State
asking you
one back.
about.
Good
yeah,
choice.
Yeah, I think he's talking about
Thank
the
you.
one you did.
We're going to talk about your testing on the towels. Are we clear?
Okay.
On the testing on the towels, you had charts very similar to the 39 pages of chromatograms we have here, right?
I don't know how many he had, but we had chromatograms and we had ion chromatograms,
Okay.
breakdown of the particular peaks.
Okay. So the bottom line is you have to interpret all of that, right?
That's correct.
And that's how you come to your conclusion there was positive for gasoline on those 2 samples.
That's correct.
And without that, right now, you don't know what caused the positive.
In order to make the determination, we use overlays because we are required by ASTM, the procedure we use, to make visual comparison with known ignitable liquids to be able to make that determination.
You don't have those visible comparisons, do you?
I do not have them.
You have no records or what we call data. That's called underlying
I do not have the
data.
data for the case.
Let me finish.
He's testifying. This has got to stop.
This is cross-exam. And he can save the argument for the jury.
Both of you, this showmanship you're both doing needs to end, and the drama needs to end now. So please, don't even start asking a question, Mr. Mueller. I'm not done, okay? Give me a minute. This witness is just here because, through no fault of his own, documents were destroyed. We have a legal ruling. There's no reason to be getting emotional with this witness or for any other reason.
Mr. Balliet, you don't have what we call the underlying data to support your opinion, do you?
I do not have it with me because it does not exist.
Because it doesn't exist. And if you don't have that, you don't know what interpretation you made 18 years ago that led you to that conclusion, do you?
Well, do you have to assume then I'm either lying then or I'm lying now?
I'm not assuming anything, sir.
Sure.
I'm just asking, you don't have the data, so you'd just be reading that.
You've asked that a number of times, and I've said I do not have the data.
So you would just be reading the conclusions. Fair?
Yes.
No more questions. Thank you.
That report you have in front of you details the process and procedure you used. Is that correct?
It identifies the procedures, yes.
And you are still to this day intimately familiar with those processes and procedures, correct?
I am, yes.
And you took the results of those chromatograms, and the point, I guess let me ask you this way, the point of writing that report is to memorialize the data that you observed in your findings, is that correct?
That and to let the client, and in this case Mr. Shinsky, know that something was identified in some of his samples that we qualified or identified as gasoline residue.
And even in that report, you don't quantify a level of gasoline or anything.
We do
correct?
not.
You are just indicating that there is the presence of gasoline.
That's correct.
And so basically all this chromatograph the GCMS does is simply identify that the substance is present. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, yes.
And then you take that it's there and then put it on your report basically saying, I found gas.
We say we found gasoline residue.
Or gasoline residue.
Yes.
Right, I'm summarizing, but that is essentially the purpose of your report is to memorialize all of your findings.
That is correct.
And you testified, you said, or you've had, I'm sorry, not testified, strike that. Somewhere between 50 and 100,000 cases you've analyzed.
I'd have to figure out how many I have done over 35 years. Right off, I do not know.
Fair. But the whole point of that report is to be able to refresh your recollection should you be called to testify in court. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a few more. So you do know the difference between underlying data and methods and procedures?
I do.
Okay. There is a significant difference, isn't there?
There is.
The method you're talking about is we use this MSGC and we prepare it, and you describe those methods, right?
I identified the methods in the report.
Right. But you can't identify the underlying facts and data that you interpreted to get to the result, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered. I think he's asked it ad nauseum. Last time he's asked it again.
Because I can follow up.
One more time.
Okay. And because you don't have the underlying data, it would be unfair for me to try to question you because I don't have the underlying data. Do you agree?
Well, would you have used the underlying data previously?
Can I get an answer to my question? If I don't have...
So I'll have you move on.
Okay. I don't have anything more for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you normally, did you find out about this, that the records had been destroyed? Did you reach out to the company where you worked to get those for purposes of testifying?
Yes, I had received a subpoena sometime in 2024. I think the case was going to go around 2021 also, but I did not get any subpoenas at that time. In 2024, I had gotten a subpoena So I contacted the company to be certain that I could get a copy of the report. Normally what I would do would be to go over to the laboratory and do the copying myself so that I had everything that I was going to need for testimony. And they indicated to me at that time that the case no longer existed. So when it was destroyed, I have no idea. But they informed me that they only keep them for 10 years.
And that, I'm not a science person, so you'll have to forgive my naivete on my questions, but would you normally, there was the graph that was put up, would that be something normally was that part of the data that you used to reach your ultimate conclusion that there was gas involved?
The chromatogram that was shown on the screen is similar to what we would have had. We have I'll call them charts, but they're charts of chromatograms, and with GC mass spec on those charts, and you notice there were peaks and valleys. Yeah. On those peaks and valleys, we can go in to the computer, ask the computer to tell us what are the ions that make up this particular peak, and then that's the mass spectrometry part. The ions are indicative of what makes each of those peaks, and the ions are all going to be different for each of the peaks. That's what I would have had in the file. Yes, all of the
produced at a hearing or something. You would normally have that.
I always have it with me. Very seldom in testifying over 35 years have I ever had to show it to the jury. I can think of one case. There was one case in Michigan that the attorney wanted me to show the jurors the chromatograms. They made copies of all the chromatograms and the extracted ion sheets of the components, and the jurors looked at them and were able to come to the same conclusion that I had reached by using plastic overlays that I had supplied.
So you look at that with the word I can't pronounce, and then you make an interpretation off of that data of in this case, gasoline on an item. That's the data, that graph that we saw, or something like that from Ernst, something similar to that would be what you would normally, that's what you're looking at, and then with your expertise, you look at that data and reach a certain conclusion.
Well, the reason I mentioned the chromatograms that we had provided to the jury in this other case was because they were able to take the overlays, the plastic overlays, and put them, plastic overlays being of known ignitable liquid residue. I think that case was also gasoline, but they were able to take those overlays and put them on the chromatograms that I had done and make the comparison, and that's exactly what I would do. It's got to be straightforward enough that it's identifiable to even those that would be serving on the jury.
So in this case, the jury wouldn't be able to do that, though, right? Because we don't have it.
We don't have the data that does not exist.
Just looking through my notes there. Anything else, counsel?
When ordinarily you give your information to the requesting party, so in this case the insurance company who requests you test these items, do you send those chromatograms to them as well?
No, not unless they would ask for them, and I don't recall ever having an insurance company ask. Many times after litigation starts, one side or the other will like those chromatograms. They want copies of those chromatograms, but generally we do not send them directly to the insurance company because they have no idea what they're looking at. So,
thank you.
So is that the entirety of what, I know you don't recall reaching your conclusions in this case. You have your report of the conclusion, yes. But this graph document you're describing, is that the totality of what data you would, or facts that you would have used to form your opinion that there was gas?
Yes, it's based on gas chromatography.
It's based on that, and in this particular case, the results of the gas chromatography.
Gas chromatography coupled with mass spectrometry.
Okay.
That's
Did they destroy that data too?
It's gone.
The
It's
second
gone.
one?
Yeah, it's gone.
And those are the pieces of data you used to reach your conclusion here?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, counsel?
You want legal argument?
So first, I want to see if anyone has any more questions of him.
I know no questions. As far as you know, sir, that underlying data is gone forever, best of your knowledge.
The model that I had asked for at the laboratory no longer exists.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Okay. Brief arguments, counsel?
Your Honor, this isn't even a close call. MRE 703 specifically states the facts and data in the particular case which an expert bases an opinion or inference shall be in evidence. The use of the word shall indicates a mandatory imperative directive, and that's Burton versus Reeves City Hospital Corp. 471 Mich 745 at 752. That's a 2005 Supreme Court case. The other case that talks about it, it necessarily follows that an expert witness may not base his or her testimony on facts that are not in evidence. People versus Unger, 278 Mishap 210 at 248. That's a 2008 Court of Appeals case. We do not have the evidence. He has to have that to interpret to get to those conclusions of a positive gas test. And why do we require that in MRE 703? Because, as the Supreme Court stated in People versus Kowalski 492 Mich 106 at 121 in 2012, expert testimony without a credible foundation of scientific data, principles, and methodologies is unreliable and thus unhelpful to the trier of fact. Not even a close call. People versus Fackelman stated that an expert's opinion must be based exclusively on evidence that has been introduced into evidence.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blair?
The issue with every case that opposing counsel decided is those are all analyzed within the concept of the confrontation clause. The confrontation clause requires that a testifying scientist that prepared the report be present in court to testify. Obviously, he's here. He did the entire process, so the confrontation clause is not what's issued here. What it seems to me in reading that, first of all, it's facts or data, not facts and data. They're mutually exclusive of one another. So the facts are present here in court today. He's here to testify. The jury, I think, should be able to, Mr. Mueller can cross-examine him about the lack of the chromatograms. I don't think it renders his opinion and findings unreliable. He can question.
703 is really clear. Your witness seems to be testifying as credibly as he can. It's not his fault that evidence got destroyed, but his opinion was based on these two different manners of whatever you call them, but we don't have those. I mean, how are you getting around 703 here?
Because it's memorialized in a report.
That's the conclusion. The report is his conclusion. And so we're looking for the data supporting his report, which normally we would have, but by, a very unfortunate, no one's fault,
I understand that, Your Honor. I still think it goes to weight, not admissibility. He is a qualifying scientist. He is able to testify about the procedures that was used, what he did, and the results. But I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. I think it's admissible. I think he should be allowed to testify in his report. The jury can give whatever weight it wants. Mr. Mueller can cross-examine him ad nauseum about the fact that those chromatograms are missing and he can't do his own independent comparisons of the chromatograms and so on and so forth. But at least the report should still come into evidence. I think it's a valid record of everything that was done, and he can at least admit the report, and the jury can give it whatever weight they want to decide it belongs to it at this point in time. If they want to give it no weight because the chromatograms are not here, fine. but they can give it whatever weight they feel or they deem is appropriate. The foundation of him being an expert is not in question. The methodology he used is not in question. And his findings are still present. And I think that's important. And he can testify about the process that was used and how those chromatograms would be reviewed in arriving at his conduct, at his final results. Just because those chromatograms aren't here doesn't mean that those results should not be available.
Where do you see that in 703? Because I'm reading the opposite, that his opinion is based, he said, on two different things, neither of which we have. And the evidence in the particular case, or facts or data of a particular case must be in evidence.
Facts or data?
Facts or data.
Facts. We got the facts. He's testifying as a fact witness. He is testifying to facts.
So he's not going to give his opinion about it?
Well, no, that's in his report. What I'm saying is he's giving facts about what he observed and facts that he saw. It says facts or data.
Because I don't understand that. He said again, I'm not a scientist, but he said his conclusion is based upon these graphs that he does, and he doesn't have the graphs.
I understand that, Your Honor. That's been beaten down here ad nauseum. I completely understand these graphs are missing. If I had them, boy, I'd really like to have them and save us all this 11th hour challenge to our evidence again in the middle of a trial. So, the problem with this issue is, Your Honor, there aren't really any specific cases that directly address what's going on here. Mm-hmm. This is kind of a novel issue. I did research last night. I think I at least supplied law to the court at 9:30 last night, of which the defense has supplied none. At 9:30 last night, basically trying to find something that would support this. I can't find anything. Because chromatograms apparently are something that no one cares about when an expert's rendering an opinion. And so I think that maybe is somewhat telling about this issue, is that it's not necessarily it goes to the weight, not the admissibility. It's not necessarily the underlying data. That doesn't necessarily supply the entirety of the underlying data, I should say, that the court needs to render a decision.
Okay, well, first off, I don't believe that this is a confrontation issue. I don't believe a machine makes testimonial statements, so we don't have to go there. But try as I may, after listening to this testimony today, I can't get around 703, which leaves the court without discretion. And the court is obliged to, and I quote, "An expert may base an opinion on facts or data in the case that the expert has been made aware of or personally observed. The facts or data must be in evidence or, in the court's discretion, be admitted in evidence later." He's identified two sets of, whether you want to call them facts or data, that he's put into evidence or that he reviewed that form the basis for his opinion. Through no fault of anybody here, the company destroyed that data, so we don't have it, which leaves the defense without the opportunity, apparently according to the rule of evidence here, to effectively cross-examine. I don't know that there's nothing in the rule that leads me to believe that this is in fact an issue of weight. Witness has been very clear. That's what he interpreted. That's what he had, but we don't have it here today. So I'm going to exclude the evidence.
May I suggest one other avenue, Your Honor?
Okay.
Could we admit the record as a business record, just not have him testify to the interpretations and his findings? I believe it would be a document kept in the regular course of business at Parker Analytical Laboratories. It could come in as a business record. However, he's not allowed to give us any expert testimony about what he did. He can simply admit the record. The jury can give it whatever way they decide.
Your Honor, that's absurd. He's the expert who's going to testify that the gasoline was positive on the red towels. To try to backdoor this in where he's not even allowed to testify, but you can read to this document to the jury. Come on. We've supplied. I'm not even going to belabor the point. Thank you.
I mean, Mr. Blair, that would require some research. I'm not going to go on the fly on that right now, but.
Well, then I'm going to ask the court to at least enter an order that Mr. Valliott's not to be referenced by the defense in their closing argument, in any arguments or the red towels or anything along those lines should not be mentioned by the defense, because I've heard comment earlier about how if we don't present certain evidence, it's going to be, and I quote, rammed down our throat. So I don't necessarily want that, this to be brought up. I think that's fair and appropriate given how this has played out.
Your Honor, how many cases
Okay.
have you tried? One party gets up and makes promises to the jury in opening statement.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say,
Absolutely.
to comment on what wasn't done in a case, or if he says it wasn't done, that's one thing, because that would open the door to, that's dishonest, because it was done, but just
Well,
that the jury
I'm
would
concerned it
see.
comes up in a closing argument, and the problem is we made no promises about what the jury was going to hear from Mr. Elliott.
Right.
So it seems only fair given how this has played out in court. There's a fundamental fairness issue here as well, that it seems to be falling on its face.
Sorry. Let me start that over. No, this is not going to be allowed. His testimony will not be allowed. The way that I understand the judge's ruling is it's based on the rules of evidence. And the rules of evidence state that in order for an expert witness to testify, the underlying facts have to be admitted as evidence. In this case, this specific expert witness based his opinions, which he wrote in his report, and the underlying fact is the data, which are these charts. Because those charts have been destroyed, then therefore the underlying data cannot be, or fact in this case, the fact cannot be admitted into evidence because it physically does not exist. And so therefore, under the rules of evidence, the testimony will not be allowed. And now they're arguing that they don't even want any of this, the state doesn't want any of this mentioned in closing or in any other type of way. And that's what they're debating about currently. Sorry about that. I forgot I had to add my audio. My bad.
Really, Mr. Blair? Because you keep presenting this as this last-minute issue. This is your evidence. You're the proponent of the evidence. If you go back and look at the transcript of this matter in 2021, we discussed all of this. And I said, assuming the prosecutor can lay the foundation, I'll allow it in. So you've been on notice. I've been on notice. We're all on notice. It's a rule of evidence. It's a standard rule we have to follow. That's my ruling. So I don't know where this is about fundamental fairness. If the it happens in every criminal case where the defense highlights what evidence you didn't hear. And so if they want to say you didn't hear any evidence of the towels, that's fine. Now, obviously, if they go on and say the prosecution never had them tested or something like that, that would be completely inappropriate. But to highlight for a jury evidence that they don't hear in a case happens all the time.
Well, essentially, if they get up there and say, you didn't hear from the testimony of Craig Balliet, well, you've excluded it. So it leaves us in a kind of an unattainable position. I guess that's where I'm kind of going with this.
Well, I guess what we could do is when we get to that part, you can provide me in advance of what you intend to say to the jury, and we can go from there. If it's as it relates to Balliet. Okay. Well, then I could just order that you not bring it up. I mean, that's what you'd rather.
If that's the alternative, we'll make an outline, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
we're
I
not
get it.
commenting on a witness that wasn't allowed to testify
Right, okay.
by court order.
No, I get that.
I mean, that only seems fair.
That would be fair if it's because he couldn't lay the foundation for the exhibit
Well-
and the opinion.
Let's worry about what closing arguments later.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Ms. Balliet, if I was a little chippy with you, apologize.
Anything else then, counsel, before we?
I do have one issue, Your Honor. So if the defense brings up any testimony that Ms. Stermer smelt or had Mr. Todd Stermer was down there bleeding this furnace, which is obviously not the fuel oil that was found on those towels, it could come in as impeachment evidence.
No, I mean, I think there may come a point where impeachment evidence could come in.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I have
if
to hear
if defense presents witnesses that are going to
someone-
say
yeah.
that she was down, that Todd was down there bleeding the furnace, and if defense starts then putting the fact that there was this fuel oil that was on this rags and she was down doing laundry, I certainly think that at that point we need to revisit this for impeachment evidence, and then we would ask to admit it under a business record, as I've already brought in Mr. Balliet from out of town. So I just want to put everybody on notice. I mean, you can't then go ahead and start arguing after the court's excluded it that that's what happened when we have obvious knowledge that that's not what occurred.
Defense, just be on notice that you may open the door to this coming in as impeachment.
All right, but I want this for the record. There can be no opinion for any purpose that he hasn't laid the foundation to say what he did. To try to get some record in under the business record exception for impeachment purposes where there's no evidence of what he did, how he got there, is absolutely, it's inconsistent with the rules. That's not what that's for. You have to lay the foundation for any expert opinion.
Right now, we're here on the 703 issue. I've ruled on that, and so we'll have to just play other things out as we go.
Thank you.
I just want to make the court aware that we would intend to admit it under impeachment evidence then. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, counsel, before we bring in the jury?
But I only have one question, Judge. If she's talking about, when you talking about impeachment, like bringing Mr. Balliet back in on the witness stand?
I don't know if I'm addressing him or you, Your Honor. We would have to address that path. If they're going to put...
Look, Mr. Man, I understand. I know exactly what she's talking about. Now, I don't know why if you actually need clarification or if you just want clarification for the record, for a record purposes. But what she's talking about is if you put on a witness that says that makes a reference to these red towels, in that Todd Stermer was bleeding the furnace, that's where this came from, okay, knowing that you don't use gasoline in a furnace, right? Am I right about that? I'm pretty sure that's not what you use in a furnace. Then they're going to come back and use a witness and this data or these results from the testing done on these red towels performed by the insurance company as impeachment testimony. They're going to come and they are going to they're going to have to impeach whatever witness, should there be one, that you put on the stand who brings up some alternative as to what is on those red towels other than gasoline residue. Am I wrong here? Rachel, we fancy in our own way. We're fancy in the way that we have one person who does all of the things, runs the stream, messes up the stream, adds audio, removes audio, forgets audio, skips on accident, changes, goes to a different stream they don't even mean to click on, because whenever you're clicking from a playlist, the pause and the play button are moved, so they're not in their usual spots. And one person who's in charge of the music, the graphics, all of the things. I'm fancy in my own way. You're right. All right, here we go.
Witnesses up on the stand. or Ms. Stermer's going to take the stand and says, I smelled fuel oil and I washed it and Mr. Todd Stermer was working on the furnace the night before, then I think we have the opportunity, the door has been opened, where then we would be able to then cross-examine and bring that in as impeachment evidence and say, isn't it true that that tested positive for gasoline and not fuel oil? That's all I'm saying. I'm going to be asking for Mr. Balliet to be released on subpoena. So I don't intend to bring him back unless the court were to direct me or order me to bring him back if we need him for that impeachment evidence.
How about if we get there, someone get me some law on whether evidence that's been excluded under 703 can then be brought in for impeachment? I don't know. I haven't done that.
The only way they would try to...
You need to stop right now, sir. Let me say this for the record. Everybody take your seats. Let me pass out some juice box and some crackers, probably like animal crackers at this point, because I think everybody's blood sugar is a little low and you're getting a little crabby. And if you keep it up, you're going to need to take a nap. That's what I'd like to put on the record.
To do that is to backdoor it in through Jim Shinsky, who then they're going to read question and answer about his interview relating to that. All of this stuff now, given his opinion, as I put in my objections to their exhibits, is irrelevant. The red towels are irrelevant. His CV is irrelevant. His appearance is irrelevant. The red towels have nothing to do with this case, given that you can't connect it to gasoline.
I'm not here to rule on the red towels right now. I'm here to rule on the 703, which I've done. So
it's the opinion about the red towels.
They might have some reason to introduce the red towels. I don't know.
Give me a second here to clean up.
So may I let Mr. Belliot
Yes.
off of the subpoena and maybe leave then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Nitka Ditka, the gentleman who was on the stand was testifying in camera, which is out of the presence of the jury. Essentially, it was a 703 issue, which is a rule of evidence issue. Okay, he was hired by the insurance company. Okay, to perform an analysis, a chemical analysis on these red towels. That one was found in like the dry laundry, like a hamper or something, not washed laundry, I think. The other one is found in the washing machine. They had a smell to them. They were collected as evidence, and it came back after testing that they tested positive for gasoline residue. Okay. The problem is, because the testing was conducted by the insurance company, unlike a crime lab, for example, is only required to hang on to the graphs that the machine that does the testing produce for 10 years. Okay. And clearly it's been past 10 years. It's been 18 years. Every time I think of that Kanye West song, Gold Digger. 18 years. She had one of your babies, got you for 18 years. So that was the argument. The 703 issue is the rules of evidence. Because the expert who was going to be called by the state, the rules of evidence state that the expert, the facts that are used for the expert witness to make their report and give their opinion in court must be entered into evidence. And in this situation, in this case, those quote unquote facts are the graphs, the charts, the actual readings that came out from the machine that runs these tests. And because those have been destroyed and they're not physically here, they cannot be admitted into evidence. And therefore, under 703, he is precluded from testifying. And then they're just arguing back and forth over like trying to get that evidence in some other way and all of that. So there you go.
Terry. And Dr. Marky, you're reminded that you're still under oath. Thank you. Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Marky.
Afternoon.
You and I have never met, but we've talked a couple times on the phone, right?
Yes.
And I think we even did a Zoom at one point. Remember that during COVID?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions today about your autopsy report and the results, okay?
Okay.
I want to just first begin with, if I can, something I made a note of. You said when the body came to you, it comes in a sealed body bag, right?
Typically they do. I don't recall if this one was or not. I'd have to look at my report.
But the reason it's sealed, you said, it's important that it's sealed, right?
I mean, generally they're sealed so that when I open the body bag, I know that there's nothing that has happened to the body since it was put in the bag until it was opened.
Right. Important for chain of custody issues, isn't that right?
Generally, that would be the reason.
Okay, because as a forensic scientist, as a forensic pathologist, you know you're in court and you have to establish a clear record of this was the body at the scene and the evidence with it, right?
Yes, I mean, that's essentially the reason, as I stated before.
And then when it gets to you, you open the bag and we can make sure that what was at point A is at point B.
That would be the reasoning, yes.
That's why you document what's at point B when it gets to you. Am I right?
That is correct.
All right. Do you know typically if the medical examiner's office has a policy, like where you work, you do things for autopsies for different counties, don't you?
That is correct.
Right. Where the MA's office has procedures and policies where evidence can't be removed from the body unless the medical examiner's office signs off on it.
Yes, in the counties where I serve as the medical examiner, the body is my jurisdiction and anything that's on the body is my jurisdiction at the scene. And if something needs to be removed for some reason at the scene, then generally it is done at my office's authority.
And you would have a paper trail because you don't want critical evidence disappearing later on, fair?
I'm not sure. I mean, it would be documented in our report if there was something at the scene that was removed that was thought to be significant.
Okay. You don't have any record of anything being removed at this point, in this case?
I wasn't the medical examiner in this case, so I'm not responsible for that. I was just asked to do an autopsy and give an opinion to the Van Buren County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, so let's talk about these opinions. I want to talk about, obviously, the data you had included there was a fire and Mr. Todd Stermer was severely burned and ultimately perished. Fair?
Yes. I'm sure it was more detailed than that, but that was 18 years ago. I don't recall all of the details.
Then the next piece of data you had was there was some evidence that he had been run over by a car.
Yes.
Specifically a van.
Yes.
Did you know it was a Ford Econoline van from 1993?
I don't recall knowing the specifics.
All right. And the body then gets to you, and you talked about the thermal injuries, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but I want to focus right now on what you call the blunt force trauma injuries. And I want to go to your report, if we may. Can you see that?
Yes.
And you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
First thing you had was lacerations, you said, right?
Yes.
All right. Those lacerations were to the top and the side of the head, correct?
To the top, to each side of the head, and one to the back of the head.
If I say BFT, blunt force trauma, fair?
Sure.
So when we have 4 lacerations, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's what the report indicates.
One to the top, right?
Correct.
one on each side of the head, on the ears, you said?
They were on the side. One was on the left side of the head, above the level of the ear. The other was on the right side of the head, above the level of the ear.
One's on the right, one on the right side. And where was the last one, on the back of the head?
Yes.
So I put those down correctly?
I can't see
Oh,
it.
counsel's in the way.
Yes.
All right. Then we had, I think, linear abrasions, right?
Yes.
And you described those as skin burns, you know, like you fell on the pavement.
I think I specifically stated that they were like scratches or scrapes on the skin.
Okay. And 3, we had rib fractures, right?
There are rib fractures, yes. 3 rib fractures.
2 on the left side.
Correct.
They were ribs 3 and 4.
Correct.
1 on the right side.
That is correct.
And that's rib 4.
It was rib 3.
3. Okay. Those were the only blunt force trauma injuries you saw, right?
No, as is listed in my report, letter C, there were lacerations on the right shoulder and upper back, left upper arm, and lateral left back / chest.
Okay. So, lacerations to the back and chest, or just the back?
To the back, to the left upper arm, and to the lateral left chest or back. It was on the side of his torso, depending on what you wanted to call it. It was either his lateral chest or his lateral back.
Okay. Now, those lacerations to the head, you said, those 4 were, I believe and it's in your report, I believe it's called minimally depressed?
No, the minimally depressed injuries were fractures of the skull. The lacerations of the skin were just splits.
No, I apologize. They missed. Skull fractures we missed, right?
Yes.
All right. Those 2 skull fractures were minimally depressed, right?
Yes, that means they were sort of, I don't even think I called them fractures per se, because they weren't like full breaks through the bone. It was just the outer surface of the bone was inwardly dented, for lack of a better word.
I've been told by other doctors, medical examiners, a depressed skull fracture can be described as if you took your finger and threw some icing on a cake a little bit. That'd be about right?
I mean, it's basically it's just a dent.
Right.
It's an invagination of the surface.
Those skull fractures certainly were not life-threatening, were they?
Those fractures in and of themselves, no.
Okay. Those 4 lacerations, and by the way, those skull fractures you say didn't penetrate the skull, and we didn't have any brain damage, did we?
No, there was no obvious injury to the brain.
Okay. In terms of other organs, there was no obvious injury to the heart. You would have noted that.
No, there's no heart injury.
There are no obvious injuries to the internal organs of the gut, liver, spleen, kidneys, nothing.
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't have organ injuries. In terms of fractures, you've described these 2 minor fractures. We don't have any other fractures, do we?
There's fractures of the skull and then fractures of the ribs.
We'll talk the ribs. You said at least the ones on the left for sure are consistent with what you find when people are doing CPR.
Yes, they could be due to CPR.
Okay. And even you said it's uncommon, the one on the right, but you can't rule out that it could have been done by CPR. Fair?
That would have been very unlikely that a posterior rib fracture would be from CPR.
Let's say the one that wasn't done by CPR was caused by impact with a vehicle. That's not life-threatening, is it?
No, that fracture in and of itself would not have been life-threatening.
The lacerations to the back and the upper left arm, those weren't life-threatening, were they?
Unlikely. I mean, lacerations, especially of the scalp, and they can bleed. So if they're not attended to, they could bleed enough that you could lose blood, and it could be significant. But of themselves, they're not usually, immediately or significantly morbid.
Okay. So I'm going to go look at these lacerations because I was told you've never, well, you took autopsy pictures, didn't you?
Yes.
All right.
I didn't. They were taken at my direction by an assistant during the autopsy.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to show you a few autopsy pictures that have already been labeled as Exhibit H in ours. They're coming from your autopsy. You do take pictures of standard part of autopsies, right?
Yes, during autopsies we take general photographs of the body and then photographs of anything that we think is significant.
I'm going to describe them right now.
Okay, you're not going to show them though?
I'm going to show him if he says he took pictures.
Okay, I just want to make sure, and then, make sure you don't show them.
Our foundation needs to be laid. He said he did not take pictures. So I think the foundation needs to be laid that these are in fact pictures taken or...
I'm going to show him, if you don't mind. I'm going to approach. You've seen pictures of the autopsy?
Yes.
H1 is the head.
Yes, that is a picture of the head that was taken during my autopsy.
Okay. H2 picture, what does that describe?
Yeah, those are the abrasions on one of the arms.
Okay. H3 shows some what?
I think it's specifically meant to show the lacerations on the left upper arm and the lateral left chest.
Taken during your autopsy?
Yes.
And 4?
That's a picture of the back of the decedent, and you can actually see the laceration on the right upper back of the shoulder area.
Taken at your autopsy?
Yes.
So the simple answer to that would be the only way they would have had those charts for the first trial is if they used that witness in the first trial. And something tells me that they didn't, which is why, and during the first trial, and this is what her appeal was based on, the defense didn't have their own expert to testify about the fire in any respect. So if they didn't have an expert, there would be no reason for the state to put on an expert to combat that, is what I'm thinking. So I would have to say that in all likelihood, they didn't use that expert's reports or testimony, and that's why there is no record from the first trial. And yeah, also, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so MK says what brought forth this retrial in the first place. So some of the comments that the prosecutor made on closing were part of it, but the fundamental part of her getting the retrial was the fact that her defense attorneys did not hire an expert witness to refute the state's theory of the case, and that being it was an accident, not arson. That's really what's that's what is the crux of the issue. I mean, nobody's arguing that there was a fire or not, right? We all, I think, are on the same page. There clearly was a fire. It's what caused that fire, and more specifically, who caused that fire. Was the fire an accident and just bad circumstances, or was it arson? And if it was arson, who is the arsonist? Was it Linda? Did she set her husband and the house on fire to avoid a divorce? Or, as the defense's theory is, was the arsonist Todd because he wanted to collect insurance money? They were having financial troubles, and because he is the arsonist, according to the defense, he likely wasn't trying to unalive himself, right? That it was an accident, that he accidentally caught himself on fire and perished in the accident, meaning the fire itself was intentionally set, but the accident would be him catching himself on fire.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit H1 to 4, 1.1 to 4.
Your Honor, we don't have copies of these. I'm not really sure what he's admitting. I mean, I'm sure I have the copies of the autopsy, but I don't know what he's admitting. Is he admitting this as digital to the jury? Is he admitting these as copies to the jury? I'd like a copy of what he's admitting.
Your Honor, they were Dropboxed, my exhibits, 3 weeks ago.
What are you admitting to the jury?
The 4 pictures of the autopsy.
Are you making hard copies of them?
I have an extra set right here, but I've Dropboxed them to them.
Okay, let's let the prosecutor see them.
If they're part of his Dropbox, I've seen them. I just didn't have them here to see which ones he's admitting. So
your plan is to provide a hard copy for the jury?
No, it's yes, as the jury exhibit.
The jury room?
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like he's laid the foundation. They're a fair and accurate representation of the autopsy photos.
Thank you.
Yes, they are some of the autopsy.
Counsel, are these? Yes, sir?
No, unfortunately it doesn't on this apple here, so I try to blow it up on the big screen.
Can I, Counsel, can you approach it so we can talk about the nature of the photos?
I really don't like the when people in court proceedings say I'm going to blow it up when they're referring to a picture. The proper terminology it's just it grates on my nerves and it hits the ears wrong. What you're not blowing it up. I mean, you are enlarging it. That's what you're trying to say. I don't know. When you think of the term blowing it up, as it pertains to making a picture bigger, sometimes you distort the picture, and it's just not the right. I don't know. I'm just being picky for no reason, mostly because let me tell you what had just happened. Okay, before this gentleman took the stand, my daughter came in here and she said, "Mom, there's an emergency." So I ran out of the room and into the kitchen because the under the sink was leaking, and she's showing me where the pipe. Hey, Mac, stop. Has come apart.
Produce the photographs. I'll alert you now.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm telling a story, okay? Where you know how it comes, down from the drain or whatever, and then it connects, and there's like a bend, and there's like I don't know, something that holds it together. It's like a little plastic screw around thing. Okay, that part came apart. So that's happening, and I left the door open, which was my bad because she said emergency, and when you hear emergency, you just go, right? Well, the cats don't all get along in the house. She has two, I have two. Mac gets along with everybody for the most part, but Alice gets along with only Mac. She doesn't like the other girl cats, and mainly she wants to be in charge. And if they would just submit, I don't know, even if they did submit, she would still. But anyways, so as I'm trying to figure out how we're going to handle this situation, all of a sudden we hear pandemonium coming from the bedroom, the other bedroom, their bedroom, because Pancake and Alice are beefing. And now I'm like completely overstimulated. I've missed at least 2/3 of this cross-examination. I'm doing too much. It's too much. I'm all over the place, and I feel out of control. All right, let me keep playing. So that's probably why I nitpicked on blowing up versus enlarging. I can enlarge the picture. I can make it look bigger. Let's continue.
Now you may find them disturbing. They're autopsy photographs, so the defense attorney have alerted to him to get him on and off the screen as quickly as possible to prove whatever he's trying to show you right now. But and then in the jury room, I'll make sure that they go inside an envelope so that you can choose to open the envelope or not when you're in that room to see them. Okay. So they are admitted. What are they? What?
H.1-4.
H.1-4 is admitted hard copy.
Thank you. I'm going to show you H.1 from your autopsy. Is that a photograph, sir, of the 2 lacerations to the top of the head that you saw?
Yes, that's a laceration of 2 of the 4 or that's 2 of the 4 lacerations on his head.
Okay. Why is it also that when the defense attorney says thank you, it actually comes across as more like F you? Just curious. All right. I'm going to be quiet now and try to get my self under control because I'm a mess.
Okay. And those didn't go below through the skull or anything?
They went through the full thickness of his scalp, essentially, pretty much down to bone. And 2 of them, the one on the left of that photograph, it had the indented small fracture underneath it. The other laceration was that had the skull fracture underneath it was not visible in that photograph.
H.2. What does that depict?
I believe that's a picture of one of his arms, and it shows obviously that most of the skin surface is absent, and sort of the exposed skin is often red, and then there are some of those linear abrasions, scratches, scrapes there on his arm.
3. What does 3 depict for us, sir?
Yeah, this is a photograph that's depicting the lacerations there on his left upper arm and the sort of abrasion with a smaller laceration there on the left side of his chest up there near his armpit.
And 4, sir, what does 4 show us?
This is a photograph of his back. Again, he's got diffuse burns, and then what you've highlighted there is the larger laceration that's on the back, his upper back, shoulder region.
Okay, thank you. So, as we went through all those injuries, in sum total, if you assume the van made those,
it very well may have. I don't know exactly what made every single injury, but the constellation of those injuries, lacerations on several parts of the bodies and skin scrapes, could certainly be due to being struck, especially if you went underneath the van and hit various objects that are on the undersurface of the van and on the ground.
Okay. I'm going to show you, before I publish it, I'm going to show you from Maciowski's Exhibit 1E.1 to 3. Those again have been provided to counsel. They're your detective pictures.
Your Honor, and I mean this with all respect, I think the process is the issue here. Normally, when you admit exhibits, you admit hard copies for the witness and then publish to the jury. We just don't get them on an iPad. And the only concern being to ensure that these same exhibits that are being admitted here in court are the ones that are being provided to the jury. And I have no doubt Mr. Mueller would not do anything like that, but I just want to make sure that we're following the right procedure here with the admission of exhibits.
Your Honor, we have...
Going forward, I'll let you do what you will here, but going forward, I agree with Mr. Blair that it's a cleaner record if we, whatever it actually is that you're going to move to admit, if it's a hard copy, we do it as hard copy.
It will be admitted as a hard copy, but I could conditionally admit it with, to link it up under Rule 104 with Detective Maciowski since they're his photos.
Well, I said I'll allow it this time, but going forward, further examination and exhibits, get us the hard copies, please.
Thank you. If I may have just approached the witness quick. Doctor, I'm going to show you about 3 photographs of the van that was involved in this incident. You see photos of the injury or the blood to the front bumper, or the what's called the brush guard.
Yeah, I can see some red material. I can't tell what it is, but could be blood. Yep, it looks like, again, similar material on the undercarriage.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So we show Maciowski picture 004, that's the van.
Your Honor, I don't think we've admitted these under a proper foundation yet. They're being published to a jury. They haven't been admitted. These are not his photos. I'm not even sure what foundation we've laid here.
Your Honor, under Rule 104, I can conditionally, I'll link it up and you can conditionally admit the exhibit because it's their detective's exhibit.
Well, you shouldn't be showing it to the jury if it's not an admitted exhibit yet, so.
It can be conditionally admitted, subject to
position
linking it
on
up.
It hasn't been admitted, Your Honor.
In any event,
Mr. Mueller, let me rule on this. I'll have you wait and admit it when you can lay a proper foundation.
I'll be happy to do it with Detective Maciowski. You've seen those photographs, sir?
I just now have, yes.
Those injuries that you saw to Mr. Stermer are consistent with having been run over and striking various undercarriage components, isn't it?
I mean, the injuries themselves, as I've stated before, very well it could be due to being struck and overrun and striking things on the undercarriage of a motor vehicle.
Right. So the fact of the matter is, any of these blunt force trauma injuries that we had, that we listed, were not life-threatening. They didn't kill Todd Stermer, did they?
That was not my opinion, no.
Van impact, all those blunt force trauma did not cause death, correct?
Yes, that was my opinion.
Is this what the side chat is talking about? Is this what you wanted to see? There you go. I think that's what you guys were talking about. All right. This is completely inappropriate for this testimony. Cannot believe I did that for you guys. It's that's the kind of risk you'll only get, that you could only get taken by me here at the ward.
In my opinion, was that he died as a result of the burns and the inhalation of products of combustion during the fire.
Your Honor, I guess I'm not understanding why we're writing everything from the doctor's report on a tablet. My fear is that we are.
Okay. So Marjorie says, do we know what the insurance company discovered in their investigation? Well, no. And I'm not even sure that we're gonna, because they aren't gonna let that was what they discovered in their investigation. That one witness was some of the stuff that was discovered during their investigation. So I don't know what else they might have, or if it's going to be allowed at this point. All right, here we go.
Have the exhibit from the doctor's report. Now writing it can be misconstrued. It's not an exhibit. I'm not really sure why we're rewriting the doctor's conclusions or statements on a tablet.
Your Honor, I can examine and summarize his opinion. He agrees with this. This is simply presenting his opinion in a summary form as we're going.
Grant the prosecution's request on this one. The witness can testify and the jury can hear his testimony. It doesn't need to be written down by the counsel.
Okay. Then let's talk about, sir.
The tablet. Thank you.
Also, just for the record, if the jury has a question about the forensic pathologist's testimony, they can ask to get a transcript. That's all I wanted to point out. I mean, I didn't understand why we're using such a huge tablet. I mean, I understand why we're using a huge one, but I didn't understand why we're using it to write down words. Yesterday, we were playing Pictionary. Today, I don't know. It looks like we're taking notes. I'm very confused as well, and I'm glad they're not letting him do it because it's kind of annoying. Let's keep going.
Second thing, the burn injuries you talked about, you and I have talked before, right?
Yes.
And the burn injuries, you have told me, and you tell me if I'm summarizing this correctly, the burn injuries, you can't say, I know an accelerant was used based on these burn injuries, fair?
Yeah, that's out of my area of expertise to say exactly what type of burns they were. They're thermal burns. They may be flash or flame burns. I can't tell.
Okay. Third thing, let's talk about now the toxicology report. You discussed a little bit about the results of the urine test and the blood test, right?
Yes, I think we went
through
the toxicology results.
Okay, let me talk about that. I'm going to show you what we're marked, the toxicology report, which is part of the exhibit they showed you. And the urine specimen discussed hydrocodone, hydromorphone. Those are the metabolites, right?
Hydrocodone is a primary drug. Hydromorphone is a metabolite of hydrocodone that can also be administered as a drug on its own as well.
The blood test, let's talk about the effects of things in the blood test. See that?
Yes.
Okay. The only thing it had was caffeine, correct?
That is correct. The blood screen was only positive for caffeine.
And when you have tests that have screens in the blood, that's what you have is basically the active ingredient, right?
Well, when it's present in the blood, we know that it's circulating and it's likely having effects on the body. If it's only in the urine and it's no longer circulating, then it may not be having its intended effects on the body.
Okay. It's if we talk about it, it's in your system versus out of your system. You've heard that before, right?
Yes.
He didn't have any of this hydrocodone or hydromorphone in his system, otherwise it would have been detected in the blood test. Fair?
As I stated previously, there were no detectable levels. That doesn't mean, as I stated previously, that it wasn't possibly there at a lower concentration than what the testing screen is able to detect. So a negative result is essentially it's not there in a concentration that the test can detect.
And the test can detect concentrations that would have an effect on the body, can't it?
Generally, yes, that it's set low enough that if it is present below that level, it would be considered, essentially not significant.
Yeah. You also talked about Entex HC, right? Remember that this morning?
Yes.
That's cold medicine, prescription cold medicine.
I'm not familiar with exactly why it's used.
Okay. But it has hydrocodone in it, right?
Yes, it does.
And you said typically it's by a liquid syrup.
I believe, yes, it's usually given in a liquid form.
Okay. So.
Oh, hold on now. Hold on. Is that like Timu lean? Like it's not as good. It's not as strong as lean. It's just like, like Wish, Timu, Great Value, lean. Is that what it is?
So any of this hydrocodone, as far as your professional opinion, would not have been in a system to have any effect on Todd Stermer. Fair?
Right. There was none detectable in his blood, so therefore likely he was not experiencing the effects of hydrocodone at the time of his death.
So if somebody, witness or the prosecutor, suggested that he had been drugged, that would be inconsistent with your objective evidence, wouldn't it?
It would be consistent with him being dosed hydrocodone sometime before he died.
In other words, therapeutic levels of hydrocodone, which would be just taking cough medicine, right?
There's no levels on there, so you can't say it's a therapeutic versus a non-therapeutic.
I think he was testifying as to the time distance between the two, not whether it was therapeutic or not.
I guess I'm not clear on the question.
You've heard of the phrase therapeutic levels?
Yes.
All right, what does that mean to you?
They're generally levels that if you measure them are what you would expect to see or what's expected to be seen if the drug is in a concentration that is deemed to be effective from a clinical standpoint. So if you're talking about pain, what levels of medications cause or result in control of that pain? And that means in a sample, does the number that we're given for a certain drug fall within that range? Let's say the therapeutic range is 4 to 10. If a drug is present at a concentration of 6, then it would be considered to be within the therapeutic range and be in the range that is expected to exert its effect to treat whatever.
Yes, I do know that lean has promethazine. That's why it's called lean. What I was asking is it like a lesser version of that? So like, you know, like the Timu version. Like, yeah, okay, like boosted cough syrup. Okay, let's keep going.
Whatever condition you're treating.
Bottom line, if he was taking cough syrup prescribed by his family doctor 2 days before, that cough syrup containing hydrocodone was out of his system by the time of this fire. Isn't that true?
He has no knowledge of what he took. If he wants to ask this as a hypothetical, that would be more proper than just testifying himself as to what the defendant did or did not do and then asking him to agree.
Your Honor, it is a hypothetical.
And there are no levels on the toxicology.
It is a hypothetical.
I'll ask you to rephrase it then, or state it again as a hypothetical.
Doctor, hypothetically.
All right, let me tell you that hypothetically, hold on a second, I have to find it. Shoot. I don't want to stop talking because this is the face he made when she made that objection. Oh, Cat Williams, I love you so much. You're just, look, I mean, this meme is everything. Tell me that it's not. All right, hold on a minute. Let me take this off. Let's be serious. This is a serious situation here. It's a serious testimony. Get it together, Bendy. But yeah, I mean, look, it's not out of his system. It's in his urine. So it's not out of his system. If it's out of his system, there would be nothing there.
If Todd Stermer had taken cough medicine that was prescribed by his doctor 2 days before, Entex HC, for cold and ear infection, whatever effect that drug had was out of his system by the time of the fire.
Yes, in this hypothetical situation, if he took the drug 2 days before, it would be consistent with it not being detectable in his blood any longer, and he would not be experiencing the effects of that drug at the time of his death.
Or at any time before, because he didn't have it at detectable levels in his blood. Isn't that true?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by at any time. I mean, if he had taken the drug 2 days before and 5 minutes later, he probably was experiencing the effects of the drug.
My question was poor. I'll try to rephrase it. Mm-hmm. If at the time of the fire he didn't have this hydrocodone in his system, you with me?
Yep.
Then no matter when he took it, whenever, it was out of his system.
Right, I think it's fair to say that, you know, given the apparent brief time period between the fire and his death, that his concentration of those drugs would have been similar to what we see when he died, and probably was not under the effects of the drugs at that time.
Just going back to the idea of these lacerations on a blunt force trauma, you had 4 lacerations in 4 different places, right?
Are we speaking of just the head?
Yes.
Yes, there were four separate lacerations on his head.
So if there was a suggestion that maybe Todd Stermer got hit by a frying pan, that wouldn't be consistent with the injuries you saw, given that you know he had contact with the undercarriage of the vehicle. Isn't that true?
Well, again, that's, I guess, a multi part question. To answer your first question, I can't rule out that he wasn't struck with something based on just the lacerations. He wasn't struck one time with something, but clearly there are impacts to his head, and I can't tell you exactly what what caused those impacts. Given the fact that it was reported to me that he was run over by a vehicle and there was evidence of body fluid on the undercarriage of the vehicle, it seems quite reasonable that that would be an explanation for the injuries that were seen on his head.
As you like to say, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it's more likely than not that all of those injuries to his head...
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what he said. It's mischaracterizing the evidence.
She can clean it up if she'd like.
No, I think I'll sustain that objection.
Your opinion is it's more likely than not, given the evidence you...
Same question, Your Honor. Objection for the same grounds.
I'll sustain the objection. I don't think he's given that as his opinion.
Do you have an opinion, whether it's more consistent, given the data you have, that he suffered those head lacerations from impact with the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I mean, I think I've answered the question that I don't know exactly what caused each of the lacerations. They are explainable by injuries sustained from the undercarriage of the vehicle. Can I exclude that there wasn't an injury from something else prior or in association with it? There's nothing specific about them that allows me to say definitively what caused them.
Based on the evidence you encountered and addressed in 2007, right?
My opinion is that based on my interpretation of the injuries, they are caused by blunt impact. They could be from the undercarriage of the vehicle, and they very well may be, but I can't say definitively what caused each separate injury.
Okay. Now,
listen, I don't know who is watching this. I can only say the people that are chatting, and I can tell from the way the chat is moving that not all 37 people that are watching are also chatting. So if you happen to be listening to this now or on the replay, okay, and you're somebody who knows this defense attorney, could you please tell him, calm down. He's doing too much. It was interesting yesterday. I understand that one of the fundamental reasons that Mrs. Stermer was granted a retrial was the ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay? Now, that being said, sir, based on your performance the last 2 days, I don't think that anybody would accuse you of being ineffective as an attorney. You're doing your job. You're at an 11. I need you to be at a 4, 4.5, no more than 5. Okay? You're going too hard in the paint. You're only on day 2. You're coming across as a dick. Okay? I'm just going to say it how it is, because that's exactly what's happening here. They'll say his name, Violet, and I'll remember it and I'll tell you guys. Now, if you need a nap because you're cranky, just say so. Just excuse yourself. You're doing too much.
Part of your process when you're doing forensic examinations, you're familiar with the scientific method?
Yes.
Scientific method is you collect all the data you can relevant to your topic, right?
Yes, as part of what I do, I collect data.
Okay, now listen to me and we'll see if we can work through this step by step. You collect data, right?
Yes, we've established that.
As much data as you can that might be relevant.
Yep.
Then you analyze that data, right?
I interpret the data.
Then you develop hypotheses, which are really just working theories of what it could be.
I mean, that's the scientific data. I do an examination, I interpret it based on my training and my experience, and come up with what I believe is the most accurate conclusion.
Okay. You test your theory against the evidence that you have, right?
Well, in my line of work, I try not to come up with a theory and then make the data fit my theories. I take the data and I interpret it based on my knowledge of pathology, forensic pathology, and the circumstances in which the death has occurred.
Okay. You understand the scientific method is to develop, when you test your theory, to try to disprove your theory, to rule out something.
Yeah, I understand that the scientific theory. I'm telling you what my protocol is in determining cause and manner of death.
And your protocol in determining cause and manner of death involves what you folks call in the medical field differential diagnosis, right?
Well, yeah, a differential diagnosis is when you take a finding and you come up with a list of possibilities that may explain that finding. For example, I don't treat patients, but if you come to the hospital with abdominal pain, they will take a history and they will say, well, we think your abdominal pain may be due to this, this series of potential diagnoses, and we will do further analysis to try to shorten that differential diagnosis, hopefully to a definitive diagnosis.
Right. So you're taking, it might be 3 or 4 things, and you're taking tests to try to rule out something, and ultimately you have a diagnosis. But you have to consider what it could be, right?
Right. I mean, when I look at an injury on the body, I have to evaluate an injury independently and determine whether it's a blunt force injury like a laceration or a stab wound or a gunshot wound or something else. That's part of what I do in not just saying there's an injury here, but then analyzing the injury based on my experience and my training to determine what that injury actually is.
Okay, so thank you, Jen, for letting us know. His name is Wolf Mueller. Mueller, let's go.
A simple one. If this was suggested that Todd Stermer died of a gunshot wound, your examination of the body finds no gunshot wounds, right?
That is correct.
So you could rule out gunshot wound, correct?
That is correct.
That is part of how you do the differential diagnosis. And now we'll forget gunshot wound, we'll focus on something else, right?
Right.
Okay. So, in terms of his thermal injuries, these burns to the skin obviously would be painful, right?
Yes, I've never experienced burns like that, but I have burned myself and it hurts.
It hurts. And the pain is immediate, isn't it?
Yes.
Now let's talk about your manner of death and what you've considered. Am I right that when you're talking about manner of death, there are several different categories?
Yes, there are 5 categories in the state of Michigan that you can put on a death certificate for manner of death.
Would one be accidental?
Yes.
Would one be suicide?
Yes.
Would one be natural? You had a heart attack?
Yes.
Would one be homicide?
Yes.
And one would be undetermined?
Yes.
And if it's undetermined, the only one that supports a crime is homicide, correct?
I'm not sure that that is a correct statement.
It's not a correct statement. In fact, it's actually an incorrect statement. When it comes to the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist, the term homicide, as it refers to their line of work, is only the taking of one's life by another. Okay. Homicide, what the attorney is talking about, that's a legal standard. Okay. That's not the function or the purview of a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner. That is up to law enforcement, prosecutors, etc. So you should know that. I have a good enough diploma and I know that. Mr. Mueller.
For death certification purposes, it's not for use in this setting. When I put something on a death certificate, it is for death certification purposes, for public health, for statistical purposes. For example, most automobile crashes we classify on the death certificate as accident. There's no intent generally to cause harm, and yet I've sat on a stand like this multiple times on cases where I've called a death an accident, but someone has been charged with a crime, say driving under the influence or reckless driving. So just because I call something an accident or that it's not legally binding in the sense of the judicial process. Likewise, just because I call something a homicide doesn't necessarily mean that from a legal sense a crime has been committed.
Sir?
Yes. I'm trying to answer your question, which is only one of them indicates a criminal activity.
Can you answer my question, yes or no, if you're able to?
Restate the question.
That's badgering the witness. He asked for an answer. The doctor gave him an answer. It was directly in response to his question.
She can
He
follow
is badgering
up.
the witness.
That's hardly badgering the
I'll
witness.
sustain the objection.
Sir, you make these categorical classifications based on the evidence you have at the time, am I right?
Yes, based on the autopsy findings and the circumstances in which the death occurred, I provide an opinion as to what I believe is the manner of death.
Okay. And in this case, your manner of death was undetermined, isn't that fair?
That is correct. That's what is stated on my report.
If you had had evidence at that time that it was a homicide, you would have listed it as a homicide, correct?
If I had had enough evidence that I felt independently comfortable that his death was due directly to someone else's intentional actions, then yes, I would have called it a homicide.
Okay. So let me just kind of summarize and make sure we're clear before I leave you. The van impact had no connection with the death. The death was caused by thermal burn injuries, fair?
Yes, I believe his death was caused by the thermal injuries.
You're not qualified and you can't say that an accelerant, gasoline or anything else, had a connection to his burn injuries, fair?
Right. I don't do accelerant testing. That's out of the realm of what I do.
There were no drugs that were detected that were in his system at the time of his death, fair?
That is correct.
And finally, the manner of death is undetermined, fair?
That was my opinion at the time, yes.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Well, here we go. Now he's finna get the badgering.
I know you're a busy man, Doctor. I don't have any other questions for you. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you don't need to know anything about the specifics of the van to do your report or your examination, do you?
Also, let me just say this, okay? These are circumstances. Some of these trials that we're watching are when we listen to a forensic pathologist take the stand and give testimony. Some of these trials that we've listened to, when the person is found, right? In this case specifically, let's just talk about this case. The circumstances surrounding his death are known, okay? But there are many cases where autopsies are performed and conclusions are reached where a body is just found in a field, okay? And they don't have any idea the circumstances surrounding the death. Either there might be skeletal remains, whatever, okay? So I understand what the defense is trying to connect the dots here. He's trying to say, look, you, based on all of the evidence that you had at the time, including the autopsy, you've ruled this death as undetermined. You could have ruled it four other things, but you chose to rule it undetermined. Basically, he's saying, without saying it, why the F are we here?
No, not to actually do the autopsy. I mean, when asked questions to try to correlate injuries, then yes, it's sometimes useful to know, but to determine that those are blunt force injuries, I don't need to know any specifics about a vehicle.
It was enough information to know it was a van.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear on your findings. Those rib fractures could be from CPR, correct?
Definitely the two left-sided anterior rib fractures very well it could be from CPR. As I've stated before, the posterior rib fracture would be unlikely to be due to CPR.
But even the other ones could not be from CPR.
That is
correct?
correct too. I can't tell you that the ones on the left side in the front, I mean, they could be from something else. They're just, they could be explained by CPR.
They're consistent with...
Or they could be explained possibly by the van.
Yep.
They are consistent with injuries to ribs that he has seen before being the result of CPR. That's what he's trying to say. I get it. We get it. The jury probably gets it.
And the injuries, the 4 separate lacerations on the head could be from the van.
Yes.
They could be from another blunt force trauma.
Right. If he had been struck with something else prior to being run over, then one or more of them could be from being struck. I can't say with absolute certainty that...
They could be from a frying pan.
Potentially.
It would be consistent with the injury, right?
Yeah, there's nothing specific about the injury that would allow me to say that he was or wasn't struck with something.
And I just want to be clear, you did the autopsy on January 8th. The fire was January 7th, so you're talking one day after, correct?
Yes.
And so you based your information and your report on the information you had the day after the fire?
Well, I mean, the final report wasn't issued until at some point later, so there probably was some more information that was obtained. But everything that all the information is summarized in my report as to what I had at the time that the report was issued.
And that's what you used then to come to your conclusions?
Yes.
And I just want to touch base, you talked about the pain that would be, that somebody would have from those burns. Would touching then also cause additional pain to the patient that's burned that badly?
I would assume so. You know, I'm not an expert on pain, but it would be painful.
Greg asked him to speculate. He's not qualified.
He's a medical doctor.
Now he's talking about I would assume.
How long will that?
So based on you saying that it would be painful for somebody to touch those burn injuries?
I would assume that the burns just of themselves would be painful, and I assume that touching them or moving him would have also been painful as well.
How about laying on him?
Again, you know.
Same injection, lack of foundation. He doesn't know what the situation was.
Outside of his area of expertise at this point, so I'll sustain.
I mean, okay.
One hand goes beyond my cross.
The rules of evidence allow that, but I'll sustain the objection.
I know we're in the middle of some very important testimony, some spicy back and forth between the prosecutor and the defense attorney, but I cannot allow this comment to go unresponded to. Nitka Ditka says, all we have is stupid Bluebell. Sorry, Texas, but I judge your brand by the vanilla, and yours isn't good. LOL. I don't actually even have, I'm so thrown off by that comment because I've never seen those words in that order before. Bluebell is delicious. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
As a medical professional, you deal in probabilities, not possibilities, don't you?
Well, I mean, my diagnoses are usually made on some degree of probability. Many, many things are possible. You know, I try to deal in what is most probable.
Because if you're dealing in possibilities, you're merely speculating, aren't you?
I mean, I guess to some extent.
Didn't you just ask him a hypothetical, which is a possibility? Didn't you just ask him to deal in speculation? Woof. Come on, bro. You're doing too much.
Extent, if it's possible, then I can't exclude it.
But it's guesswork to represent that it was something affirmatively to a jury.
Thank you,
correct?
Sadie. I would love to try
I
that.
don't think I've stated anything that I don't think is probable.
Not accusing you, doctor, but because you deal in probabilities to say it's possible it could be something and have a representation that it is that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
But I would never say that something is definitively this just because it's possible that it's that.
Okay. Have you had any autopsies where somebody was struck by a frying pan?
You know, I don't recall.
If you get struck by a frying pan, typically it's right.
I don't know. I've never been struck by a frying
Object, Your
pan.
Honor. He's dealing with autopsies. He's certainly not there when somebody gets struck with a pan and how it affects them.
You can talk about the injuries. And
That was beyond
Sustaining
scope of
that
injury, Your
objection,
Honor.
this is outside of his area.
it would typically result in a skull fracture, wouldn't it?
Probably that's an overstatement. It could result in a skull fracture.
Okay. Or not.
Or not.
Thank you. No more questions.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have questions of him? Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, at this point, I think the only way to settle this dispute that is existing between the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorney is a good old-fashioned Donkey Konga off. Donkey Konga off. Have you guys ever played that game with the drums? It's an old GameCube game. It's one of the best. It's very, very fun. Or if we don't have that available, perhaps we could play Guitar Hero. One with the highest score wins. Because I don't think there's any other way to to settle this. They clearly don't care for each other. The friendship door is closed. And what I'm curious about, though, is, typically, defense attorneys and prosecutors are actually quite familiar with each other because, they come across each other, covering cases and whatnot. I would say Mario Kart would be a good possibility too, but I think it should be the last possibility because there are situations that occur in Mario Kart that are out of the player's control. For example, if it's a two-player game, even though two people are actually going to be racing, they will use it's not like it's just two people racing. The other characters race too. I think there's 6 altogether. So there will be 4 computer controlled racers. Okay. And to that extent, any one of the 6 players, including the 4 that are, controlled by the game, because not a physical person isn't controlling them, can get the winged blue shell. And if you've ever had that, if you've ever played Mario Kart, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that winged blue shell takes everybody out pretty much but the last player, because usually it's given to the player in last place. I think there's actually 8 players total. So you take my meaning. I don't know that that's an actual fair way to go about a contest of skill between 2 people. So there you have it. That's just my assessment. It's been a long time since I played Mario Kart. I used to play with my kids all the time. We used to sit around and play. And I remember Minnie Bendy would get so upset because she was younger than everybody else, obviously. And so she frequently was the person in 8th place. There's a lot of getting turned around, having a problem overcorrecting. On one of the levels, you have to jump and you have to hit the mushrooms, and she would fall off and then have to start all over again. So, but she would get upset because she lost, and none of us ever would let her win unless she actually won. Right. And let me tell you something, this kid became determined. She played and she played and she played. And she now is quite the accomplished Mario Kart player. So there's a little life lesson there for you with your kids, maybe, if you want to take that advice. Oh my gosh. They've worn me plumb out. I can't even believe that it's almost 3 o'clock there. Actually, it's 2 o'clock here, so it is, wait, hold on a minute. It is 3 o'clock here, which means it's almost 4 o'clock there. Excuse me. We're behind, I forgot. No, Jennifer. Oh my God. It's 2:02 here. They're an hour ahead. It's 3:03 there. Right? No. That can't be right. What's wrong with my clock? What time is it? I'm all confused.
Do you know the performing laboratories' cutoff levels for their test validation or their established levels of detection and level of, some of you have really bad handwriting, level.
This is another life lesson for you. Writing is a form of communication. You should have good penmanship. Why does it say 241 there? Oh, no, that's right. That would be right. Oh, my God. Just let me be quiet.
Quantification for their drugs?
So the testing that was done at the time was done at a laboratory that no longer does the testing. I don't know any of the specific parameters for like the level of detection for any of the substances that they tested, nor any of the particulars regarding that. Having done this for a long time, they're generally relatively low, so I would expect that
I understand now. It says on the clock on the screen that it's 2:42 p.m., right? Which would be 1:42 p.m. our time, Central Time, my time, local time to me. We're clearly behind in the stream, which is why it says 2:42 instead of 3:03, which would be the current time. And as you can see, I'm again out of control because I've hit my mic not once but twice. Let me be quiet. Let's play this. I'm going to step outside. Pardon me.
Had there been something there in significant quantities, it would have been detected. But no, I can't give you, like, for hydrocodone, their level of detection was 0.5 nanogram per milliliter. I don't know those parameters.
Similar question. Do all labs use, if you know, do all labs use the same detection levels for blood and urine?
No, they do not. Typically, the detection levels are quite different for blood and urine specimens. Urine specimens usually are significantly higher concentrations, the lower concentrations, just because the drug tends to accumulate in the urine. So they generally have higher detection levels in urine. Most labs don't quantitate or give you a level in the urine, but they generally will, at least in the forensic setting, in the blood. And those detection levels may vary from laboratory to laboratory.
You stated that 90% of the body was severely burned with skin intact at feet and part of a leg. I'm curious how a fingerprint can be taken when skin is burned off or sloughed off. Please further explain.
Yeah, he had burns to his hands. The skin actually was mostly sloughing.
All right. As I said before, okay. The court is on a break. I don't understand how we got caught back up live. But here we are. So it seemed like it just jumped. I'm going to rewind it because he was still testifying. So
Burning meat or burning flesh.
You had 4 different. that low threshold
from animals, what we would call meat. Charred.
Oh my gosh.
The performing laboratories cutoff levels for their test validation or their established levels of detection and level of, some of you have really bad handwriting, level of quantification for their drugs?
So the testing that was done at the time was done at a laboratory that no longer does the testing. I don't know any of the specific parameters for like the level of detection for any of the substances that they tested, nor any of the particulars regarding that. Having done this for a long time, they're generally relatively low, so I would expect that had there been something there in significant quantities, it would have been detected. But no, I can't give you, like for hydrocodone, their level of detection was 0.5 nanogram per milliliter. I don't know those parameters.
Similar question. Do all labs use, if you know, do all labs use the same detection levels for blood and urine?
No, they do not. Typically, the detection levels are quite different for blood and urine specimens. Urine specimens usually are significantly higher concentrations, the lower concentrations, just because the drug tends to accumulate in the urine. So they generally have higher detection levels in urine. Most labs don't quantitate or give you a level in the urine, but they generally will, at least in the forensic setting, in the blood. And those detection levels may vary from laboratory to laboratory.
You stated that 90% of the body was severely burned with skin intact at feet and part of a leg. I'm curious how a fingerprint can be taken when skin is burned off or sloughed off. Please further explain.
Yeah, he had burns to his hands. The skin actually was mostly sloughing off of the hands. So with burns, a lot of times the outer layers of the skin separate from the inner layers. And in this case, it wasn't present. You couldn't see it in the photographs, but there was still skin on the fingers. It basically was just sort of sloughed off, like if you were wearing a latex glove and you pulled it off. It was still there, but it really wasn't in place where it normally should be any longer on the hand. So in many cases, we are still able to get fingerprints in bodies that are burned, as long as the hands themselves aren't completely, the skin isn't completely burned off. In this case, the skin was more sloughed off of the hands than burned.
Okay. And there was one question, jury, that I'm not going to be asking. I've determined under the law not to ask it. Could lacerations be sustained from a fall or from a fall on stairs?
In this specific case or in general?
My guess is, how about both?
Okay. In general, yes, lacerations can occur anytime there's an impact. So if you fall downstairs and you strike your head on the wall, on a railing, on the floor, yes, you could get lacerations. I think, as I've stated before, I can't tell exactly what caused these lacerations. So, could one of the lacerations or more of the lacerations be from falling downstairs? I couldn't exclude that.
Thank you. If blunt injuries were possibly caused by the van, would the amount of blood on the van be there as soon as the body was impacted, in your professional opinion?
Typically, blood is transferred at the time of an injury. So, if you're struck by something and it causes a laceration of the skin, that generally you're going to bleed, and there will probably be blood on the impacting surface. So if you fall and hit your head on the corner of a table, there's likely going to be blood on the corner of the table. There may be a lot more, on the ground after you fall and bleed. But yes, there would likely be blood on an impacting surface.
Thank you. Is there any testing of the surface of the skin to determine if there is anything, in parentheses, substance, on the skin? And also, did you receive any documentation in regards to Todd Stermer's pants or lack of pants?
I guess the question is like, what sort of substance? Our laboratory testing of the body is usually body fluids, and they're usually being analyzed for medications, drugs, that sort of stuff. I can't test like the body surface, for example, for an accelerant. That's out of sort of my area of purview, if you will, when doing an autopsy. And what was the second part? Sorry.
Oh, it had to do with Todd Stermer. Here we go. Did you receive any documentation in regards to Todd Stermer's pants or lack of?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Counsel, any questions?
I know that this is a trial. I know that this is a complete sidebar, but we're taking it. Because Ned Kadicka says, OMG, Jen, I knew the bluebell would get you. LOL, crying, laughing face, emoji. Let me tell you the look. Let me just say this. This is what my face did when I read your comment about bluebell. Hair and all. My hair curled like the mayor of Whoville. And that is the face that I made. Absolutely. Completely. Totally made that face. Bluebell is delicious. That is all.
In light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes, just a few.
Of course you do, Mr. Mueller. Here we go.
There was a question about if you fell down the stairs, could you get these lacerations? You had 4 different lacerations in 4 different spots on the head. You with me?
Yes.
That wouldn't be consistent with a fall down the stairs as compared to being under the undercarriage of a van, as you saw those pictures with the blood.
Well, again, it all depends. I mean, if you fall down the stairs and, you fall down 20 stairs and you hit stair number 4 on one side of your head and you hit stair number 12 on the top of your head as you're tumbling down, you may have more than one impact site. What we're talking about are, lacerations that are very distinct from each other, are indicating, different impacts. So anything in which you could potentially sustain multiple impacts could result in you having 4 lacerations on your head, whether that being falling down multiple stairs or being hit multiple times in the head with something, or being run over by a vehicle and hitting multiple parts of the undercarriage of a vehicle. There's nothing about them specifically that allows me to say I know what specifically caused them.
Look, Brandy's correct. Back to the pants. At the end of the day, we all understand, and we all want to know about the pants situation. It's an oddity. It is a detail that stands out, and I need an explanation.
Something along the lines of 20 stairs, you said?
Even the jury in this case wants to know about these pants.
I have no idea. I'm just saying that you would have to have 4 impacts with something, either the stairs, the wall, something.
Again, that's a possibility, correct?
Yes, just like the other scenarios I gave are possibilities.
Thank you.
Also a possibility, it could have been a combination of all of those things. Is that correct?
Right. I can't say that they're not from more than one event or more than one object.
No further questions.
Jury, any more questions?
All he can really testify to is that all of those lacerations were caused by some form of blunt force trauma to the head, and they all occurred in a relatively short span of time. So around the time of his death.
Okay, we've got one more, it looks like.
Also, 2 things can be true. I can say that Bluebell tastes delicious, and I can also think that Turkey Hill tastes delicious. What I can't testify to, because I've not experienced Turkey Hill, is which one tastes better. That's how I'll leave it. But I do love Bluebell ice cream. I just don't get ice cream very much because I'm lactose intolerant. Wonder what this next question is going to be about. Also, I don't recall there being testimony about fingerprints being taken, so I don't really know exactly where that question came from. I don't know which juror asked that, but particularly if there wasn't testimony respective to
Question, but
fingerprints.
we'll try it again. Is it possible for a drug to be present but below the level of detection?
Yes. As I stated before, a negative result just means that the drug is below the level of detection. So if it's not there at all, then it would be negative and it wouldn't be reported. If it's at such a low concentration that it doesn't reach the minimum level of detection, then it would also be reported as negative in that instance.
Any questions from you two?
I do. Let me get this right. If it's below the level of detection, and you said they're low thresholds, right, for the blood?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Below the level of detection, it could be 0. There's nothing in there, right?
That is correct. It could mean that the drug just isn't there.
Or it could just simply be below that low threshold, that sensitive threshold to detect. Fair?
That is correct.
Either way, in this case, it was not in his system. Correct?
There was nothing detectable other than caffeine in his system.
Thank you. I wouldn't want anybody to detect my caffeine level.
No, Your Honor, I have no question.
Could you maybe consider backing off the caffeine? Is that what's made you spicy? I mean, perhaps caffeine is having a negative impact on your mood today. The high level of caffeine. Perhaps you should, consider something decaffeinated in the afternoon, or drink it a little slower so that you can maintain a therapeutic level of caffeine in your system where you don't aren't falling asleep and whatnot, but yet you're not so you don't have so much caffeine in your system that you become, start badgering a witness like this.
Have a distinctive odor, and how would you describe it?
At the time I do the autopsy, it doesn't generally have much of an odor in most instances. In bodies that are severely burned, I mean like charred to the point where they look not even like human bodies anymore, then they do have a smell, and it smells, unfortunately, like something most of you have probably experienced, which is, burnt flesh from animals, what we would call meat. So, unfortunately, fortunately, he wasn't burned to that extent, but in more severe cases, it does have a smell of essentially burning meat or burning flesh.
Counsel, any questions in light of that? Ms. Sullivan?
I just would ask, would your body fluids have more of a smell as you're burning? You talked about how the outer layer skin's coming off and the fluids are seeping out.
I mean, at autopsy, unless they're severely burned and charred, I don't usually notice like a distinctive smell just from a body that was burned, like in this case.
So by the time you get the body, you wouldn't even have any detection, even on a less severe burn?
Like I stated, on a severely burned, charred body, when we open the body bag, they generally smell like, you've burnt something on your grill. If they're not to that point, then typically I've not recognized a distinctive odor.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No questions.
Just really quickly for fair use commentary purposes, we learned during the Chandler Halderson case, Chandler Halderson was convicted. He murdered and then dismembered And then after he dismembered his parents' body, he attempted to burn those parts in the family's home fireplace. And several of the neighbors reported that during that time period when he was doing that, it smelled like barbecue. That's what they said. So it wasn't an unpleasant odor.
Any other questions, jury? Yep.
It was also 4th of July weekend, so the smell of barbecue wouldn't have been uncommon. Although the amount of smoke rising from that chimney did raise a few eyebrows because it was July, even though it was July in Wisconsin.
Good question? Sorry. That's okay. Yes, there is.
Are there seriously more questions for this poor witness? Hasn't he been through enough? This poor guy. Chris, who's Mel and why do they need to be freed? I need more information before I could Julie A. Okay, thank you. Julie said, I could not chat, so I left and came back. He did say in the beginning of his testimony that he took fingerprints. I missed that, so thank you. Okay. But yeah, Chris, I need to know who's Mel and why do they need to be freed? I need more information before I can
counsel.
Try to
Can
help.
loss of blood contribute to detectable levels?
Generally not. As long as we have enough blood to submit, since it's a concentration and amount per the amount of blood that you have, it doesn't generally affect our ability to detect drugs. So, a normal human body probably has, a few liters of blood. What we submit for testing is generally, a few milliliters, and what they actually test is oftentimes even a smaller amount than that. So, generally, the drug is fairly uniformly distributed throughout your blood, and what I get is a concentration. So, whether they analyze 4 milliliters of blood or 1 milliliter of blood, it should give the same relative concentration.
Okay. Any follow-up, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Any
thank
other questions,
goodness,
jury?
this poor man.
No. May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor.
And he should
Thank
get
you,
a
sir.
fruit basket on the
Oh,
way
wait, one more
out.
question. If you could hand me the exhibit, and I'll take care of this. Is that yours? Okay, thank you.
Give this man a fruit basket.
Sorry, Doreen, did you want to take a break now?
I know that,
So,
Kay.
jury, we'll take a 15-minute break before the next witness. Remember the rules.
You know,
You can leave your binders in the chairs.
Email it to you, or? Yeah, I have a.
before I start the testimony, I like to be just a little bit behind because it's better that way in case they take another break. But I know the case. Also, welcome in, Chris. I know the Melody Ferris case. I know I'm not familiar with all of the details. I know generally the issues or the situation. And that is a very, very interesting case. And it is actually a case that my daughter, my youngest daughter, Minnie Bindi, we call her on the channel, suggested that I look into. But I have been inundated with current cases happening. And so I haven't had an opportunity to go back and do that, to cover that case. But I do fully intend to, because as I understand it, there's quite a bit of questions.
I have an electronic copy on a flash drive I can send right now.
Okay.
If he wants a photo digital copy, a hard copy, I can have some printed off downstairs.
Mr. Mueller, did you want, I heard you say end of the day, but I couldn't hear what you said otherwise.
I want a hard copy today.
By the end of the day.
You're so rude. Look here.
Okay.
Mr. Mueller, all right? The judge is being incredibly patient with you, far more patient than I would be. Let me tell you, if you caught that tone with me, we'd be having words, okay? You need to be, the judge is only the referee, and you need to quit yelling at her and talking to her in that tone. In fact, your whole tone is kind of stank, and I'm going to need you to dial it way back. We've already had this conversation way before we took the lunch break. You're doing too much, bro. Calm down. Or it might have been right after lunch. I don't remember now because there's been so many incidents of you just being rude to be just for rudeness sake. And let me just say this. It's not gone unnoticed by the jury either. Oh, Jen, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you had tears during your physical therapy sessions. I'm sorry. Hey, Neat's back. What up, Neat? Yes, Melanie. Yes, Linda. Try to look demure. Put your glasses back on. Listen, I don't really know if she did this or not, and I really don't know how the state is going to prove that she intentionally ran this man over with the van.
Give us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Amy Elizabeth Darling, D-A-R-L-I-N-G.
If you can move that microphone up a little bit closer so the jury can hear you. Thank you. Ms. Ivy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Darling, what is your current occupation?
My current occupation is Drug Demand Program Manager.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been almost 3.5 years.
And what did you do prior?
Prior to that, I was a 911 dispatcher for Michigan State Police.
How long did you do that?
Almost 18 years.
18 years. And at any point were you then also the medical examiner?
I was.
What years were you the medical examiner?
From 2000 until 2000, my apologies, 2022.
So you do that in conjunction with your other occupations?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury what a medical examiner is?
Medical examiner investigator is a person who goes out and any unattended death in the county that I resided in, which was Van Buren County, is investigated. Findings are then taken to a medical examiner or to their primary doctor to determine cause of death.
So you assist on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're called out on all deaths?
Any unattended death, correct.
What's unattended death mean?
Unattended death is any unwitnessed death by a physician.
So, for example, if a physician has somebody with a heart attack in the hospital, you don't have to go there?
Correct.
This would be just anything out in the community that a law enforcement person would call you and say that a doctor didn't witness this?
Law enforcement, emergency services, for ambulance services, first responders.
Okay, perfect. And as part of your position as a medical examiner investigator, were you called out to the scene on January 7th of 2007 to the Todd Stermer home?
I was.
Do you recall approximately what time of day you went out there?
Approximately 16:30.
So 16:30 in military time.
My apologies, it's 4:30 p.m.
4:30 p.m. Perfect. And do you remember what you did when you first arrived?
I did.
And what did you do?
I went up, I made contact with the law enforcement that was on scene and the EMS personnel that was still on scene with the decedent.
And did you drive down the driveway?
That I do not recall.
So once you got to the residence, you made contact with who?
The law enforcement and the ambulance personnel that was on scene.
And do you recall approximately how many people were on scene at that time?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Was it chaotic, or were a small number of people?
It was pretty chaotic. Law enforcement was there, fire department was still there, emergency medical services were still on scene.
So all of the ambulance, fire department, police, everybody was still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do then when you arrived?
I took custody of the body from the ambulance personnel and received reports from them about their attempts and attempts to resuscitate Mr. Stermer.
So you spent time talking to people on scene about the attempts?
Correct.
And what attempts were you aware of at that time?
The ambulance scene performed advanced cardiac life support, which involved trying to establish an airway, trying to restart his heart, both by electric mechanisms and by performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
So once you were advised then of all of these attempts, then what was your next action?
My next action was to examine the body.
And where was the body?
I'm sorry?
What, the body?
Examine the body.
And where was the body when you had the opportunity to examine it?
The body was out on the ground, away from the house a little ways.
So still on location on the ground?
On location on the ground.
And what did you observe when you examined the body?
First observation, it was that there was a figure underneath blankets. Blankets were removed to find a couple jackets that were laid over the decedent. Those were removed. Find a white male that is sustained burns all over his body to the point where his skin was sloughing off and his fingers were degloving. There were signs of medical resuscitation efforts, including defibrillator patches. There were burn singe marks all over his body that were still contained skin slippage, which means that the skin was falling off of the body itself. The male had burnt, singed skin up around his face. His hair was down to stubs, both around the facial area and throughout his head, where normal hair growth would have been. It was unknown if that was his haircut or if it was from the burning. The decedent also had dirt that was on his knees and shins that was caked into the grooves in his knees. He was found to have a laceration on the back of his head that was open and substantial burns on the left shoulder with an open laceration on his bicep area.
Was there any bleeding at that time?
Yes, ma'am. It was prevalent of the seepage. It's not necessarily bleeding when they're deceased at that time.
So, okay, so you had seen the seepage. Was there blood present on the scene with the body?
The body had been moved prior to my arrival. The first responders, after I did my examination and readied the body for transport and secured it, talked to the investigators that were first on the scene and our resuscitation efforts. They actually moved the body away from the burning structure prior and relocated it. So there was no pooling of blood or bodily fluids at the location where the decedent was found.
And at that time that you arrived, was there any heartbeat?
No, ma'am.
Any pulse?
No, ma'am.
And did you pronounce him dead on that scene?
I did not. The paramedics that were on scene called Lakeview Hospital, and they established the time of death as 16:17.
And once that time of death was established, what's your role?
My protocol is that I'm called out after that is determined.
I apologize. So that actually happens first?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after you've had the opportunity then to examine the body, what's the next steps that you take?
Then I talk to the personnel on scene, trying to get as much information about how the body came to be in its location, information about it, who the responders were on scene that I could ascertain. Then the body is then secured in a body bag, and at this time the medical examiner had determined that it definitely needed to go for an autopsy. So the body bag was secured in that fashion. The zippers were tied, and it was sent with Calvin Funeral Home to Sparrow for autopsy.
So you say that the body bag was secured and tied. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Secured and tied means instead of placing a security device on one zipper where it would contain the name and possibly, if we had at the time, the case number for the decedent, the zippers are actually put together and tied together. And then the decedent's identification information is added onto that.
Does that have to be clipped with a tool then to be able to be opened?
It has to be clipped in order to move the zippers.
So not something that somebody could readily just open?
Correct.
And there'd be evidence then if somebody were to break into that?
Correct, because the name tag would not stay attached to that zipper that way, the way that it's secured.
Did you also take photos then of the body?
I did not.
You did not. Do you know who did?
I believe the sheriff's department, but I'm not for sure.
Were you present when they were taking the photos?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. And you mentioned that there were several articles of like clothing laid on the decedent?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is done with those items?
So the articles that were covering the decedent's most of his body, the jackets and blankets were set aside. The decedent had socks, underwear, and sweatpants that were on. The underwear and sweatpants were collected by the fire marshal who was on scene because they had the odor of accelerants on them.
And then what happened with the other items?
The other items are left there for the police officers to either take with or they're discarded.
Do you recall what items then went in the body bag then with the body?
The pair of socks is the only article of clothing that went with them.
Was there any of the items that were thrown on the body that would have gone in that body bag?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. If somebody were to have put one of those items in, a shirt, would you have known about it?
I would have seen it.
And you did not see a shirt?
I did not recall seeing a shirt.
Okay. And you said that a few of the items then were taken and released to then who?
The fire marshal.
The fire marshal.
Michigan State Police Fire Marshal.
And do you know who that was?
That was Sergeant Leroy.
And then did you do anything else on scene?
No, ma'am.
So once the body's taken away, then did you just leave?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Doctor, I'll start out with a simple question. You don't know what caused the fire in this case, correct?
No, and I'm not a doctor, sir.
I thought you said you were...
A medical examiner investigator.
My fault.
Nope,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Okay. You don't know what caused the fire or where it started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. When you come out, do you have like a notepad or a binder where you're checking off stuff? How do you keep track of what's on a body at a crime scene?
What's on a body at a crime scene?
Like we had clothes here, you're responsible for making sure things get to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, right?
Correct.
Okay. How do you document what's on there so you know?
I read a report.
And you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
In this particular case, you said Sergeant Leroy took the sweatpants and the underwear from the scene, correct?
He took them from the decedent as evidence.
Did you see him do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you, obviously you authorized him to do that?
That is part of the investigation, correct.
What if that's considered evidence? It might be a possible crime, right? You understand that?
Correct.
Right. Why is Sergeant Leroy taking evidence from a possible crime scene without the body first going to the medical examiner's office to determine what relevance it might have?
Sir, that would be something for the fire marshal. I don't know their protocol. It's between them and the detective bureau.
Okay. Am I clear? And you worked for Van Buren County?
I worked for Van Buren County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. At that time?
Correct.
Did the Van Buren County medical examiner's office have any kind of a policy, written policy regarding allowing evidence, clothing, whatnot, to go from a crime scene without being okayed, or strike that, without being transferred to the medical examiner's office who's going to do the autopsy?
When it is deemed that it's part of the protocol that if it is law enforcement and they are taking it as evidence, not just take it and discard it, they are in charge of that.
Okay. That is a written policy by the Van.
Listen, now, Mr. Wolf Mueller, I understand your passion, because if you are a wrongful conviction attorney, I would imagine for any attorney, but particularly a wrongful conviction attorney, an actually innocent client is the scariest thing to have. So I understand your passion and I do appreciate it. But I think that you are aware that of what the function of a forensic pathologist is, right? And what they perform the autopsy. Now, the clothing, right? What would they be able to tell? Let's say if there was some type of defect and they were trying to determine whether it was, a GSR or not, right? Or GSW, right? Noting the defect in the clothing that was aligned with another defect in the body, okay, that might be helpful. All right. But you're also aware that during autopsy, during let's say they come upon a body of a female who is half undressed, and it looks to be that an SA was committed. You know that the detectives that arrive on scene with the crime scene investigators, that they remove the decedent's undergarments and place them in a bag for testing. They don't automatically and always go to the medical examiner or to, with the decedent at autopsy. Are you aware of that? Come on.
Van Buren County Medical Examiner's Office?
Sir, I don't have access to that. I couldn't give you the exact, that is how it was functioning.
Okay. That was the custom, is what you're telling us.
Sir, I cannot say for sure if it is in a written policy.
Okay. Or a formal procedure, it's just that's the way it was done?
That was the way it was done.
Okay. In this particular case, you need to make sure there is a chain of custody, am I right?
Correct.
So you document in your report what was taken with the body bag and to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
Did you say there was a funeral home? It goes to the funeral home first?
It's transported by a funeral home. I don't have the ability to transfer a body in my personal car.
Okay. So a funeral home gets contacted, hearse or something?
Correct.
All right. Then they take it to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy.
Correct.
I mean, has it escaped your attention that only certain vehicles are legally, lawfully permitted to transport bodies? No, but you cannot just be transporting a body willy-nilly in any old car, that car that you want in any old vehicle. It has to be a hearse, and or a hearse or a vehicle that is registered to a funeral home. My patience is wearing thin with you. Your sharp outfit is only going to take you so far, bro, with me. Okay.
Anything else that you remember that Sergeant Leroy took?
No, sir.
How many, this is 18 years ago, how many scenes have you been to in the course of your career?
Sir, I couldn't tell you.
Countless, right? And yet you remember the odor of an accelerant on this particular body 18 years ago.
No, that's not what she said. What she said was she remembers being told the reason that certain items were collected for evidence was because they had an odor of accelerant on them.
Is that right?
Correct.
And in your report, you must have, that would have been important, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Correct.
Did you write that down in your report?
I did, sir.
Can I see that? Do you have it in front of you?
Would you like me to show you where, sir? So you don't have to search
I'll
around?
take it, thank you. And once the fire marshal was present, you were letting him take over in terms of whatever, and this would be Sergeant Leroy, thought was relevant. Fair?
Negative, sir.
Okay.
I'm in charge of preserving evidence on the body. If he had something that was on the body, or one of the detective bureau had something on the body that was deemed as evidence, they could secure that. They weren't allowed to take a sampling of vitreous humor, the fluid from the eye, or blood, or anything that pertains to changing the composition of the body.
Of the body itself?
Correct.
Okay, so in your report, one of the things you learned, you try to get the background of what was going on, right?
Correct.
And you learned that Todd Stermer, where you found him, wasn't where he originally was when the first people who came on the scene got there, right?
Correct. That's in my report.
I also adore Lisa Vanderpump. That is all. She is my favorite. She's always been my favorite. She will always be my favorite. In second place is one Lenithia Nini Leaks, followed by Phaedra Parks. That's all.
And in your report, you said after they moved him, they found him in cardiac arrest. They removed him from the boat and started CPR. So you learned at some point in time that there was a boat involved. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nobody told you a little 3-foot sled or anything, right?
Negative, sir.
Let me give this back to you. Was the end of your involvement when the body was transported?
Correct.
So you only had a short period of involvement, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You took no photos, correct? You did write that report, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that chain of custody is very important in your business?
It is.
Why?
Because it is a legally defensible chain of evidence.
And that's why you have procedures.
Correct.
To protect that chain of custody.
Correct.
Including the underwear in this case.
Correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't have handed it off to a firefighter. I handed it off to a law enforcement official.
Okay. Are you aware, and you're certain about your memory, right? You seem to have a good memory about it, even though it's 18 years ago. Yes?
Correct.
Are you aware that Dr. Marky testified that the underwear and socks were in the body bag?
I was not. I'm going off of what I had documented down.
Okay. If Dr. Marky testified to that, you may possibly be incorrect. Isn't that right?
Correct. I'm going off of my report. As you said, it was 18 years ago.
Working for the county medical examiner's office, you have testified countless times on the side of the prosecution in cases just like this, right?
No.
Have you testified ever in a case like this for the prosecution?
I have testified one prior time.
In your whole career?
Correct.
Okay. And that was for whom?
For Van Buren County.
For the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And before you came here today to prepare for today's testimony, I imagine you met with the prosecutors?
For about 5 minutes on recess.
Okay.
While she was filling her water.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
You better have a miracle over at that table, because you know you're not going to be allowed to use that legal pad again, that gigantormous legal pad on an easel. I like Joan Jett. Okay. I like Camille Grammer, but she's like way down on the list. I think I like Camille more than I like Kim Zolciak, though.
You were an investigator. You were not the head of the medical examiner's office, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you get to the scene, you're talking to the law enforcement people just to get your arms around what happened.
Correct.
And that's how you got that background about the boat.
Correct.
Okay. Who determines what evidence is going to be taken with you or under your, I'm going to say jurisdiction, versus a fire marshal deciding what he thinks he needs?
That's dependent on the situation.
Let me just drop something. Would it typically be if a law enforcement officer thought that there might be a crime, he or she has the discretion to take what they want?
I do not have training in law enforcement. I don't have any say as to what I can or cannot do to assist or impede in their investigation. Mine is the body.
Yours is the body, but you agree with me that evidence on the body, including clothing, maybe jewelry or whatever, could be important evidence, fair?
Correct.
Right. But you don't have that discretion to tell the law enforcement person, this goes to the autopsy?
We could discuss it, but that was not my call. My expertise is not fire marshal. I have no idea or reasoning behind why he would need those clothing or tell him how to do his job.
Okay. And you are not aware if there is in fact a written policy regarding authority to take evidence off a body?
Your Honor, that's been asked and answered.
Just real quick, you were doing this for 13 years.
Correct.
All right. You've done countless scene examinations just like this, right?
Not just like this, no.
Where you come out to a scene and examine a body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're not aware of what the policy is.
Your Honor, asked and
That's not asked and answered. You know, you get to one last question. And you're not aware of the policy, fair?
I do not have a written policy that was in place.
Well, there was no written policy.
I do not have it. I do not have what they have. I've not been in this field in many years.
Okay. But you had it back then.
The standard of practice was to let law enforcement do their investigation. Mine was the investigation for the body and the reporting to the medical examiner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to just kind of talk to you a little bit about that chain of custody. So when you seal that body bag and you secure the zippers with the tag, and it goes to then the autopsy, it's secured, correct?
Correct.
So if Dr. Marky, who did the autopsy, opens up the body bag and documents what's in the body bag, do you have any reason to doubt that that's incorrect?
No, I do not.
And so that would be documented in the pathology report to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
No reason to disagree if Dr. Marky said the underwear was in the body bag, contrary to your report.
Sir, I can only attest to what I have as documentation.
Okay. Question is, you have no reason to disagree with it, I think you said.
If Dr. Marky has that documented, that's what shows in his documentation.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of her? No? Thank you, ma'am. Is she excused from her subpoena?
I would ask that she please be excused from her subpoena, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, you're all done.
To the stand, please. Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. The chair is pretty clunky.
A little more leg to fit in
Okay.
there.
And then you can move the microphone towards your mouth and let us know your full name. Spell the last, please.
Name is James Shinsky. The last name spelling Shinsky.
Thank you. Ms. Ivy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shinsky, what is your current occupation?
I am technically retired from the Raymond Corporate Investigative Services as a fire investigator. However, I'm still on their part-time payroll as needed to finish the cases that I left behind.
And how long have you been in that role?
A fire investigator.
Fire investigator.
I started my training and investigation on my first fire as a trooper in 1982.
And then when did you start then? So you were a trooper for how many years?
I retired from the state police in 2003. I was a full-time fire investigator for 8.5 years, 6.5 years running the training and certification in schools that the state police puts on for other agencies. Retired in June of 03, and then went to work for the Raymond Group in August of 03, and I'm still there.
And what did you do then with the Raymond Group?
Full-time fire investigator.
Okay. And so who would hire you as a fire investigator?
A lot of work, insurance companies, law firms. Sometimes we'll get, corporate jobs, product liability stuff. They need a fire investigator.
And as a role as a fire investigator, did you become involved in a fire at the Stermer residence in January 7th of 2007?
Yes.
And what was then your role with that particular fire?
Determine the origin and cause of the fire.
And were you then to interview, did you conduct interviews?
Initial preliminary interviews, general information about the site, the events of the day, do the origin and cause investigation, and at that point, depending on your findings, would be the end of my role as the origin and cause investigator.
And as part of your investigation, did you have the opportunity then to interview Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And do you recall when that interview happened?
I believe January 9th and 10th.
2 days?
2 days.
And why was it 2 days?
We started to do the interview on the 9th. She had appointments, was supposed to meet with the funeral home and other appointments. So we ended that day and then scheduled on the next day to finish the interview.
So it was kind of just a continuation?
Yes.
And you had contacted Linda then obviously to arrange these interviews?
Yes.
And where did they take place?
The first one was in my work vehicle on the property, and then the second day I believe we sat in her car, or there was a vehicle there. We basically in the vehicle and did the interviews.
And you say driveway of where?
In front of the home.
And did you request that to meet?
The lost location.
Okay, so you wanted to meet her at that location?
Yes.
Did you have any sort of information that from the police officers at that time?
Just the initial investigative stuff, what they had. I believe fire chief was there, talked about their response, the fire call, their suppression activities, pretty much the standard, upfront information to get started.
Was it typical then for you to do interviews in your car?
Yes.
Kind of a common practice?
That was the rolling office.
Were these interviews recorded?
Yes.
And after you recorded them, at some point were they transcribed?
Yes, in our home office.
So who did the transcription? Your home office?
Yeah, it would have been one of our secretaries in the investigative group.
So once they're transcribed, they're reduced to then a written transcript?
Yes.
And then did you check the transcripts against the recording for accuracy?
Yes, always.
That was your common practice?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Pardon me?
I said, your question was who did that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You did that?
Yes.
Okay. And they were accurate compared to the recording?
Yes.
going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 6. If you could just kind of leaf through that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yeah, that's a copy of the transcript on our interviews.
And can you just leaf through to the back, make sure that there's no alterations or changes?
Yeah, it looks like a full copy.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
Object, Your Honor, on the grounds that I don't know what she intends to do with bits and parts of the transcript, but to admit the whole transcript has hearsay in it, has a bunch of irrelevant information in it. So if she wants to read question and answer, we can go ahead and I'll make my objections, but not to admit this transcript total. We're going to go through as she reads it. That was part of my objections to the exhibits.
Do you have specific sections we could talk about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does someone have an extra copy for me by chance?
Would you like an electronic copy, Your Honor, just real quick, or would you like a hard copy?
We could do electronic copy.
Okay, thank you.
I'll email it to the court right now.
I don't know. Can we approach?
Yeah.
No, you can't approach. Let's get this show on the road, bro. Oh my gosh. Hey, how come when they approach, both of the defense attorneys go up there and she's got to be alone by herself?
The matter we have to address may take a while, so I'm just going to let you go home for the long weekend. And because it's a long weekend, I'm going to just remind you, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider.
Hey, wait a minute. Is there some kind of, hold on a sec. Is there some kind of holiday this weekend? Let me look at this calendar. Why is it a long weekend? Or are they just taking a long weekend because she has other matters to take up? Let me just see. Yeah, I don't see any holiday on the 31st of March. Do you guys know? Is this just something nice that she's doing? Do we want to see what their small matter is? I do, because I know they're going to argue. So let's just see what it is.
To decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction, as well as...
Yeah, news reports and YouTube. Except for this channel. I've been giving y'all the facts. But listen, I always encourage independent research. Please do independent research.
All my other instructions, such as not discussing the case with anyone, including family or friends or each other, no research investigations, and enjoy your 3-day weekend. Remember, you don't have to come back until Tuesday, directly to the jury room at 9 o'clock, and wear your badges and try not to lose them over the 3-day weekend. Thank you. And you can leave your binders in your chair.
Ooh. I kind of want to just see what this argument is about. But for people, just for you guys to know, what for the famous people that I share my birthday with are Alan Alda, Elijah Wood, Joey Fatone, Nick Carter, Henry VII. Some of these other people, Rick Ross. I'm not exactly sure who they are. Oh, Sarah McLachlan, J. Cole. Yeah, I don't know who this is. Frank.
Matters to address, other than what we talked about? You two will make
Frank Darabont.
You'll make a preliminary staff.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, in the conference room, wherever. Okay, yeah, because how about, or down in Susan's office? Yeah, if you could at least pick out the areas where if you still agree to disagree, I'll rule on those.
As long as we agree, then we'll.
I do too. I love Alan Alda.
Just bring it to you. If you want us to send it to you prior.
I also like Joey
Yes, that would
Fatone.
be great, thank you. Yep, and with maybe a note of where you're, how far apart you are.
Yes and no.
Yeah, or, if there's if there's 3 areas of concern, that's one thing, that I have to rule on. If there's 30, just so I can prepare. And then, I thought I toyed with the notion of having that, the lay witness come in to testify now, but in light of her test results, I thought.
And I think that was all, we all expected. I don't think that was unexpected results.
Welcome to West Michigan.
I thought what we could do, Your Honor, is I'm going to be switching around some of the witnesses who weren't able to testify that we sent home, shift around some things on April 1st. Maybe we could put Ms. Medina or Connie Calhoun on that day on the 1st.
Oh, hold on.
We have to move Scott.
Okay. So Connie Calhoun, I believe, is who they're referring to, the lay witness that had some surprising tests. I would imagine that the test was the vid. That's the only thing that'll get you out. If you're really, that they talk about test results for. Okay. So if you remember, Connie Calhoun was Mike. I cannot remember his last name. It starts with an M, but that was his girlfriend. They were going on the date to bowl, and they are the first people that, showed up at the Stermer residence after the fire had started. Okay. And they're no longer together. I remember how yesterday I said that I wondered if they were waiting in the witness room together. I think they must have been, because likely she probably got her tests today and the results back today. So yeah. Can you imagine not being with that person anymore? I wonder if there's hard feelings and then you have to see him in a situation like this where you're all clustered up together and waiting to testify. No, thank you.
Leroy to the second.
Can you make a favor? Over the weekend, you just email us the start list.
The updated list, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
And Jay, would you mind just emailing us a copy of that hard copy?
No, yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
Actually, I'll just, before I forget, I'll just forward you the email I forwarded to the judge, okay? It has it already attached.
Yes. Yeah, so what we can do is we can redact what we agree on, and then any parts that we don't agree on, why don't I highlight with a yellow highlighter, and then that way the court can then just hone in on the highlighted portions. Yeah, and then otherwise if we agree, we can go ahead and black it out.
Well, if you want to include your assistant on this, or, okay.
You'll get lost.
Got it.
My email address.
I have yours, Mr. Kelly. Yes, sir. Yep.
They look like they're getting ready to go. So is there a matter that they're going to talk about or what?
I really should put on the record how I think Heidi and Andrew are looking me up here.
Well, I will say this. I'm enjoying it how, despite the fact that it was super contentious earlier, they're all laughing now. Like, I appreciate that. All right, that's it. That's all. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to bid you a fond farewell and adieu. Don't forget, I'm not taking a long weekend. I don't know what we'll do Monday, but we'll figure out something. But this weekend, definitely, you're going to want to stay tuned and make sure you have all of your notifications set to have your notifications set to all, because this is the weekend that Dr. B and I are going to do the roast of Grant Amato. All right. I will see you guys later. Have a great rest of your Friday. Thanks for being here. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.